everybody, let's get this show on the road. Good morning and welcome to the Winnetka Village Council Budget Review Meeting for November 1st, 2024. I would like to call the meeting to order. Ask everybody in the room to mute your electronic devices, and I'll have Rob do a roll call for attendance.
Thank you. Trustee Apatow?
Here.
Trustee Orsic? Here. Trustee Handler? Here. Trustee Dearborn?
Here.
Trustee Albinson?
Here.
Trustee Dahlman?
Here.
President Rintz.
Here. I don't really have any opening comments. I mean, I've been doing this a little while. I will say staff did an amazing job this year with some really interesting challenges and some things that we've got to have some pretty important discussions on this morning. So you all know we'll be talking about the sales tax early in the meeting rather than waiting until where it's applied. And so we'll get onto that. But I want to thank Rob and the staff for the amazing job they've done here. And even though it's painful, it's probably the best organized 567 pages I've ever seen. So, and if you need to find the information there, you know you can, which is really very reassuring and helps us make better decisions. A resident from the community requested that he have permission to speak early in the meeting rather than, typically we hold our public comment till the end because the budget hasn't been on the table yet. But in this case, a request was made, and so I've agreed to let Mark address council early in the process. Come on up, Mark.
Thanks very much, President Rintz. For the record, my name is Mark Hecht. I'll be brief. I'm very pleased to see that the 2025 budget calls for a 6.84% decrease over the 2024 budget. But the reason I'm here this morning is to urge the trustees to find ways to further decrease the 2025 budget so that the village is not in the position of levying for 2025 at a rate which increases the budget at the maximum tax cap rate of 3.4%. The reason I'd like to see the trustees figure out how to accomplish this reduction is not just because I think my taxes are too high. It's because if the trustees level for 2025 at the maximum tax cap rate, other Winnetka taxing bodies will see it as a green light for their own perennial practices of levying to the maximum amount permitted by law year after year after year, and thereby accumulating large reserves that give them free rein to undertake multi-million-dollar projects without outside financing and without any voter buy-in by means of a referendum or otherwise. What I'm talking about is not theoretical speculation. Among other things, as you may recall, 3 years ago, the Winnetka Northfield Public Library District was warned by the library's outside auditor, flat out, in public, at the library board's December 13th, 2021 meeting, that because of its very high accumulated cash reserves, the library district was, quote, wide open to a tax protest, namely, quote, a class action lawsuit, in his words, to recover money from a public body on the grounds that the public body had improperly used public funds to the detriment of taxpayers. If you don't recall, you can see it in the recording of the Library District December 13th, 21 board meeting at minute 39:30 and minute 42:45. Unfortunately, the practice at the various Winnetka government bodies, obviously not including the village of Winnetka, but at the other Winnetka governmental bodies, this practice hasn't stopped. And I just don't want the village council to be seen as condoning that practice, even indirectly, which I'm afraid will be the case if the trustees put in a 2025 levy at the currently proposed maximum tax cap rate level. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this statement.
Thank you, Mr. Heck. Is there anybody else in the room that wants to address us at this time? Okay, we'll move forward. Item 2, which is the next 6 hours. Budget review topic, 2024 budget document previously distributed. And I'll let Rob take it from here.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Yeah. Thank you for taking Friday off to spend a wonderful day with us going through the budget. Compared to how we used to do it, I think this is, it's certainly more connected. I think the conversation and the dialogue is really good between council and staff, and many times you can get through all the issues in a day and you don't have to have this continue over a period of a couple of months. So with that, I want to start off with a few comments about the 2025 budget. Some of the goals that we identified when we started was we thought it was very important to continue to provide a high level of core services to our residents. These are the services that you see day in and day out: leaf collection, snow plowing, the lights are on, the water runs, all those things. To many of you, it almost looks seamless, but we spend a significant amount of time of every day making sure the operations continue to function at a high level. We believe this budget, our further goals were to be our ongoing commitment to medium and long-term planning. This budget, as you know, has recommendations to enhance our public safety of the village, and we believe that this one continues to reinvest in aging infrastructure across all funds. The budget supports and maintains a vibrant business community, which has been an investment for several years now and is really bearing fruit. And we've talked a lot about what the Winnetka Way looks like, but one way to sum it up is to maintain a high quality of life by providing superior services in a fiscally responsible manner. So we're certainly here to maintain that high quality of life. The challenges this year, as everyone knows, that really you see entrenched inflationary pressures rolling up across the operating and capital budgets. You're seeing it in commodities. We haven't seen decreases in commodities. You're seeing it in construction projects. And of course, there's some built-in labor expenses. Other challenge, it's important to identify and sustain funding sources for these recommendations for staffing, public safety, and infrastructure, relieve some expenditure pressure on the general fund, while we're at the same time addressing unfunded mandates and adjusting that funding strategy to sustain the Business District Revitalization Fund, because the general fund can't be all things to all objectives throughout the course of year over year. And then continue to meet the high expectations of the community is certainly a challenge. One example of that is responding to Freedom of Information requests. I just want to give you an overview of how that hits operations. In 2021, we responded to 324 FOIA requests for that year. Many requests will not just be one question, but several questions. In 2022, that number rose to 436. In 2023, 666. And through October, we're on pace to eclipse that, because at this point, we're at 646 FOIA expenses. And we're also tracking what staff time costs to do that. And to date, we spent staff time costs have been $72,800 to respond to FOIAs. With respect to PAC challenges, from 2022, for the PAC challenges and the general FOIA legal expenses through 2024, there's been an expense of $92,780 for PAC challenges and responding to legal challenges on FOIA. So this is not an insignificant impact, but it's one example of how expectations in the community continue to go up. The budget plan for 2025, we believe, serves the entire needs of the needs of the entire community. It takes that medium and long-term approach to ensure initiatives and strategies can be implemented. And if you think about it, results are achieved through our planning process, the commitment, and vision. And once your vision is established, it requires the necessary financial decision to sustain those services and capital investments. And of course, our collective challenge is to leave it better than we found it. If you take a look at the track record of the village, We have a solid track record of making long-term strategic investments. We created the Stormwater Master Plan, the Stormwater Utility, and the Stormwater Funding Plan, approved the Downtown Master Plan, Streetscape Plan, implemented an economic development program, approved funding for necessary downtown reinvestments to improve the district vibrancy, evaluated and restructured refuse program to give residents choice in how they want to pay for their garbage, developed a strategy and funding commitment for the 100-year water main renewal and replacement plan, as well as the lead line service replacement. And of course, all the utility work we've done on rate analysis to ensure the reliability of our systems. There's also been increased investment in critical infrastructure across all funds, roads, bridges, sanitary system, all across the budget. Look at the financial track record. Total infrastructure capital investment since 2013, it's been $135 million. Total grant revenue received, $35 million. Grants awarded, but not yet in the bank, 27.7. And future grants that we're pursuing, just a little over $7 million. The property tax levy, since 2005, when the village became home rule, we're $23.4 million under the tax cap. And since 2000, cumulative CPI is about 75%, and our tax levy has been at 33.5%. All the while negotiating favorable labor contracts and implementing and outsourcing some position, consolidating services, looking at IGAs and regional cooperation where we can. This proposed budget maintains a safe and highly desirable community. It continues to enhance our image and appeal. It identifies sustainable funding sources for staffing and infrastructure needs, supports the business community with retention, outreach, and promotion, continues to invest in critical infrastructure for the long-term visions, and initiates the 2040 comprehensive plan. All the while attracts and retains talented public employees and achieves a fiscally responsible, balanced budget. And with that, I'm happy to take any comments, but I can turn it over to Tim. Any questions on the broad overview, big picture look? Okay. Tim, all yours.
Good morning. Before we get started, just wanted to thank you for your time today. I also want to thank my colleagues and the department head team for their help in putting together the village budget, and also the village manager's office for their support, and of course, the finance department, in particular, Assistant Finance Director Dell Duckworth, who's going to be giving her initial presentation of the finance department budget a little later today that we're very excited about. So for today's meeting, we're going to go through an overview, looking at the key policy initiatives, property tax levy, the CIP, the sales tax, the proposed sales tax home rule increase, department presentations, starting with the village manager's office, the finance department, police, fire, community development, engineering, public works, and then finally, batting cleanup again is water and electric department. Just a short review over the current economic environment as we put together the budget. The economy continues its expansion. 2024 projected GDP is 2.5%. Unemployment is up slightly, but still historically low at 4.1%. And there are still more job openings compared to the number of unemployed. So it's still a pretty tight labor market. Inflation is cooling. Year to date, it's running 2.4%, and it was 3.4% for the most recently completed year in 2023. And Fed has moved from raising interest rates and holding them steady, and they just recently passed a 50 basis points decrease and are projected to do that so through the remainder of next year as well. Some budget considerations as we put together the budget and threats. So again, continued inflation, the rate has gone down of the headline CPI rate, but the prices are still inflated from what they were a couple years ago, and certain items that the village buys is still exceeding the CPI rate. Things like water main, transformers, those type of things are still coming in pretty high. Supply chain interruption is still a threat that's out there. Now we're moving on to, when's the next recession going to hit? state unfunded mandates, geopolitical tension. There's a lot of things that are out there that, could hit globally, nationally, and then, of course, would in turn hit locally, Winnetka. In the Finance Department, we monitor these things. We look at the economic landscape, and we're always prepared to develop and implement any revised financial plans if necessary. We did that in 2020, if you recall, when COVID hit. There was a huge slowdown. We came to, I think it was 6 weeks later, after all the everybody pulled back, and we had a revised financial plan for the remainder of the year, and we, adjusted our budget plans for the next year. The budget is balanced, meaning that operating expenditures are funded by operating revenues. So annual recurring operating expenditures are funded by annual recurring operating revenues. We don't rely on fund balance or the use of a one-time grant to make payroll. So annual recurring revenues equal to annual recurring expenses. We are home rule, but we act like a non-home rule for the purpose of the property tax levy. Utility rates are set using a cost of service analysis, meaning we analyze the costs of the fund and we set rates to cover those costs. Operating expense increases should generally be equal to revenue increases. Capital is funded on a pay-as-you-go basis. We don't propose any debt for the budget. Budget amendments, we avoid those typically by adding a contingency within the general fund and through the use of conservative budgeting techniques. And finally, we maintain minimum fund balance levels for each fund, and we have those targets set, and the budget is prepared to meet those fund balances. For the pensions, we have a commitment to, it says exceeding, but meeting the 100% statutory contributions for public safety pensions with a conservative 6.75% rate of return. That's targeting 100% funded at 15 years. We propose a property tax levy that adheres to the PTEL tax cap limit. We are proposing a 3.4% increase, which will be the existing resident increase. And we continue to capture annual new growth of 0.482%. We are also proposing a 1% home rule sales tax to provide for enhanced public safety and increased funding towards downtown revitalization. And we'll review that just a few slides down the road in more detail. Utility funding, we're implementing rate recommendations in the water fund as outlined in the 2017 water rate study, plus an additional 1.5% to fund the lead service line replacement program. So for a total proposed increase for 2025 of 10%. So if you recall, in 2017, we did a comprehensive rate study. This is the last year of that, of the rates, outlined in that rate study. And also, the lead service line, we had that unfunded mandate that came in the last couple of years that we're meeting that as well, and we had discussed that rate as well. We implemented electric fund rate increase of 7.25%, again, based on comprehensive staff expense analysis. Refuse fund is fully funded via user charges. It proposes a 3.5% increase in residential rates and 5% increase in commercial rates, primarily due to increased recycling costs. And the sanitary sewer fund rate of increase of 4.95%. No rate increases are proposed in the stormwater ERU. So just putting it all together, there's a nice little chart in the transmittal section. The annual change in proposed rates and fees to the average resident would be $481 or $40 a month or 5.9%. Stormwater fund, we have 2025 capital budget of $2.7 million, $2.9 million in the business district fund. We're changing the proposed funding mechanism to the $1.5 million. That's the home rule sales tax. Again, we will discuss that in a little bit. And also $1.75 million in additional transfers from the general fund. The electric fund has a substantial capital budget of $4.8 million. And if you recall, a 5-year plan assumes the retirement of steam generation at the end of 2026. The budget addresses aging and improved infrastructure. Again, $4.8 million towards the electric grid, $2.9 million towards downtown revitalization, $2.6 million in water main replacements. And again, we do those as much as we can in conjunction with the annual road program. $2.6 million towards stormwater, $2.1 million to roadway, sidewalks, and trails. $590,000 is the components of capital that's towards lead service line replacement. And then finally, $3.8 million in other infrastructure improvements for a total capital investment in 2025 of $22.9 million. The budget is balanced again, meaning that operating revenues, if you see on the slide, operating revenues totaling $90.8 million, over $72 million in operating expenditures, leaving a net operating income of $18.8 million. There's also some grant revenue that we're programming for 2025, and that's what goes towards that $22.9 million capital expenditure. Moving on to the general fund, 2025 total general fund revenues are $32.7 million, up about $2.1 million or 7.1%. Key revenue changes compared to the 2024 budget is permit revenue of $1.1 million. This is primarily due to one-time large development revenue of $1.1 million. And as stated earlier, we don't rely on the one-time revenue source to fund recurring charges. So we've identified one-time expenditures that these permit revenues are being utilized towards. Tax levy proposed that would provide an impact of $597,000 to the budget. Sales tax, this is the existing 1% sales tax is projected to increase $270,000. Income tax is projected to increase $260,000, and miscellaneous income up $187,000. So a little behind the scenes on how we come up with these revenue projections. So depending on the revenue type, we use different methodologies. So for sales, use, income, and replacement tax, we rely heavily on the Illinois Municipal League. They provide a detailed analysis and estimates for these various revenue sources. They look at the landscape of the economy, they see trending, and they provide, as part of their, I think on a quarterly basis, update with detailed projections. So typically what we do is take their projections, you multiply it by, many of these are based on the population of Winnetka as a portion of the state population. So we take their analysis and then we back it off a little bit at 97.5% of the IML estimate. Property tax, budget increase based on primarily public safety pensions and employee pay increases associated with settled public safety union contract increases of 3.5%. Permit revenue, so for that we look 5 years back, we do a year-to-date analysis, see how things are trending, look at the general economic environment, consult with David on what he's seeing for large developments, and we plug in a number based on that analysis. Interest income, based on a projected cash flow analysis, assumed about $27 million in an average cash balance, and assuming we can achieve a 3.5% rate of return. And then other revenues, vehicle stickers, we have rent, parking fees. We, to try and take whatever known information we might have, if there's outstanding contracts, whatever it might be, and then just year-to-date trending, and then we project what we think those revenue sources are going to be the next year. General fund operating expenditures are $28.5 million, or 6.8% over the year. And just again, behind the scenes on how we budget for operating expenditures. So personnel, we budget utilizing, we have an advanced position budgeting software as part of our budget module. And what we do is we have all the known positions. We assume all positions are fully staffed throughout the year. We account for any union increases, step increases, cost of living adjustments. That's all programmed into the system at the date that those rates would increase. We plug in known increases in benefits, health insurance rates, IMRF, and it calculates, it spits out a budget, and we plug it in the budget. Other operating expenditures based on set contracts, trends, current and/or expected prices. So we look at the landscape. If we know we have a set contract next year, we build in that actual contract price, or we utilize estimates. Capital is budgeted based on anticipated costs at the time of purchase. Moving on to the property tax levy. The tax cap law is known as the Property Tax Extension Limitation Law. We are proposing a 3.4% property tax increase. That would be the tax cap limit that's If you recall, in 2005, the village, became a home rule municipality, and there was a pledge made that we would adhere to the PTEL tax cap limit. We've always done that. Most years we've exceeded, done, better than that limit. This year, we are still in adherence to that pledge. Cumulatively, as Rob mentioned, we're $23.3 million under the cap since 2005. And the 2024 property tax levy gets set as part of the budget process in December 24, and is a primary funding source for the 2025 budget. Just a little more information on the actual allocation of the property tax. If you see, this chart shows, for every dollar paid in property taxes, what percentage goes to the village and the other taxing bodies. And you can see the village's portion of each dollar in property tax paid is a little over 11 cents, with the primary driver being the school districts, the Winnetka Public School District and Nutria High School, which make up about 2/3 of your total property tax bill. This was the chart in the transmittal letter that just shows how Winnetka compares to other taxing bodies since 2000. So it has a typical home value in 2000 of $750,000, would have inflated to about $1.3 million in today's dollars. And then it shows the increase in each district's tax levy and compares that against the CPI increase. So the CPI for this period was a total of 75%. While the village of Winnetka was at 33%. So the village has done, a good job of holding the line on property taxes. You can see there's, a variance. Cook County was at 15% compared to 2000, where some are as high as 117% since 2000. In terms of neighboring villages, these are Cook County villages that are neighboring. Winnetka increased since 2013, and the reason we picked 2013 was the baseline year. That was when we went to that 9-year period where there was not any increase in the property tax beyond capturing the new growth. And since that time, the Winnetka property tax has gone up by 10.8%. And you can see the other villages vary from 25 to 68%. So on an annual basis, the Winnetka property tax increase is 1.08%. While the average annual increase of our neighboring towns in Cook County, excluding Winnetka, has been 4.64% on an annual basis. So again, the total proposed tax levy is $16,369,909, with an existing taxpayer increase of 3.4%, which that component provides an additional $535,000 in additional general fund revenue. Okay, the proposed 1% home rule sales tax. So in reviewing the budget and looking at funding sources and spending needs, we are proposing a 1% home rule sales tax. This would provide an estimated $1.5 million in annual revenue. We are proposing that we would post that revenue directly to the Business District Revitalization Fund, and that would provide a dedicated funding source to continue the momentum of the downtown revitalization for years to come. So we would propose that that would go directly in the Business District Revitalization, and we would then eliminate the $1.1 million general fund transfer. So if you recall, in the Business District Fund, it has one recurring revenue source, and that's the $1.1 million in the general fund transfer. That's the dedicated annual funding source. So we would eliminate that funding source and replace it with this. So increasing total funding to the business districts by $400,000 on an annual basis. So with that $1.1 million, that's no longer required to be transferred out of the general fund to the business district fund. Staff is proposing increased police department staffing of 2 full-time equivalents and private security services for enhanced neighborhood watch and patrol during the overnight hours. And then there's a portion, if you look into transmittal letter, a portion that's left over that would go towards other capital needs. 1% home rule sales tax rate is in line with neighboring communities. So if you look, this is the home rule sales tax for virtually every community in the nearby area. So it ranges from a low of 0.5% to as high as 1.75% in Glenview. The Glenview rate, that's actually their business district rate. They have a special rate in the Glenview's Chestnut Waukegan Business District rate of 1.75%. The remainder of Glenview would be 0.75%. And then Glencoe does not have a home rule sales tax, but they do charge a places of eating tax of 1%. So at 1%, Winnetka is in line with the neighboring communities in terms of the sales tax. Moving on to capital, just a few more slides, and then we can open it up for questions. The capital improvement plan is shown as a separate document. It's a 5-year plan from 2025 to 29. CIP is broken out by fund, and a cash flow, dedicated cash flow is shown for each fund. And included is a detailed project sheet for each item in each 2025 project that meets the $50,000 threshold. Also in the front cover pocket of your book is the detailed project listing. So it's a more condensed summary version of the capital plan. Total 5-year CIP investment in the community is $141 million. You can see in 2025, we have $22.9 million. And then it varies throughout the 5 years with a high of almost $35 million in 2029. Some significant capital initiatives, $3.5 million in the general fund, primarily for roads, sidewalk, and trails. Village facilities, $570,000 towards facility improvements. Downtown revitalization, $2.9 million. Electric fund, $4.8 million. Water fund of $5.5 million, mostly towards water main replacement. If you see that number's $2.6 million, that was right in line with the target amount that the rate study contemplated in 2017. If you recall, the reason we were raising those rates is so that we could get to an annual spend of $2.6 million, and it did achieve its goal. So, sanitary sewer fund, $2.5 million in improvements. And finally, stormwater, $2.6 million improvements. And in summary, the 2025 annual budget is sound. Operating budgets are balanced. We maintain appropriate reserves, adequate staffing, and we provide for core village services, and we continue to modernize and invest in village infrastructure. So with that, if there's any questions, comments?
All right, we'll start out with just questions for Tim, and then we'll bring it back to the table for discussion on the sales tax particularly. So right now, just questions for Tim's.
Should I say comments,
No, go ahead.
just some general comments. First of all, it actually was a really good report. I mean, you've identified things, the whole staff has really come through and made this easy to understand, and from the initiatives to the trade-offs. I looked at some of those numbers that struck me over the last couple of days when I was reviewing this about, and to Mr. Heck's comments, this body has been incredibly judicious for the last decade on how we spend taxpayers' dollars. I was actually kind of shocked to see some of the other taxing bodies continue to go for the max levy every single time. And that basically is, it's saying for all of us, there are a lot of things we'd love to do. And instead of making the hard decisions, you just say, we're going to do them all, we're just going to continue to tax up. My concern about some of this, as I was reading this, and it's all, if you look at this all independently, all very logical. But when you look at, and we've done such a good job of holding taxes, things that we have to do, water, electric, no question about it, safety, no question about it. If you look at these separately, they're all logical. But when you start stacking the taxes, there's like 4 or 5 tax stacks increases this year, water, electric, utility. There's about 4. There's about 4 on top of each other, which we kind of, I'm not sure we've really ever done to that extent. And that's the only thing that concerns me, or several things I'd like to talk about. All of these are very logical. I couldn't look in here and say one thing, we shouldn't be doing that. Of course, we should be, but I think it's up to us, for the taxpayers of this community, to make the hard choices. And I know when I was facing budgets for the last 40 years of companies and everything, all these initiatives were great, but when it got tough, I just had to have my department heads force rank the importance based upon the parameters that they would set with us, which are, safety, security of this village, things that we have to do, that are mandatory to do versus things we would like to do. And otherwise, we're going to have these 4 or 5 different tax stacks, which becomes a fair amount of money on top of the other levies that the other taxing bodies are going to do. That's tough for the residents. But I thought, all logical, all makes sense, but we got our work cut out for us still today.
Questions for Tim? Just go ahead.
Tim, I started to write this down but didn't have time. Do you have a table that shows the absolute sales tax percentages for each of these villages, not just the 1%? Because I think, at the end of the day, I feel like knowing that number, that
I do, and that was in your supplemental
Was it? Okay,
material.
thank you.
There was, the trustee Dearborn had the same question, and.
Oh, okay, I'm
I
sorry,
did
some of this I could not read yet. Okay.
No, no worries, that is in there.
Okay.
Just as generally speaking, the baseline rate for Cook County community would be about 9%. A baseline rate for a Lake County community would be about 7%. So the state sales tax that all communities would pay would be 6.25%. And then Cook County, the county itself has a 1.75% sales tax, whereas Lake County does not have that county tax. And then there's a transportation.
So in general, we'd expect to see almost around a 2% difference if we're Lake County or Cook County.
Yeah,
for
so if
most
it's
communities.
in that chart, just so it's on record, if you added about 9% to that 1% or whatever the local sales tax rate is, if it's a Cook County community, that would be the total rate, and then 7% if it was a Lake County community. But we have an updated chart, and we can, provide that as well.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is a question/comment. And one, again, as everybody said, phenomenal job this year. And as always, it's so clear that every department head put so much thought into every single line item, and I really appreciate that. I can't help but look at, I know, and a lot of comparisons are done from the 2025 budget to the 2024 budget, but as I go through it, I found, and was making all my notes, there was a common theme to my questions, which was, well, what's so different between 2024 projected and what the budget is? Because that begs the question in many cases, well, if a department could survive at X level in 2024, what's different in 2025 that we either have to take the budget back up or what's falling off? And as I looked at each line item, because there's not comparisons by the components, I couldn't determine that. So I think that's something we want to be able to answer the community if ever asked. Well, why would you have to increase certain significant items? I'm not talking little ones. So I don't know if everybody, when they were preparing to speak today, would naturally have commented on some of that. But if you want to preempt my questions, that would be helpful to do that.
So generally speaking, we do take a budget-to-budget look. We also look at the budget to estimated. It is kind of our overall philosophy. We don't have a use-it-or-lose-it budget philosophy.
Which I appreciate.
Because we don't want to, incentivize staff to spend out their budgets at the end of the year, because they know if it comes in lower than their estimate, we're going to knock them down. So that's, one thing we do. Secondly, when I was going through some of those, revenue estimates and the expenditure estimates, certain things like salaries, we budget, full position throughout the year. That's so we have the capacity to hire the position throughout the year. And that's, that in itself, does provide, usually we do come in under our budget for our salaries. But part of, there's a method to the madness of the conservative budgeting. And part of that is we are primarily a pay-as-you-go capital community. We don't have debt issuance. We adhere to our fund balance targets. And part of that, being able to do that, is as you look out at these 5-year plans, you need to be accumulating funds for large one-time purchases. So I know we have like an engine coming up in a few years. That's a big spike in capital, for example. And, by budgeting this way, I do come back usually in the audit and, hey, we budgeted this drawdown, we did a little better some years we do, pretty significantly better. That all gets plowed right back into fund balance. That, is all available for the capital plan. As Rob likes to say, we know we have a 5-year capital plan. That's planned capital items. That's not unknown. That's not significant projects that we know that are out there that we haven't, we put pencil to paper and know what the exact budget amount is. So that's why we try to, go budget to budget and provides for smoother increases along the way. And it's just kind of a general philosophy. But I did try and, in this year's budget, because I know I've gotten this question, a couple of times the last couple of years, and I know it came up at the audit, try and just show a little bit behind the scenes of exactly, how am I budgeting those revenues? And what that also allows is, like in 2020, when we had a big cutback, we were able to do so without doing, any type of, mass layoff at that time. We were able to kind of absorb some of that hit by the conservative budgeting revenues. We were able to, pull levers here and there to make things kind of work. So certainly you can look at any individual line item and say, compared to the estimate, and it's, it's always going to see the 24, generally speaking, 24 budget, 24 estimate, and then 25 budget. And those are the reasons that is like that, on a general basis. Any individual line item might have a different reason, but that's the general philosophy of how we put together the budget.
Okay, I understand that. It's good to highlight sometimes, though, what really is driving
Yeah, and we're trying, like,
things, and I'm sure, that'll come out.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
sure.
So, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but did we look at, and maybe we don't have, the only lever we have is sales tax?
Oh, we'll hold that till later.
Okay, because I'll just put it out there that, given the number of professional services, like a business and use tax, so it doesn't disproportionately, it's spread across all types of businesses, not just retail businesses, because I'm assuming that would apply to groceries, the sales tax, because I think it does. We're one of the states where we tax groceries
Yes.
with sales tax, which I find regressive, and I think that, so thinking about, and this is just a general philosophical issue I have with sales tax, because it is regressive, is that although it taps into, restaurant goers, it also, we miss a lot of the businesses that operate, which I know is controversial, but we can talk about that. And then the other issue, some of the things in the capital improvements, and it may be too premature to highlight those now, but like some of these projects that we've seen over the last 5 to 10 years, if we fund it, they're shovel-ready, then they're eligible for grant funding. And so we get reimbursed after money is out the door. We don't, the way grants work, for those who may be watching or seeing this recording, is you don't wait to do the project and get the grant funding. Are there any things in this high-level view of the capital improvements, or, just some of the things that you've identified that may be, without any guarantees, EV stations, the post office redevelopment site, are any of those that, could potentially have grant funding coming in future years, 5 or 6 years from now?
Yes, absolutely. So we have significant grants funded, significant projects that we're expecting to be funded by grants over the next 5 years. In 2025, we have $6 million in grant funding. $5 million of that, is the stormwater fund. So, yeah, just.
Amend that, not stormwater, so
Yeah.
other things.
Other funds as well. So in 2025, one of the big ones, when Nick gives his electric fund presentation, there's $1,050,000 in electric fund expenses that we're actually actively going after a grant through the RCPI, the Great Lakes Initiative process. You might have seen updates in my weekly report. Actually, we were just at a meeting, actually with President Rintz just a couple of days ago on that process, and we're 4 meetings in with that process, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to achieve a grant for that. We do have the EV charging station project in the Business District Fund that we're expecting, hopeful to receive a grant. It's not final on that one. But what we've done in the past, we've had certain projects that will align with grants. And if the grants, you know, some of them, it's if the grant doesn't come in, the project doesn't go. Some of them, you know, in like the electric fund, these are pretty necessary projects. They do kind of need to go. But we are looking for grant revenue to supplement it. And we are, you know, we're always looking for grant, right? And obviously, the stormwater has been that's been a, you know, huge driver of expense the last several years. So that's been a huge focus of our grant activity. And we've been very successful with that.
It's important to note too, Tina, that we can't budget. Unless it's a recurring, long-term grant that we can't budget for. You know, that's where,
No,
you know, we make the
Right.
plans and then we go out and try to find the money for it.
no, but I could see if somebody sees this summary and sees some of these discretionary, like-to-have projects, like more EV stations or the post office redevelopment or downtown revitalization funds, that, you know, it looks like, you know, just to maybe some people, well, that's not necessary. But the other aspect of it is if the more we improve, you know, and we've seen this, we continue to invest in improving our village, we do oftentimes stand in position to benefit from grant funding. No guarantees, we can't budget for it. But, you know, I think there is a sense that, well, you know, a tax increase, there's all these maybe discretionary projects, but there could be opportunities for grant funds,
So-
you know, down the long.
A little more context to, you know, say the post office site, Hubbard Woods Streetscape. The expenses that you see identified in the CIP are estimates. They could be off. For example, depending upon, and I want to get, you know, some range to this. We put in placeholders so that we can plan and we do our best with it. But let's say the council decides to do more with the post office than the concept the last time we discussed, then those expenses could go up. Conversely, you could scale it back and have less. So where would the funding source come from? The dedicated sales tax. But there would also be grant opportunities. The OSLAD grant for open space, park districts typically go for that, but villages can too. Then there's ITEP grants that could help fund Hubbard Woods and or the post office as well. But to be eligible for those grants, you have to have your plans. You have to invest in those plans and have them ready to go so that they have some sense of what the money would be used for.
To Tina's, that was a good point. I mean, I agree with that. Things like stormwater, we're not going to wait for the grant to come through. We got to go. Things like EV, yeah, you can wait. I mean, there's $600,000 or so that maybe we say,
What was the scale, Tim, of the EV grant? It was a significant grant that we're waiting on.
555,000,
Right.
I believe, is the,
694 in the budget, so,
That's our match.
yeah.
yeah.
so maybe you wait.
The other thing to remember, too, is that with respect to the tax increase, that a lot of these capital improvement projects aren't hitting the levy anyway, because they're fund-based. So, you know, the perception that, oh my God, all these projects, all these expenditures, a lot of them are out there in the funds and have nothing to do with the levy or what is going to show up in your mailbox twice a year.
Well, that was going to be my other leading question, was that most of the tax levy is related to the cost of labor, increasing cost of labor and material.
Pensions.
Pensions, right. I mean, that's just to sum it up, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, union contracts locked in at 3.5%. That's a contractual increase, and then the pension component, you know, is layered in there as well.
Right, and that tracks the wage increase and the non-union wages, and, you know, so it's just the cost. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Tim?
I'd just like to make a statement. Tim, can you roll back to 25 and 26? And I want to sort of call out the gorilla in the room in a positive light. When you look at this slide, right, if you look at in terms of our percentage change, next to Cook County, which is impressive, being at the low end of increases, and go to the next slide, with us really being fiscally prudent over the last number of years. I just want to commend you, the whole village staff. This is incredibly impressive. And I know we've got some big discussions around the table, but we should not lose sight of the fact that under this leadership and this cohesive team, we've done a stellar job over the last 10 years of managing our budget. And I really commend village staff and Tim, everyone on the hard work that everyone's taken to achieve this. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
Thanks. Couple comments?
Sure.
I just, and I agree with that, though, you may want to, I think the context of this is a little apples and oranges in that over this time frame, I think we offloaded some general fund expense onto the enterprise funds over that 10-year period. I mean, I know refuse was. So
Well-
these numbers are not necessarily, cost to residents, I don't believe. I think over the 10-year period, maybe the overall cost to residents has been more than 11%.
For the refuse, that is correct, though I would argue those other communities already had the refuse paid out of the utility fund too.
Okay, but-
So they might have had increases in theirs. Yeah, I don't have an analysis on the total.
Yeah,
cost
I
of
understand
those.
it, but in 2013, there were items in the general fund
Yep.
that were supported by the levy that are no longer in the general fund.
Correct.
Supported by the levy, just for the record.
Correct.
Just a couple questions, Tim. And again, I echo what everyone says. This is a great report, and every department does a great job and so on. And I would also echo Trustee Apatoff's point is that as we're talking about this, I mean, you can't look at this and not say that, hey, we're in a whole new world. And I know most budgets are in a whole new world, but this, as Trustee Apatoff pointed out, it's coming from several items, electric, water, we know those, infrastructure, you have to do them. But this is a little new and different over the past few years. So I hope maybe there are some discussion points along the way that prioritize, gee, maybe we wouldn't have to, and I know that work's been done on this front already to get to this point. There's been economizing, I get that. But maybe there's a little bit more that we can do along the way as department heads. Think about this. On the sales tax, are we considering that annual and recurring revenue?
Yes.
So that is now, because in the old days, and we've talked about public safety, and I think we're all in agreement that on some of the initiatives that are being considered here, that would have just been under the general fund, correct? So the increased policing, the 2 FTEs, that would have been
Yeah,
out of the
so
general fund.
the 1.5 million is proposed to go directly into the business district fund, and then that would free up the existing recurring revenue source of the $1.1 million transfer from the general fund. And then that $1.1 million is, freed up in the general fund, for increased spending, and we outlined what that increased spending would be, and that's the.
Right. But again, from an operating standpoint, that 1.1 million, if we were to shoehorn that into the budget without a sales tax, that would have just come out of the levy, if you will. I mean, we would have had to have found $1 million.
We would have had to, yes.
I
in
mean,
the
that's a
absence-
big lift because.
Yeah, in the absence of that, yes, we would have to find another revenue source.
Yeah, and to put it into context, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the levy, every % increase in the levy is about $150,000.
Yeah, that'd be correct.
So, we couldn't even shoehorn that in without some dramatic reductions elsewhere.
Yeah, it would have to, something would have to.
Yeah, okay, so that is now considered annual and recurring revenue. Now, and maybe playing off Trustee Dahlman's point on the sales tax, maybe in a little different way, have we, well, first off, and I appreciate your responses to some of my questions earlier, do we know, of the $1.5 million, what % would come, of that $1.5 million, what would come from local Winnetka retailers versus remote online tax proceeds? I mean, is it?
There's not really a good way to estimate. I didn't find any real hard data of what, it's very, very community specific, depending on the makeup of the community. So it just depends on how many people are shopping in this community and dining in this community from other areas in the North Shore.
Well, I'm thinking more, so $1.5 million is assuming $150 million of retail sales that could be taxed. Is that, I mean, so in some way we get, right? Storefronts, but that storefront could be Amazon, because you're saying we're collecting.
Yes, there is.
So we don't know if it's, 70 million of local and 80 million of remote online sales. I mean, how do we get that $150 million figure for Winnetka?
How do we, so the,
We're assuming $1.5 million.
so how I calculated the 1.5 million and what that estimate would be, I looked at our existing 1% sales tax and what that generates, and backed out some of the exclusions, the pharmaceuticals, there's different types of exclusions within the home rule that's not on the regular tax levy. And I kind of did just a percentage ratio, and that's how I estimated the $1.5 million.
Okay. So,
Yeah, Tim, could you bring the mic a little closer to you or
Sure.
speak up just a little bit more?
Can't hear you, Tim.
Sorry, I'll speak up.
yeah, but again, I'm trying to, well, and I happen to be just one, I may be in the minority here, but I am sensitive to these sales taxes. I have two kids in Minneapolis where there's no sales tax. You go up to the Mall of America and there's no sales tax. It's, you go buy a pair of shoes for $150, it's $15 extra here and not up there. So, in Lake County, to Trustee Handler's point, there's a 2% difference. And so have we, I think there is, have we talked to the retailers about this, or are we just like pouncing on this and without their knowledge? I'm a little concerned about the impact to the retailers, I guess.
So there's, the policy discussion would need to happen here first, and then there would be, depending upon how the budget discussions go, there would be information shared with the business community. And if it is approved as proposed, it would be saying, we're implementing a home rule sales tax. This money is being dedicated to improve your district. It's going right back where you do business for the long term, and that's a sustainable funding source. And by the way, here are the comparisons. All of our neighbors around us, it's not creating, we're not the outlier with respect to the regional environment in Cook County. So Liz would be, and the manager's staff and the communications staff would be working with the businesses to explain it, and we'd be able to take questions, and then we'd bring it to you for approval after that. So that would be the engagement process.
Over the next month, that would occur.
Whatever amount of time it would take generally to do it, probably a couple of months.
But we'd have to approve the budget with that as part of it in early December?
Yeah. But you don't approve the sales tax would actually be a separate ordinance you'd have to bring.
Yeah.
So you'd be approving the concept in the budget, we would engage the business community, and then you bring back the ordinance approving the 1% sales tax.
And just,
A little dangerous.
right. and
Sorry.
Yeah, and, yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Well, no, I'm just surprised, we can't approve a budget that has you just said, balanced budget, identified sources, blah, 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 and here's $1.5 million that we're gonna have as a placeholder, and we won't have passed the budget because we're gonna get information back from our retailers. So I think we gotta get that sorted
Yeah.
out first. And
So obviously a new concept. It's tricky to get out ahead of the council and start talking to retailers. Of course, they're going to come and talk to you before the concept's been brought to you.
Well, no retailer's going to like this.
No,
so, I mean,
understood.
Let's just accept that as being a fact and focus on the issues more than anything. And I think this is a good jumping off point for us to get into the meat of the discussion right now. I want to make everybody, as you guys are talking about this and as you start to circle around some sort of concepts, 1.1 million for public safety baked into this sales tax. If we don't have an identified source, we're going to have to dig into, now remember, it doesn't mean taking out storm sewers because that's a different fund. We're really looking at the stuff that's in the general fund. So we have to find $1.5 million in the levy, which is, what do you projected the levy at? 19?
16 million.
No, 10%, right? So, but there's a line there. I mean, you can't drag stuff over the fence. You can't drag stuff from stormwater or from some other, or electric and dump it into the general fund unless you have some mechanism to do that. So we have to remember that we're kind of siloed as far as what what our sources are on this. So it really becomes a matter of what uses we can, we can get out of the sources we produced. This is $1.5 million as proposed. So let's throw it out there on the table. A, is it something you can support? B, if you can't support it, how do we fund what is clearly a necessary change in our service provision with respect to public safety? And I don't think there's anybody on the street that would argue with that. And, if we aren't going to go in that direction, how are we going to face the community and explain to them how we are going to adjust public safety in order to resolve their concerns that I've heard all summer long about increased police protection and more vigilance on the streets? It's on the table.
May I ask Tim one more question?
Sure.
It's, okay. Glencoe's tax on places of eating seemed to be an outlier, and I'm wondering how they got there.
Yeah, they're non-home rule.
Okay.
So the place of eating tax is available for a non-home rule community. And many non-home rule communities will use that taxing provision
Okay,
because they can do it without a referendum.
got it. Okay.
And Chris, and
Go for it, guys.
I appreciate your perspective on that for sure. And I don't think, at least in my mind, this is not, just one person, but this is not an all or none kind of a proposition. And that's why, back to Trustee Apatoff's points, maybe we crawl before we walk and we walk before we run on the sales tax. Maybe we don't start out at 1%. Maybe we start out at 0.5%, and we find, who is that? My phone is off. I don't understand that. Oh, that's my iPad. I'm sorry. Jeez, Rob. Can't do anything. I know, sorry. But, that's why I think that if we could find some other cost savings that might alleviate the size of that sales tax, maybe we start out at a little lower level and we kind of crawl into this a little bit. Because it is, I think it, rightfully so, I think if you're a business out there, and again, I don't really understand if I go online and I buy something from Chewy's versus Noah's Ark, I'm not sure exactly if that is apples and apples or not. You're saying
Yeah.
it is.
It's, there was paperwork, excuse me, there was email that went out over the last couple of days. Yes, that flow chart, the state has, made an attempt to level, they called it the Level the Playing Field Act between online and, local storefronts in terms of sales tax collected, with the goal of trying to get that destination rate. So if you bought, we looked at Apt as the big example. If you bought a TV at Apt, in the store, it's 9.75%. If you bought it online, I think previously it was only 6.25, but because of this act, you still pay the same sales tax rate online if you're in Illinois. Now, there's all sorts of, variances depending on, if the retailer has a presence in Illinois, if they don't have a presence in Illinois, if, it's what type of presence in Illinois, if they sell through a marketplace like an Amazon, or if they have their own dedicated small business website that they're, directly selling off of. But pretty much at a minimum, if people are in compliance with the law, they would pay at least the state tax rate of 6.25%, and in many cases, they would pay the exact same rate that they would pay in Winnetka.
Right. Tim, you want to talk about the use tax as well, briefly? Just concept.
Can we talk about some stuff? I'd like to get I know what you're saying. but-
It's another way, it's the out-of-state taxation.
So, the use taxes, again, that's the 6.25%. So if someone buys, an item, online from another state, they, at a minimum, should at least be collecting the 6.25% state tax rate, which is the same as the use tax rate. Previously, it was on, there was a line item on your property tax return that you had to declare, your online purchases, which I'm sure everybody, was very diligent on their online record keeping to pay that tax. But, that's how it, that's the goal of the Level the Playing Field Act. It is relying on compliance. I don't know how aggressive the state has been enforcing it. I would assume on your major players, your Amazon, your Walmarts, that they're pretty aggressive in enforcing that.
So the 1.5 million, 400,000 goes to the district revitalization fund.
So it's, so I mean, it is, yeah, there's, the entire $1.5 million is going into the Business District Revitalization Fund. That's the dedicated funding source for the Business District Fund. Previously, the dedicated annual funding source was the $1.1 million that came from the general fund. So we're pulling back that transfer into the general fund. So, yeah, so a net increase in funding, recurring funding to the business district would be $400,000.
So Tim, so the business funding, that's where, I mean, projects will come and go within that. Is that where streetscape would be, was funded? out of
Yeah, that's the
business district?
streetscape is
So-
funded.
So, well, the 1.5 would be a constant, you know, a constant inflow. The projects that it will fund will ebb and flow over time.
They will.
So, I mean.
I mean, we have, if you were to look, you know, at that fund, there's a pretty aggressive 5-year plan.
Yeah.
It's reliant heavily on what we have as future funding sources. That's the grants that you were talking about, that we're trying to find grants to fund a lot of these projects. But, you
Where I'm
know,
going with that is, you know, obviously, we could renovate our business districts forever, but there might be years where 1.5 might be more than we would have needed.
Yeah, it's
Otherwise.
interesting, because when you look at,
I mean,
we look at the capital improvement plan,
Yeah.
they've got 10 million.
It just grows,
plugged
I
in
know
for-
that.
And see, you have to throw some money in there just to make sure you're saving for a rainy day. That's how stormwater started 15 years ago. It was just putting little amounts in, little amounts in, little amounts in, and then finally the fund and everything else. But, and sometimes we have to go with matching too, right? I
Right.
mean,
Right. And there's projects that are out there that David will talk about in his business district discussion that we don't have a project estimate for yet. Elements of Green Bay Road, the Indian Hill District, and then to your point, once you're done building, what is the funding amount to sustain it? By the time we're done in 5 or 6 years, you're going to be coming back and replacing bricks. So there's a certain portion of
Illinois
maintenance, kind of like the stormwater fund we created when we did the utility. You have the amount that goes for capital, but there's a section of that rate that pays for operations and maintenance. And that's one of the things I found over my years here is that the operations and maintenance hadn't really been set up. So if we can set it up at the outset, then it's never going to deteriorate and we're going to be able to keep up with it.
So basically, one of the implications to building on Bob's point, if we didn't do a full percent, we don't have a full 1.5.
Right.
And we still want to fund the public safety, that just means we most likely would just slow down.
Yeah.
Or slow down.
There
some
are
of the
options
business.
here.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right,
Yeah.
I think that's it. I mean, if you did the sales tax and raised 1.1 million, and the community understands and supports, you know, increased public safety. 1.1 million, it alleviates that transfer from the general fund, and then we just have to work within the business district fund, revitalization fund, to work within that time frame, that amount over time. Maybe it slows something down here and there, but now you're starting out at a 0.65% sales tax versus
You do
1%.
You do 1/4% increments on.
building up your savings account.
You're just not
Yeah.
building it up
Yeah, you're
as
not.
much right away.
Trustee
right away.
Dearborn, you're limited to 1/4%.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you know,
so
3/4
yeah,
or whatever, you
3/4
know.
or half, or 0.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something.
So okay, go ahead.
I would really like us to get
Okay,
talking
so
about
bi-
the issue
well,
at hand rather
It-
than asking
it-
Tim more questions.
Okay, building on Rob's point about, I'm going to sort of call it tax and fee fatigue. I don't know how many restaurants, I'll use it, in our community are doing many are starting the automatic 20% tip that's large. I don't know how many are doing like the 3% service charge that many started during COVID. But I mean, I know that people in general are tired of seeing a lot of little taxes and fees adding on to each other. Granted, this is in line with other communities. It's still something I think we have to be cognizant of. I know people that will not go to buy something at the Apple Store in Old Orchard and will go to Northbrook Court because Old Orchard has added on that 1%. I know
Plus, they've
people that
added
won't
on
go
another
to
2 points
Evanston's.
for
Well, that's going to be
That-
closed in
We'll go to
about 6
Evanston
months.
because they have added I believe there's a tax built into restaurants for reparations. So I mean, the number of people that will make those decisions based solely on principle or whatever, I don't know. But the sentiment, I think, is pretty widespread that people are a little fatigued with nickel and dime taxes.
It's,
With that perspective, what are we going to do?
What are we
Well-
going to do?
Bob, I know you already have a plan, so the big question, and let's just get right to the meat of it, or we can stay here for an hour and then come to the same conclusion. What's the spread between 675 and 7.25? What does that produce on the pensions?
no, well, wait.
Well, it's a fair amount. That's a whole different
But
topic.
it isn't, because it's in the same
It
fund.
gives money,
Okay, but
provides funds.
before we go there, can we answer that question? Is the sales tax on retail sales the only lever we have? I mean, because it seems to me we have a fair number of professional services and other things that we don't tax, right? There's no business and use tax. For instance, in the states like Minnesota, Washington State, you have a B&O tax, not a sales tax. Or no, Oregon, it has no sales tax. So everybody drives from Washington State into Oregon to buy everything. Do we have those levers, or is our only lever a sales tax?
There's-
In addition to maybe changing the calculations on pension contributions?
So on the revenue side, there's the whole bucket of general fund revenues. There's sales tax, the sales tax rate. There's also, you can tax, like Netflix or streaming services. You can raise other fees to come up with different revenue sources. There's different options in terms of like raising revenue. Otherwise, it needs to be, reduced expenditures. Right?
So the professional services taxes, I'm not aware of that structure in Illinois. We'd have to go back and check. So,
Look, I understand why you guys came back with this, Rob. Because we're an outlier. We are the outlier.
yeah.
But it's a tax that,
That we're pretty much the only community in northern Cook County that doesn't charge
The 1%.
some sort of sales tax.
I get that, but I also.
I'm not promoting it, I'm just.
No, I know.
That's the fact, that we are the outlier by not charging any tax.
Right, but I also think, maybe this is a conversation for later, if Liz is going to speak of it. Maybe it's because I sit on the chamber and go to this, or I go to those meetings, I don't sit on the chamber board, but, I would hate to chill the kind of redevelopment efforts that we've had. Taxes, although we are the outlier, it can have an unintended consequence. We also, require fire sprinkling, and there's other things that, I don't know if we're an outlier on or not. I just think it's worth a discussion of, rather than just always going back to retail sales as the basis for increasing revenues, whether there's other ways to think about it.
I think, so there's, one more note on the sales tax. It is getting funded, the funding is going directly into the business district fund, which is different than a lot of the communities in that spreadsheet. Trustee Dearborn asked what other communities are using their sales tax, their home rule sales tax fund. Most of them are posting it directly into the general fund, so it goes into a pot of money that goes to all available sources. This is going directly in the business district fund at the proposed rate of 1%. It would actually increase the funding in their business districts, so their storefronts would remain, and the infrastructure in front of the storefronts would remain nice and update throughout the years. And I had one more thought on it, but it's kind of lost me. But
I guess I'd look at this as well. I know we want to handle this first, but as I look at all the tax stacking, I'm very worried about that. But I do think we know we can do this. And so maybe there's some other areas, like if you're asking me, do I want 2 more police officers on the street, or I want people to plug into the EV, it's
Easy
pretty
answer.
clear. EV is going to go. So I think we know we can do this. And I think I think there are a lot of other questions throughout the budget that we see how close, almost like last time, see how close we get. And you're right, maybe we can do 0.5% and do that based upon some hard choices that we should be making.
Can we be clear, though, that the underlying issue is we need more funds for public safety. That's what's necessitating this discussion, and we're talking about how do we then fund the business districts, right? So the real issue is actually public safety here. So maybe if we keep that at the core of it, right? This is a potential solution, but now we're, right, the shiny object now is the business
I
districts.
think the other point, Kirk, is there is a certain elegance to the sales tax with respect to the business district fund,
That there's a direct.
because there's a direct connection and a
relationship.
direct benefit. So the shoppers are benefiting from a much more pleasing environment and a much more vibrant environment and an active environment because we have a funding source to make those things happen. So there is some elegance to it that we should recognize that it's connected directly rather than something arcane.
But I might be, so just with the slide that's up there right now, what we're really talking about is we want to increase public safety by $1.1 million. That's just the, whatever the second to last bullet point up there. That's major issue number one. Issue number two is what you just said, Chris. We want to have a committed, whatever, connection between the business districts and the revenue that helps.
I'm not saying we want it. All I'm saying is that's
It would be,
the elegance of
right,
this
it would be
solution.
ideal if there was, so then it's consistent, guaranteed. It's not like we're moving shells around in our budget every year, right? So could we just say there's potentially two issues we're trying to deal with is increased budget for public safety and then a committed revenue source for business districts?
Right, but you can't, but the 1.5 million, again, is only alleviating, it's, the general fund has been providing $1 million or $1.1 million to that revitalization fund.
Yeah, I mean, yes. So that's the recurring revenue source. We've also been doing on an annual basis the last several years, an additional $550,000 transfer to the business district fund as well. But that's only plugged in for 2025 and not going
And
forward.
I do agree that the public safety cost should be in the general fund. I mean, that's where it should be, even though this 1.5 million is kind of covering that. It's just because you are moving dollars around between general fund and the business district fund. And Chris, you mentioned the pensions, and I asked about the pensions because ever since we were forced to offload our pension management, it's been a burr in my bonnet, I guess, that, you know, we don't. You're not alone. I know.
You are not alone on that.
We kind of control them. We think we've been told we control them, but I don't know that we totally control them.
Just got to fund them.
And we have to fund them. And so I wanted to just, for the purpose of a conversation, and Tim, your memo was great, and it rebutted sort of my thinking on this. I don't necessarily agree, but I think there would be some argument, someone could make the argument that the IMRF standards, you know, we always hear IMRF is 90% funded. Well, they're 90% funded because it's a different calculation than what we use for our funding calculation for public safety.
Yeah.
So we could sit here and we could say right now, you know what, we're going to always fund. I'm glad Rip goes back here. Just to be clear, the pensions will always be funded. They'll always be funded. We're just talking about
The rate.
you know, the contributions annually.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing is that IMRF is going to be going toward that 15-year amortization over the next 5 years, so that's going to be consistent with the public safety, and that the only difference is the discount rate, 6 3/4 versus 7 1/4. And if we decided today, and I guess I don't know that we can decide this today without a study, without going to the police and fire pension boards, et cetera, but if there was a commitment to consider lining those two up, that would free up about $600,000
Take some
cash flow.
Yeah, and we're aligned.
And again, I want to be the first to say, I don't want to balance our budget on the backs of the pensions. The pensions will always be funded. There's no question about that. But it sounds like they're kind of coming together. And if we said, you know, we're just going to do what IMRF does, you know, if they go to 6 3/4 from 7 1/4, we'll do that too. But being consistent, there is some elegance with that too, I think. And I don't know how we could incorporate a decision like that into this budget without going through the processes that make
Yeah,
sense.
we want,
I agree, Bob, I agree
I mean,
with you
every
on that.
time we've changed the the rate of return, we've done it here.
That's why I didn't
We've
understand.
done it here.
Yeah.
We don't have to go, you
So
know,
that-
we'll send that information back, but we've always done it here.
I kind of thought that,
So
but the
there's-
memo didn't suggest that.
Well, there's,
Well,
okay,
then-
there's a,
Alls I know what I've been doing for the last 8
Yeah.
years.
Yeah,
okay?
I
Should.
agree, Chris.
the,
Yeah.
so the way it works is the pension funds, they make a request, they do an actuarial analysis, they make their official request of funding based on their analysis, and they do utilize assumptions. And then the village, we can fund, you know, we can fund up to the state minimum threshold, we can fund twice the recommendation. The village has a lot of leeway in what they actually fund. But typically, in Winnetka, say for 2 years, the village has always funded the requested contribution. And that 2 years was right around COVID. We were going through a similar exercise like this, looking for things, and we deviated from the pension funds. It caused quite a bit of, you know, friction between the funds and the village, where there was always this kind of unified relationship. We got together, we worked with the presidents of the pension boards, we worked with the presidents, I remember, we discussed an appropriate funding rate, and they, you know, reformulated their actuarial analysis based on that funding rate. We got back on the same track. In the last 2 years, we've been on the same track. So one of the two big components of that rate was reducing from, at the time, was a 6.25% funded assumed rate of return. And also, we went from a targeted set date of 2035 to a rolling 15-year amortization. What that means is you're always, each year, resetting. And that rolling, that really does help smooth it out. The recommended increases, I don't have the exact number handy, but I believe it would have been an additional $150,000, you know, in absence of that rolling amortization. So there has been steps taken. And included in your packet, there was, you know, quantified, there was significant savings just from those moves alone. So it's not that you couldn't sit here today and just unilaterally say, nope, make the, you know, the levy recommendation this. I would just, you know, remind you that there was a process that the village board and the pensions kind of came to together to get to where we're at today. And typically, those actuarial assumptions, you know, you want to keep them, you keep them in place for a number of years. You know, the actuary says, you know, 4 to 5 years would be an average time period. So I think, I would say it's certainly something we can look at and kind of, you know, over the long-term horizon, but I would think,
We have the ability to make the decision.
Yeah, I don't.
Bob, I agree with your points.
I
really do.
don't necessarily feel like we're obligated to wait 5 years to see how it plays out. I mean, we went, the commitment to moving the management wasn't just fee reduction. It was also return related. You know, they can get into private equity, things that we couldn't do on our own. So the return assumption, I'm assuming the returns will be better over time. That was the whole idea.
yeah, so far it hasn't materialized.
I
know, I'm
understand,
not,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah, no, I
I'm just,
understand what
you
you're
know,
saying,
saying, you know, just transparently, like, it hasn't materialized. And, you know, I would say also the other note, while IMRF uses 7.25, the actual funds themselves, they do come up with an actuarial study that they have to, as part of the state minimum calculation. For their assumptions, they use the police pension fund is 6.75%, so we are in line with what the actual fund is saying that they can achieve. And then the fire pension, the investment fund, they're at 7.125% is their assumed rate.
There's something else we have to consider here, and it's more the market than it is Winnetka, but I think it's an important data point. If you looked at, and I'm sure you did, Bob, if you looked at the exhibits at the very back end of the, there was this analysis of all the various communities and their funding levels. More importantly was the percentage of differential, or what, I forget what the nomenclature is for that. But the interesting thing is, even though many of our surrounding communities, with the exception of one, Kenilworth, who really has a tiny fund when you think about who they're
Yeah,
pensioning
they have
there,
nothing.
outside of IMRF. But outside of Kenilworth, everybody is pretty much at that 7.25 rate. And the more interesting thing, when you go to those high rates, it's supposed to make your percent funded look better. But theirs are all worse than ours, even though we're a half a point below them. So the crazy thing is, we can play the math game and go 7.25. All of a sudden, we're like and I think I saw that they go back and forth, 80, we're in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Which is, most everybody else is in the 60s and low 70s. So I don't see the risk. I'm going to leave it at that because this is going to be your guys' budget,
You
not
don't see
mine.
the risk of what, Chris? Of doing that?
Yeah.
IMRF, going with the IMRF rate.
I don't see it, but it's not, again, I'm trying to be sensitive of the fact that this isn't a budget I'm inheriting, so
Yeah.
I want to make sure you guys are on board with that or find a place that you're comfortable at.
So what you could do, Tim, just so I understand and following Chris's point, we could fund the pensions at a dollar amount that would be consistent with IMRF standards, and then with the idea that we were going to go to the pension boards and talk about that we want to, over time, tie ourselves to the IMRF underlying actuarial standards,
So
practices.
they, the pension funds, their stance is, more funding now. That gives more money into the funds, greater chance for the rate of return. Over time, that's actually going to lower your tax levy because there's more money earning 6.75% versus in the villages where we can only get, as I laid out, 3.5%. That's their thought process. Reviewed as kind of, I'm not saying this is accurate or not, just the view would be, it would be kicking the can down the road, that we're not meeting the obligation. They went through a process, an analysis, through a full actuarial study with agreed upon parameters, and they're making their recommendation for the third year in a row based on those parameters. And I think they would feel, I think it would create, I shouldn't say I think, I know it would create some pushback by the
Right, and we've received that pushback every time we've changed the rate. And, I get stopped on the sidewalk by members of that board and dressed down, but at the same time, I always felt very comfortable that we have done our diligence on these things and just don't haphazardly raise rates. It's not like we're carrying 9% or 8% or anything like that, which a lot of communities still do.
That's archaic.
Well, they're going to the
Well,
same.
they're fooling themselves into
going to
thinking
the
they're
same
funded.
target practice that we have right now, the 15-year rolling.
IMRF
They're on a
is,
track
yeah.
of being there, so that wouldn't be a big change. It's really the 6 3/4 to 7 1/4 that's the issue. And again, I think we would absolutely want to go through the process and make our argument to the pension boards why this makes sense for the community at large. But it would help fund some of the initiatives that are tied to public safety as well. So, again, we're going to meet our obligations. This is not to balance the budget on the back of the pensions. That's not what it is. But and again, if IMRF went and they changed their standards and they went to 6 3/4, I would say we go back to 6 3/4. We just tie ourselves to them because that's the state pension that's done pretty well. It's been responsible. That's always my feeling when I've read about that fund. So why not? So anyway,
And we're in a better
we're looking
position.
for ways to.
We're in a better position to do that. I'm sitting here looking at the numbers, and people need to understand what the spread is. It's a big number. Well met.
What page are you on, Chris?
I'm on 438. It's about the 8th to the last page of the first book. You look at these numbers. Well met. They're at 50 and 64% funded with a 7 1/4 rate. Northfield, 60% and 62% funded with a 7 1/4 rate. Glencoe, well, you can't compare Glencoe because I guess you can. 56% with a 6.5% rate. But that shows how much trouble they were in and how much Kool-Aid they were drinking before they decided to get real, right, Rob? Kenilworth, 57% at a 6% rate. Ditto with them. Northfield, 65%, and they're at 6 3/4. If we drop to 725, or we raise to 725, we're currently at, I didn't circle all this, 76 and 71. that's going to have to push us up into the, I mean, again, it's a numbers game because I think the real dollars are what really matter here. But it's not like we're stepping out and doing anything that I would consider to be irresponsible or that isn't supported by the broader marketplace.
So again, where do we get the 6.75? Who I mean,
We did.
I'm just.
But it was
thinking.
actuarial.
So it was,
The actuary,
the
I mean-
6.75 was part of that process a couple years ago. We worked through the actuary of the funds, who's also the actuary for the state, you know, the consolidated investment funds of each pension fund for both the police and the fire. And we had them look at the rates and come up with a recommendation specific to Winnetka. The village and the pension funds agreed on this set of rates. So,
So Tim, just to put a bow on it, kind of, if the direction from the group was that we'd like to tie to IMRF over time and actually start now in a way in terms of funding, what would be the process in terms of meeting with the pension boards, being able to implement that in this budget? How would we do that?
so all right, so I'm the treasurer of the village. I'm also the treasurer of each individual pension fund. So it's kind of a unique position. In terms of doing it for this budget, I don't see where you're going to be able to do it within this budget, where you're going to get a meeting of the minds this soon, actuarial analysis, any type of things, you know, where you're going to come on to the same page. If you wanted to do it for this budget, I think you have the legal authority to fund whatever you want, as long as it's the state minimum, which is definitely below the IMRF standard and is below what is being proposed. So you can, that is your, you know, that's the village's responsibility to fund the pensions, and you have the right to not go with their actuary report.
The state
It
minimum
happens,
is the IMRF amount.
No.
no, the state minimum is not the IMRF.
Even
amount.
less.
It's even less, but that's based, I mean, the actuaries will tell you that's, you know, that's 90% funded at like 2040, that's not a minimum, that's, you don't want to get down to that level. I mean, that's, we just take that out. But I'm just saying, that's your legally required obligation on an annual basis.
So if we fund the IMRF amount that would apply to these two funds, is that 95% of the funding target, or?
So the IMRF,
Is one.
so that was in your pack of material, so the Winnetka Police
93.
Pension Fund,
93%?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And
So
then-
the funding rate for the police pension fund, for example, the recommended contribution is $1,441,000. At the IMRF interest rate of 7.25%, that goes down to $1,135,000. So a decrease of $306,000.
Can I ask a question? Or are we still?
No, he's got to get
Okay.
the other.
Oh, okay.
That's just one fund.
It was similar for the police pension, or the fire pension fund, here it is, $322,000. So combined it would be $628,000 by funding at the IMRF rate, utilizing all the existing pension fund assumptions that are in place.
And, okay, so we could do that, and then you would, and if the policy was that we want to get on the IMRF underlying actuarial assumptions going forward, you would go to the pension boards and make our case.
Again, I'm the treasurer of all three
I would go to
things.
the pension.
Okay,
No, and actually, I'll send you.
So I
there.
get,
so,
when I go to the pension board, you know,
gonna form a
they'll
committee of
beat me
one.
up and say, no, that you need to go back to the village and tell them this, and then that's why we have to eventually get the presidents on, if we want to get on the page. I mean, there are places where, you know, the village is paying money for an actual report, each pensions fund's paying for an actual report. Now we got this third entity, the consolidate, it gets messy. So that's why I think, you know, the recommendation as the treasurer of all three funds would be to try and tell, you know, if that's what you want to fund to, maybe the 2025 budget is not the year to do that, and you start a process, you know, throughout the next year of dialogue with them, so you can be on the same page for future budgets.
okay,
I'm
so,
not,
you know,
I'm not that respecting of those conversations. I'm sorry, because we really are opposed in a certain and we have to just accept that's part of the process. That there is going to be an opposition piece to the conversation, and that's just the way it works.
I have a question. If we did all of this with the funds, how much would we still need for the sales tax? Would we be half? And then just for thinking purposes, if there's any sales tax, is there a big difference in the mind of the people that are going to be paying the sales tax between 0.5 and 1? It might be that there is, like, oh, that's so small, I understand that. Or it might be that people are just mad that there's any tax. And another thing that, maybe this is for later in the conversation, but later in the conversation about that. But so anyway, that would be my thought. If we still need any sales tax at all, is going to 0.5% going to make enough of a difference in the minds of the retailers and the public to make up for whatever happens with the funding?
Plus, the department heads find another $600,000 or $700,000 of efficiencies.
Like
Man.
with big chunks, like EV or other things, yeah.
You know, we've got,
It's going to be primarily in the general fund, not the other
General
funds.
fund.
Yeah, so
Yep.
think of it as envelope accounting,
Understood.
right? You're really looking at the general fund, sorry.
Not
Oh,
looking
I'm
at
sorry.
capital.
So just to confirm, if we this year, which for the 2025 budget, would just choose to fund at the lower rate, because we would not, the timing is such, we could not necessarily get all the pension boards to agree to move to this new level. Next year, let's just say if the world is perfect and we do, then the cumulative effect, we're all caught up if we move to the 7.25 next year officially for budgeting purposes. That's what the actuarial report would show.
I'm not quite understanding. So if you want, if,
a year behind.
You'll be a year behind.
Yeah, you will have overfunded for this year based on that standard.
Not if we fund the lower rate, lower amount.
Yeah.
If you do the lower rate.
Lower
if
amount,
you do
that's
the
what I'm
lower
saying.
amount.
So now this year, we're making the decision, if we make the decision to fund the lower amount, next year, it's all, when we officially move to that
well,
standard.
again, now, so the village can fund to whatever level it wants.
Right.
It would be up to the individual pension funds whether they wanted to agree to that funding, or they could keep submitting on an annual basis with some
That's
sort
why
of
I was
letter
in
saying,
a
hey, we
perfect-
want,
They'd all agree.
you know, yeah, in a perfect world,
it's never
everyone
gonna
comes
happen.
together, we have a meeting of the minds, you know, they're happy, we're happy, and, you know, everything's good.
Okay.
But yeah, it's certainly within your right to fund at a lower than the actuarial determined
Right. The
level.
important
If
thing
you
to
want,
remember-
if, you know, you want to go through a process first, you could do that. I mean, there's, you know, different things you can do.
The important thing to remember is that we're going to be opposed no matter what.
Right.
We were opposed twice before. Who's ever sitting here gets beat up a little bit. It's not the end of the world, you know? I mean, a couple people don't like you anymore, but it's what was right for the community, okay? What we all agreed was right for the community. It's not a big deal.
And we're not picking an
But,
arbitrary rate.
No, it's right.
but
it's not
trying to,
arbitrary.
but trying to create peace between the two parties, the only way you're going to do that is to go back to 6.25.
You know, and there are two paths here that sort of, we have to go out to the community. We have to go out, if we do a sales tax, we've got to go to the retailers, we've got to do this process, and you'll have opposition, of course. But that's, you know, that's one funding path that you're going to have to get feedback and so on. And then the other funding path is going through the pension boards. I mean, so,
Yeah.
one way or another here, you know, we're,
Or we make the hard decisions and then accept whatever comes our way. That's the other option. Go ahead, Rob.
Can I offer another path?
Sure.
All right. It's round numbers now, right? So the history of funding the business district fund came from how we restructured refuse. Trustee Dearborn's completely right. Refuse used to be funded by $1.1 million tax levy, plus another $550,000 in general fund revenue, various sources, right? That all went to the business district fund. Obviously, we're trying to replace that funding source so the general fund is in better shape and can fund these extra expenses. One way to bridge this would be to not transfer $550,000 that's in this year's budget to the business district fund. That's your roughly $500,000 that we're looking for. go with Tim's recommendation of dialoguing with the pension funds so that you can get to the IMR rate of return collaboratively, because where we ended up was a collaborative process, right? With where we are now, the 6 3/4, 100% funded, 15-year rolling amortization was a collaborative process, and everybody felt like, okay, that's a place where we can settle. But if you eliminate that transfer this year, that solves that particular issue. So you don't transfer $550,000 from the general fund to the business district fund. That's that one piece. But you still need to figure out at what level do you want to fund the business district fund from sales tax. Make
So
sense?
that would, the 550 would be the offset to not do the pensions.
And that,
Yeah.
Get that conversation going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
perhaps for next year or whatever.
That's good. If you, when you get to the business district fund, you'll see, I mean, there is, there's,
It's levers.
yeah, there is fund balance, there's a lot of projects coming along that's going to deteriorate the fund balance. But for, the immediate time, there is sufficient fund balance to cover the 2025
Right.
projects without that $550,000 transfer.
Or you could look at a reduced sales tax rate.
I just don't see the issue. I mean, if this is something we think is fair and we're not picking a number out of the air, I'm not sure why we're waiting.
And it's
I
a
mean,
number that's
everyone's
supported by
Right, I
all of our
wouldn't-
neighbors.
It's not, yeah, it's not, yeah. So I guess I look at that and say, I'm not sure what the,
So you could do the
Every-
pension and what you're talking about,
yes,
Bob.
that's
Yes, you could
exactly
do
what I'm
both.
thinking
You got
about.
$1.2 million right there.
Right. And it's going, a lot of it is going to safety, which is important.
So for planning purposes, staff reasonably assumed that we
I
were
totally
moving
understand
ahead
why.
with the structure for funding the pensions and weren't looking to upset that at this time, but
This-
understand and respect where the council
This
wants
is
to
just
go.
part of the hard discussion to our retailers, to our residents, and to everyone. Everyone is kind of sharing that hard discussion.
And can I jump in a little bit? Just because this might all make sense, but I do not like the idea or take lightly the idea of being adversarial with our police and fire. I think that they're exceptional and we have a hard time keeping some of these spots full. We're losing officers. We're always talking about how are we retaining. I don't know if this plays into it at all. If it doesn't, that's good. But
It's a pension board issue, not
Okay.
a police department issue or a fire
I think the
Which,
fire
in the
know how much
pension
we
bill,
support them.
board is made up of residents in the community. Is that correct? That's not union, it's not,
So each,
right, I mean, so that's what
Not
I
just
think he's.
residents.
No.
the pension board, yeah, there's 5 members.
Okay.
1 retiree, 2 employees, and 2 who are appointed by President Rents at large. Members of the community.
Relative to going through the process of engaging with the community on a proposed sales tax increase, could part of this be a more thorough analysis of how are these taxes generated versus local, or local versus, let's say, virtual or online?
Yes.
Or is that just information that's almost impossible to ascertain?
The local versus online, I think I can get that. As far as, street behavior of, any individual decisions, that type of thing, on what, who's going to start making more online purchases because there's an extra 1%, that obviously we could not get.
I
but I
feel taking a very methodical approach and a community-centric approach to that analysis and that engagement is going to be important.
It's a good idea.
Any
We
of
have
us-
30 days.
Yeah, none of us, I don't feel comfortable about just unilaterally saying, let's just go ahead and tack on a 1%.
The hard part of the job. Remember, we only have about 30 to 40 days before we have to approve a budget.
And I'm proposing, or I'm suggesting that we don't try to rush that.
And we're going to have the department heads come up. But I think that in the 8 years that I've been doing this, and you longer, Chris, and the others as well, I think the 2 guys over there have never had any pushback on any request for public safety, fire, police, ambulances, equipment, HVAC.
Well, Swerk didn't like the HVAC so much, but
HVAC, so, I think everyone sitting here, and I know there's never, there's never pushback on providing what the guys need, the guys and gals need.
And the world needs to know that we are one of the most responsible pension funders in the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
There are very few people, dollar for dollar, on an equalized basis that can boast being so heavily funded to the pensions. We are way, look at these, just look at that page.
Yeah.
436, we are so far ahead and have been so careful to make sure we're taking care of our employees that I don't feel these small moves are anything more than just a little
Refinements, sort of.
rebalancing and
Yeah.
finding our
And
way to a better
To
place.
Bridget's point, and again, it's a point really well made. The support around this table for the police and fire is just 110%. I mean, there's no question about that. This is, to Chris's point, this is just numbers moving around. Again, I think IMRF, it sounds to me like they're sort of shifting their stance. They're going to this 15-year amortization over time. So, they might be reducing their discount rate at some point.
They did already.
They did already?
They were at 7.5.
They were at 7.5 and they went to
So it
7.25
could be coming down.
about 4 or 5 years
All I
ago.
think is that we just lock on to what they're doing, and we'd kind of be
easy.
we would kind of be taking the unilateral subjective decision making out of our hands on this if we just had a policy of, we're just going to go with the big fund, and they seem to have run it really well. That's the argument I would make to the pension boards, is that we're just, we're getting in line. And so, anyway, I would hope it would not be perceived in any way, shape, or form as a negative toward our public safety employees.
And it isn't.
So,
Can I get back to this? And I agree with all that, but I feel like and maybe this is some of the issues that we're dancing between this issue of the online sales tax assumptions, because now we have the state law that's supposed to equalize it, right? The state's supposed to be collecting a greater portion of Amazon online orders. I think maybe what some of the questions were, are we confident in the assumptions of what we think a sales tax increase would gather, so it wouldn't just be on the backs of retailers? Because, I think we all see the Amazon truck in our neighborhoods 4 or 5 times a day, right? I mean,
Yes, there is some data on the existing 1% rate that I can gather, that I think I can get a broad percentage of what our total storefront sales tax rate is versus online, and get some broad categories.
I'm not so worried about and I think this is where maybe the nuanced discussion got lost. I'm not so worried about how much is like taxed against residents, or, is a 0.25% sales tax potentially could raise more than enough. Not that we want to go there, because I think we're going down the path of avoiding that, but just because we're underestimating online sales. Like, I don't know if we really have a sense of how much sales tax could be generated because of the volume of online sales.
So
Like, do we have from our neighboring communities that have a sales tax? Do we know how much they're getting from online?
we have, again, the 1% that is in place already, we have the data of how much we ourselves
Okay.
are getting online. I don't have the number handy. I can gather that number.
It's okay. I mean, it sounds,
1% includes all sources, right?
Yeah.
Internet or Amazon
Yes.
and storefront.
I mean, I think we're going down a path of trying to avoid, that aspect, but I was just kind of curious. And and maybe that has to be tightened up in your future years.
So what we could do, Tim and Rob, what we could do to avoid this, we could make an initiative to investigate the sales tax for a source going forward, get more information, the impact, who's paying it, blah, blah, blah. And in the meantime, we could adjust our pension contribution and also get on the path of working with the pension boards to try to get them comfortable tying to IMRF. We could reduce the transfer to the business district fund. So now you're at $1.2 million, and the department heads, or we could find $300,000 elsewhere. And there's our $1.5 million, and we could walk out of here with some plans for going forward.
Remember, the the extra 300 to 400,000 was an increase base funding source to the business district fund. You wouldn't necessarily have to do another $300,000 to $500,000 worth of cuts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I
well,
mean,
the ambulance was meant, we're going to buy the ambulance. I mean,
Big ticket item.
that's,
But you
so,
wouldn't have
so
to-
you
you
could do
wouldn't have
those two things and you cover it?
that would be the 1.1 on the sales, yeah.
And then we just have some work to do going forward.
That works for me.
Adjourn.
And I want, look, at this point, I want to apologize to everybody in the room because, you know, as I came in here this morning, I knew that this was going to be the big discussion. And it doesn't serve the community well, it doesn't serve the people at the table well, or even you guys at the end of the day, if we're doing that at 4:30 in the afternoon on a Friday. I wanted to make sure we had this conversation when everybody was fresh and we weren't. It's a long day for everybody, okay? And I wanted to make sure that we had our best intellectual resources available to do this. Does that sound like a plan? Kim?
Sounds good to me.
Kirk, you okay with that? Tina? Yeah. Okay. Well, good. Now we can start the show.
We take a break.
Yeah, okay.
One last comment is that some budgets are pretty straightforward and clear, right? Bob, you sat through some that it's pretty stable. I think what you've seen now is, you know, the effect of COVID, effective inflation, how this is rolling out to the funds, pressure on infrastructure costs, how do we sustain this, right? So this was a great discussion, but we, as staff, felt like we didn't have a choice but to bring these issues to you and let you debate them and figure out what's best policy-wise.
That's what makes the process so great.
Right.
I mean, and that's why we do this
Some are easier,
on a
some are
Friday
harder.
afternoon,
Yeah.
so that we can really work through it.
Okay.
And maybe,
All right.
maybe there's still some savings to find where the levy could come down from 3.4 to Mr. Heck's point.
Yeah. The easy job is to
I
say,
won't
let's
buy
just
into
go ahead
that.
and tax everybody.
Hey, recess, please.
I'm just mentioning.
Take a 5, great.
Opportunity to present the budget for the Public Affairs and Village Manager's Office. The Village Manager's Office organizational chart shown here contains 8 full-time positions and 1 part-time position. New this year, the Sustainability Coordinator position is included in the Village Manager's Office. Previously, this position had been planned in the Engineering Department. At this time, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the entire Village Manager's Office staff, Ann Erickson, Lizzie Storkman, Liz DeChant, Barina Grajan, and Josie Clark for their contributions to assisting me with formulating the VMO 25 budget. Let's talk about some of our accomplishments in 2024. The Winnetka Music Festival, held in the East Elm Business District, was a success. The 2-day event brought over 12,000 people to Winnetka. The Farmers Market broke attendance records this year, bringing over 2,800 attendees and over 50 vendors per week at its peak this summer. Staff worked with the Winnetka Northfield Glencoe Chamber of Commerce, the Winnetka Park District, and UP to renew a license agreement for the use of the Elm Street Metro Station parking lot and Station Park. Council conversations, where individual members of the council engaged in direct conversations with residents, continued this year. Thank you to Trustee Kim Handler for organizing that, and for all the trustees that signed up to engage with the community. In 2024, we continued to support local businesses through technical assistance and grand openings, attract new businesses, including Hewn Bread and Smith's Men's Clothing Store. In 2024, we also had great continued success in recruiting new businesses. Since 2020, 92 businesses have opened or expanded in Winnetka, including 18 new restaurants, 49 retailers. 70% of the businesses that opened are women-owned, which is almost double the national average. Outdoor dining on Chestnut Court continued through formal license agreements. In human resources, I wanted to share some of our metrics so far this year. We have reviewed 1,521 online applications. We've conducted 152 individual interviews, and we've had 24 distinct recruitments in addition to an entry-level patrol and fire medic testing process and the police commander promotional process. In communications, we are in the final stages of an updated, refreshed website redesign, which will be live by the end of this year. And as Rob mentioned in the village clerk's office, we've had great success with our new FOIA portal, which was implemented in February, with being on track to be ahead of last year's 666 FOIA requests. I'll let you read into that number what you want. But for a total staff cost of $72,827. Let's turn to our 2025 goals and objectives. In public affairs, we want to support safe and fun community special events. In economic development, continue to support existing businesses, attract new businesses, and encourage expansion and development. In communications, continue to create timely, effective communications engaging our stakeholders. In human resources, recruit, train, and retain our high talent workforce. And new this year in sustainability, create a strategy for implementing the sustainability pillar of the comprehensive plan. Key budget items in the 2025 budget. We are enhancing our security and sponsorship of the July 4th and Music Fest events, providing funding for legal services, our new FOIA software. In communications, our planned newsletters, the Winnetka Report, and social media monitoring. In economic development, sponsoring our local events, supporting our vibrant business districts, supporting the chamber and business groups, co-advertising campaigns, and continuing our active recruitment of new businesses and developments. In human resources, 2 police entry-level tests, a fire test, recruiting and retaining our high-talent workforce, training and wellness initiatives, and then we'll be onboarding our new sustainability coordinator, which I am pleased to report we are in the final stages of our pre-employment process and should have an announcement on that position soon. And finally, looking overall at public affairs and village manager's office budget, there's a 13.5% increase over the 2024 budget. And the primary driver of this is the allocation of the sustainability coordinator position to the manager's office, which was previously budgeted in the engineering department. So at this time, I'd be happy to take any questions on this budget.
I had a quick question on, not just curious, the 646 FOIA requests. Wow. Is that on, I mean, are like 600 of them on one topic, like something, controversial now that's in the, or is it truly spread? How is it focused?
So we could absolutely provide some analytics to council by department because we do track that. There are many requests that are very routine in nature. I would like a copy of the police report for this date. There are commercial requests. I would like a list of all the building permits that were issued as of this month.
And is that what the FOIA software will help you do more efficiently?
So what the FOIA software does to enhance the efficiency is it allows the requesters an online portal that makes making the request easier. And then on the back end, our staff all uses the portal to respond. And the enhanced feature of the tracking of the costs is new and really important for us to understand the impact.
Okay, thank you.
Kristen, with that staff time, obviously, this is taking away from something else.
Yes.
People have to spend the time. Or have we gotten to the point where we baked in some time allotment in whoever, the people that are responding into their jobs?
So certainly it is a job responsibility in the job description. Every department has a FOIA-trained officer that leads the response from their department. And then Barina is our central FOIA officer who oversees the entire function. What's hard to plan for is you don't know how many are coming in at what time. So it's very much managing your normal workflow when you have those spikes and unexpected FOIAs that can be multiple asks in one FOIA. So what isn't revealed in that data is that's the number of unique requesters. One requester could ask for 10 different items.
Oh, so the 646 is just unique requesters?
Just unique requesters. So the other important aspect in managing the workflow of a person who's responsible for FOIA is there is a deadline. You must respond in 5 business days. So when you have your work plan, FOIA has to go to the top of the list because of those critical deadlines.
Something falls off, which is.
Yeah.
Something has to wait.
So in our office, one of the items, long-term projects we want to work on is record retention and how we take our old paper records and digitize them. That hasn't even been able to be started.
Well,
That's one example of a project that we need to do, but just can't get the time for it yet. Kristen, I don't know if there's any, is
no,
that a good example?
that's a good example.
One of my, one of my questions was looking, two things I think are worth noting. The level of FOIA requests before the software was also very high. So that was within about 620, I think you said. So some people might take away that the software and the online portal has made it easier for FOIA requests. It's just made it more efficient for the village by implementing this process. One of the questions I had, though, was given the amount of staff time, so I'm thinking about how we handle in my company document retention. Should we start thinking about a full FTE, a full-time employee who is the lead FOIA request responder? You still have to have people trained in each department because it seems like it is getting close to being a full-time job for one person. That's one question for the future. Secondly, let's just be very clear. This is the cost of a transparent governmental functioning properly. It's not just a business expectation or customer service. This is a cost of transparency that, regardless of what's happening in our world, that seems to be the increase. And then third, in terms of some of these, as you said, are like police reports or number of permits pulled, which could come from other governmental agencies or other things. Is there a way do we have certain people, or is this not appropriate for us to know who are the frequent requesters? Are there residents, does this data, if we can do data analytics on this now, is there some data we should be pulling and starting to maybe reach out to people and say, hey, instead of burdening the village government with FOIA requests, is there something we can do to sit down and, have a conversation? Tried that, okay. But maybe we should kind of make that public, right? If it's public information, if there's certain, residents that are continuing to file FOIA requests, maybe we should, I'd like to know who those people are, So anyway, just some thoughts.
One of the features of the FOIA portal is the ability to make public all of the requests. And some villages have made that policy decision that they're going to list every requester and provide the response on the portal. So we just have not moved to that level yet, but it is an option if it's something that the council thinks would be beneficial. A final note I'll make is the time isn't just accessing the document, finding it in our records. It really is reviewing it and redacting it for the information that's private or confidential, and appropriately saving the document removing that sensitive information before it's provided to the responder in compliance with the statutes.
Does that mean legal has to touch each of those 646 requests? or-
Not
No.
everyone. Some of them we know.
Yeah.
We're trained where we know which, critical private information that can't be shared is kind of a standard
great.
process, but it's the amount of time it takes to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
But some will require legal review, for sure.
Okay.
On that point, though, are you seeing this idea of in the future posting FOIA requests and responses? Do you see like duplicative or redundant requests come in? And do you think that that would be something we should think about doing because it would reduce the number of requests that you're getting because a lot of people are talking and they're all asking the same thing?
We have seen some duplication, but the overwhelming majority are unique requests.
Kristen, quick question on the legal expenses that are in the budget, and just so, I'm not sure I understand. It looks like, I can't tell which are Elrod Friedman, because I see they're allocated by department, but then there's, like on page 49, there's outside legal counsel, and then there are other items that are just legal services.
Right, so good question. The retainer for Elrod Friedman is actually budgeted for in community development. So when David presents his budget, that's where you'll see that data. In the village managers and in human resources, we also have legal services for collective bargaining related to the labor attorney. That is what you're seeing in this budget.
So outside legal services is one category on page 49, and then there are a couple in the respective departments that are just called legal services. Is there a difference between outside legal services and legal services?
So legal services generally means Elrod Friedman. There are village attorney, and any firms that we would use outside of Elrod have that nomenclature of outside legal services.
So are those legal services within your department, is that an allocation from the 200,000 of Elrod Friedman, or is Elrod Friedman 200,000 within community development?
So yes, when we get to the community development department, David can cover the details in community development.
But is that, I guess, is that an allocation?
No, it's not an allocation.
That's
Yeah,
over and above?
This is over and above. We have village prosecutor services, and then there's some legal expenses that are related to that for administrative adjudication. And then the labor attorney for, and then there's, on occasion, a labor issue will pop up where we'll need attorney services to deal with that. So there's a little bit of money in there for that too, as well as collective bargaining issues that pop up with respect to the 3 unions that we have.
So you have a retainer, a monthly retainer for Elrod Freeman. And then in addition to that, you have hourly, you're kind of estimating the hourly amounts that you will be charged for one-offs.
Yes.
Okay.
So say hypothetically, there was a lawsuit against the village, hypothetically. Would that additional legal expense run through your department, or where would that run through? And have we budgeted for that?
Yeah. So those would be primarily handled by Elrod Friedman. And then there's special matters. There's an additional line item, I believe, in community development to take on those extra expenses.
So we'll see that.
We'll see
when
that,
David-
right. And it's an estimate. And if there's, overages, we cut back in the budget or look to contingency.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
Okay. Any other questions?
You haven't told us where you found $25,000 of savings. It's nothing?
$25,000 of savings.
No, we're trying to chip away at that levy a little bit.
So one comment I will make in all seriousness is our approach to the departmental budget is zero-based budgeting. So every budget cycle, we have to go in as department heads and defend our budget to the budget review team, Rob, Tim, Dell, and myself. And you start with zero. So you have to put in your budget only what you need to do the services that are allocated to you and your department. So in HR, we do have fluctuations, right? Because some years we have new supervisors that need to be trained. We have 2 police entry-level tests some years that we need to budget and plan for. Commander promotional process, that's not every year. So we don't take what we had last year, our starting point is 0, and we do take it very seriously.
I was glad to hear that. Not many companies do it, much less government bureaucracies. So it's a wonderful practice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so, and I think our number that we cut at the department level is over 750,000, Tim, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So our bruises have just healed from that departmental budget process. But at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dell Duckworth, our Assistant Finance Director, and she will be presenting the finance budget. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the finance budget to you this morning. The finance section of the budget can be found at tab 5 of your binder. This slide shows the finance department's org chart. In the finance department, the staffing has been consistent from year to year, with a few exceptions. The full-time IT manager, Bill Rossler, retired from the village after 30 years of service, and our previously vacant accounting manager position has been filled by Kathy Seraput. The finance department has 9 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Here's an overview of the functions of the finance department. We strive to provide exceptional services to both external and internal stakeholders, apply modern financial management services, safeguard village financial and technological assets, continue to improve IT practices and cybersecurity, achieve a continued financial strength, provide an accurate financial information in a timely manner, maintain maximum transparency, and provide financial direction and support to other departments. I'd like to discuss a few of the department's accomplishments over this past year. We continue to affirm a AAA bond rating. We've achieved the Triple Crown of GFOA awards for the excellence in our budget, audit, and PAFR. We've completed the audit with an unqualified audit opinion and a clean management letter, which means no internal control deficiencies or material weaknesses were identified. We have fully implemented ExecuTime, the new accounting software in partnership with the village manager's office for all departments except for police, fire, and water and electric, which are currently in process. Additionally, we worked on advanced metering infrastructure bid and proposal process in partnership with the water and electric department. We anticipate having a vendor recommendation to the council later this month. On the grants front, we have had some significant successes and noteworthy progress this year. The full list depicted on the slide includes DCEO grants for stormwater projects, CDS, which is a congressionally directed spending program through the Office of Congressman Snyder for Green Bay Trail. In addition, future anticipated grants include $21.2 million in FEMA funding for flood mitigation and a little over $500,000 in DOT funding for EV charging stations. We are in an application process for a little over $1 million from the Great Lakes RCPI for improvements to the water and electric plant. Lastly, on the grants front, we have anticipated funding in 2026 from the SCP grants for roadway improvements to the tune of nearly $5.5 million. A few other accomplishments for the Finance Department in 2024. We've completed another cybersecurity tabletop exercise, which was started in 2022 as part of the incident response plans to cyber events. The Finance Department has worked with our utility funds and water and electric and stormwater on rate analysis and financial planning for capital items in the upcoming years. Finance also acts as a central purchasing agent for the village. We help support other departments with requests for bids and proposals. Already this year, we have helped issue over 20 bids and 8 proposals, which help the village secure competitive pricing for large ticket items and services. Some goals for the next year for the Finance Department include continuing to seek out grant opportunities at the local, state, and federal levels. We will continue to work to safeguard the village's financials and continue to enhance cybersecurity initiatives and technological assets, prepare and manage the 2026 budget and 2024 audit, provide financial analysis to the utility funds to identify sustained funding for long-term infrastructure needs. We will continue to apply for and win the GFOA budget, audit, and PAFR awards. This slide shows an overview of the Finance Department's total budget, which is just north of $2.5 million. This reflects a 16% increase over prior year's budget. The main driver of that increase is the AMI project, which you can see there in capital outlay. However, the total operating expense increase is 4.5%. The Finance Department has one new major budget initiative this year. The new budget initiative highlighted here is the Advanced Meter Reading Infrastructure Project. The total budget for the project is $4.2 million, of which $250,000 is budgeted in the Finance Department. Currently, our water and electric meters are read manually. The new automated system would be much more customer-friendly. It'd be less intrusive, as there would be no on-site meter reading. The new system will have real-time online utilization reports and advanced leak detection, which can help alert customers to possible leaks much quicker and provide a better level of customer service. AMI would eliminate the need for estimated bills. The new metering system would also allow for automated final readings with the ability to provide quicker responses to utility consumption requests by having the information available when the resident would inquire. And lastly, the new metering system is an environmentally friendly green initiative. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions on the finance budget.
Thanks, Del. Good job. Any questions for Del?
I got a quick one. The advanced leak detection, because I had a neighbor, how does that work? Is it like unusual fluctuations, or you talk about actual on-site you can sense on gas and things like that?
So for the advanced leak detection, that's, so each resident will get a new water meter. And then it'll.
You're talking water leaks, right? Okay.
Yeah, water leaks. It's not natural gas.
Just water, okay. All right.
Just water. And it's just based on metrics. And if the system senses that over a period of like 24 hours, you've used,
So it's
continuous
fluctuations or?
usage of water, because
Yeah.
if there was a leak, your meter will be running continuously, and most people don't have water running continuously for 24 hours, it'll kick off an alert.
Okay.
And you can play with the parameters to make it more sensitive or less sensitive.
That's great.
Versus now, it's a 2-month billing cycle for residential.
We'll see
You
you
had
in 2
a leak on day one.
Yeah.
You could, in theory, go 60 days.
Especially with
without
people not in town
realizing
for
it.
months at a time. The other more important one, that's important, but the grants. I mean, I know we talk about head count for little, important things, but I'm not sure how much more we're doing that's more important than getting these grants, because those are dollars that our residents would have to be paying otherwise. And do you have somebody who scour, I mean, it's a remarkable job you guys have done so far. Who scours these? As I look at the grants and where they are, and especially on green initiatives and things, is there a consultant we're using? We just kind of do it internally?
We tried the consultant many years ago, and it frankly just didn't work.
Really?
We feel like we best understand the operations of the village, so we've made resources available to ourselves. We keep a keen eye out for opportunities, and some of that comes through the state, some of that comes through the Fed. Tim's point for our organization has done a nice job of vetting out these grants, other than the stormwater funding that came from the Illinois Capital Bill. But we all keep an eye on it. We'll start the day in the morning, we'll read the newspaper, say, oh, there's some federal environmental money. What could that do for us, right?
Yeah.
And then we do get notices. Tim, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I do take point, but it is truly a team approach, because, police department might get notices on different grants that are applicable to police, fire for fire, other different departments. We do work with various consultants as well. Strand was very integral in putting together the applications for the FEMA grants, and did a lot of work on that. We're working through that RCPI initiative, and they have, as part of that initiative, they have professional grant writers that will help us, when we cobble together our projects, that will help us find grants and also help us write the grants as well. So it's,
I guess I look at this and say, if we didn't have those grants, it would be a very different discussion in this chamber right now. It would be, we would either be doing things like stormwater, or there'd be residents with pitchforks and torches outside for the number of, how we'd have to raise our.
The interesting thing,
Taxes.
Rob, I used to think the same thing. For all we've done in stormwater now, and we haven't had to use the reserves that we originally thought we would be using.
Yeah.
6, 7 years ago when we started out on this. It would have probably been overall, let's say we finished the west side, $10 on the stormwater utility. We still haven't hit the $30 mark that the community bought off on in 2011. I mean, which I think is phenomenal. That
Yeah.
2013, yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, at that point in time, we all witnessed a room of 300, 400 people standing up and everybody raising their hands saying, $30 a month, I'm on board. And so we haven't even hit that threshold yet 10 years later. So there are other ways to
Right.
do it, but the good news is every time we get a grant, it's less money that we have to put in here.
Right.
So,
That's great.
and there, and don't be mistaken, there's a political aspect to this whole thing too. So, it's just, it's a multi-pronged approach when you go out looking for money.
So, nice job. Keep it up.
Yeah.
Do you mind, just on that point, for my benefit, and I've asked this probably last year, but for the public as well, whoever's watching, what is the process when we budget for an item with the knowledge that there is potentially grant money, right? Because we can't budget with the assumption we're going to get a grant. We have to budget for that. We pursue, after the work is incurred or the costs are incurred, we pursue the grant, we get the funding, then what happens, right? I mean, it's an easy example, $22 million. Well, what happened with that $22 million that was budgeted?
So, I mean, in any given year's budget, we might have a grant supporting a project. So that project does not go unless, the grant is fully approved. So in this year's budget, we have the EV project that's tied to the grant. If the grant does not materialize, the project won't go until the grant materializes. Unless it's something that's, we deem that was truly necessary, then we come back to the council with a discussion and say, the funding source that we anticipated was not there, but we need to move forward, and we found, this way around it. Or we move it to the next year and put it in the pot of projects to discuss here. Longer term, as we build grants into, the future, the plan is, those projects are supported by those grants, and if they don't go, if the grant doesn't materialize, then we have to find another funding source. If we actually, there are examples where we do break ground on a project where we know there's a grant, and that's the stormwater, that's the 7 million, the 16 million. We've allocated that into cash flows, so it shows rolling in after the fact. But we wouldn't break ground on that unless we knew that that grant was a reimbursable grant, so that we're not stuck, holding them back.
Necessary projects, like the must-do projects where grant money is found money, so to speak, after the fact.
Then that would be, I guess, a nice, if the project's important enough, it had to go, and we had funding, then the grant is kind of a nice to have, then that would go into the fund balance. And then when we did the next 5-year plan, we determined how to allocate that fund balance, keep accumulating reserves or dedicate it to a different project.
Got it, thank you.
A good example, Kirk, just to clarify, we had no grant funding when we started stormwater, none. And there wasn't even any on the horizon that we could identify. A lot of, maybe this, maybe that, but nothing. And as the you've got fund balance, and that's what the fund balance is for, is to pay for the projects. So we went into action and recognized that on the long-term spend, that we would use up all the fund balance at some point in time. And we started thinking about ways of replenishing. Bob would ask every year, right? And, because the question was, are we going to have to deal with fees this year, or are there other sources out there that are going to preclude having to ask for additional fees? So that's kind of the way it works, that's why all that conversation about the million in the downtown revitalization, building up the balance so that we have some powder for the project, maybe not all of it, and then we can start looking for the grant money to fill the gaps.
To your question about budget approval, think of the CIP as your plan. So this is your first stage of approval. Second stage is as these projects come back one at a time, and they don't come back unless they're funded. Or if they have to be deferred, they're brought back for that discussion. So it's kind of at least a two-step approval process.
Yep.
Well, Chris, to your point, I remember years ago reviewing stormwater, and it was, the fund was going to support it, the general fund was going to support it, and then there was a little delta at the end of $9 million.
$7 million, yeah.
$7 million, was it? And then the grants come along, and so that project didn't go ahead without a game plan. And I think that councils of those years, and Tim was very involved in this, of course, made every effort to get that general fund. You'll see the general fund started to go up, knowing that it was going to be drawn on. So, I mean, these grants are fantastic. I mean, it's great work, but the planning was in place to do it without the funding, without the grant funding.
Right.
And that, I think, is the key. Del, just a couple questions. When is the AMI, when can someone expect that to be at their home, up and running? Where are we on this?
So right now, we're in the contract phase. So we've went through a process where we did an RFP, and we've got vendor submittals. We have a staff recommended vendor, and we've gone through like kind of the final negotiation process. And it's taken a while to get, it's a very extensive contract, and it's taken a while to kind of dot the i's and get a meeting of the minds between the attorneys and the back and forth. We are very close. We anticipate bringing it in November.
This
This
month?
November, yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, and then the project would kick off next year, and it's in the budget as if you recall, we had it last year as a 3-year budget. We're carrying forward the budget, making it a 2-year project. They can go, just a sneak peek that, this vendor, they can go as fast as we want to release them, basically. So, but we have it slotted still as a 2-year project, carrying forward the budget from last year.
And so we have 2 meter readers, and those are going to be in place for, I mean, they might be doing different things over time or whatever, but
They'll be transitioned
They'll
out
be
of that,
transitioned,
out of those responsibilities.
but we'll see. Okay, got that.
They're budgeted for the full year, the meter reader.
They're budgeted for the full year. Will some of us have an advanced meter in our home this year, next 2025?
That would be the goal, that we'd start.
Bob's volunteering.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm glad that you brought this up, because last year I got a letter from someone saying I need to come in your house to change your meter for this advanced metering, and I asked here, is that us? And was told, no, I don't know what that is. I got it again, and I'll bring it back after the break. And so somebody's trying to get in my house to change a meter, but we're not there yet.
The village for water and electric is not there. It's possible it's your gas meter, or there are, utility scammers out there who
Yeah.
pose as ComEd and say, well, hey, I need to check something out and whatever, and program to sell you. That has
Or the
nothing
meter
to
that
do
you
with it.
have from us is aging out, and it's time to replace the existing
Right,
infrastructure.
I'll bring it in after the
bring it in.
break.
Yeah.
one last question, sorry, Tina. The contingency, and maybe you can expound, the contingency, 300,000, it wasn't used last year, which is great. It's 13-14% of the entire budget for the department. Why 300,000? Why can't that be 150,000 or something like that?
So 300,000 is the level we've done. We've typically have been pretty good about not having to use it. We did have to use it in 2020, and we actually went over it in 400,000.
There was
a year, a couple years ago, where it was higher. It was 650,000. So it's rotated. We feel 300,000 is, a good level for this
Yeah,
year's budget.
as a percentage of the entire general fund, it seemed to be, as we looked at potential risk, whether those, for example, you were mentioning legal fees, if there's other unanticipated expenses, that would be the place it would go, and we'd bring that back to council. So is there an exact science to it? No. Is our comfort level at 3? Yeah.
So this is an allocation of the total general fund contingency. Is that, or do you
Yeah.
set it for each department and then it just adds up for
It's
what?
the whole
It's the
general
whole
fund.
general fund.
So you think that whatever the general fund is, a million, I can't remember the number.
What are we at, 20?
7 million, I believe.
Okay,
Yeah.
contingency.
Contingency. And so for financial control, you want the contingency in the finance department.
Okay. So that's,
Yeah.
okay. It seems kind of high for this department, but
It's not just for it's for the entire general fund.
that's for the entire general fund.
They're the keeper of the,
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
good enough.
yeah. I wouldn't even put it in our budget, keep it in finance.
Keep it in front. Yeah, okay.
Just a quick question, maybe this is with Public Works. Do we anticipate greater revenues with AMI? Like, do we have leakage in the system that we think will have better capture of water use? And so
yes.
that the water fund will actually
Yes.
collect more money?
Newer meters should, yeah, there is, the meters slow down over time. We do have a replacement program. So it's not like all of our meters are 20 years old. We have replaced a portion of them each year along the way. But yeah, as you replace an older meter, especially, and I don't know, Nick, how many mechanical meters are out there versus a digital meter, or an analog meter, if you replace it with a digital, you'll definitely pick up more usage.
Okay, so we'll have a,
So there would,
We'll lose money on all that leak detection, though.
yeah, I'll do that.
It's probably, the increased revenue seem would be more on the water side.
right.
Yeah.
Older water meters are metal, and they have moving parts that will actually slow down over time. These new meters are plastic and they're acoustic, so they have no moving parts. So you will see some accuracy increases. On the electric side, we've mostly already phased out of mechanical meters, so not so much on electric, but on water, we should see some increases.
Me too. Thanks, Del.
Yeah, and then I
go
just
last.
wanted to congratulate the finance department and the entire organization, because I think there's, with grant funding, and because we actually do a lot of energy credit and grant funding as well. It's a culture, right? And it's being proactive and going out there. And I think that's a huge shift for the village over the last 10 years, maybe 15 years. So thank you for being proactive to look for found money, everybody, here or later this afternoon. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
I'll now turn it over to Chief Brian O'Connell to present the police budget.
Thanks, Del.
Just before the chief starts, Tim, you got notice from Moody's yesterday?
Oh, yes, buried the lead. So we had, our AAA rating was affirmed. I think the official notice comes out today, so.
Good.
So it's, our previous rating was AAA stable, but we've been informed that they're going away from the stable, positive, negative for governmental issuers with a total debt load under 250 million. So it's just AAA, no outlook. So they're getting rid of that little outlook, but we're still AAA. So
Chief O'Connell.
Thank you. Good morning, council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2025 police budget. Before I get started, I'd just like to take a moment and thank the police staff that were instrumental in preparing the budget this year for you. Deputy Chief Dylan Major, Commanders James O'Neill and Marcin Besker, and our former Administrative Services Manager, Carrie Kaup. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the organizational structure this year than in years past. I want to focus on some of the implemented changes, the conversions that we made, and some considerations that we've had over the past year. So you're going to see 4 blue shaded boxes on the screen. 4 of them are 2 of them are positions that we've already converted and are implementing it within the police department. That's the administrative commander position and the records supervisor position. On this side of the slide, this was an opportunity for us to evaluate the most efficient strategies for the police department moving forward with the departure of Carrie Kaup. Carrie took a position with Lake Forest. It's a tremendous loss for us, but I know she's watching this recording back and hoping I do a good job. But this is an opportunity for us to evaluate both a high-level supervisory position as well as the day-to-day operations in the records supervisor position. The two other blue shaded positions are the two FTEs that we've discussed initially in the budget this morning, and I'll get into those in a little bit. The red boxes are existing vacancies within the police department as of today. So the first position I'd like to discuss is what used to be Carrie Kaup's position as Administrative Services Manager. This is not an increase of our staffing, but with Carrie's departure, we took the opportunity to look at the most efficient strategy for this position. After many discussions with the village manager's office, the decision was made to expand our sworn capacity and convert this position into a sworn role of Administrative Services Commander. During these discussions, it was appreciated that the efforts managed by Carrie in her role were challenging, not only to balance the high-level administrative position that she worked alongside our staff, but also the day-to-day operations of the records division of our police department. So with that appreciation, you'll see the records specialist role converted into a records supervisor position. This position, as I said, oversees the day-to-day operation of records and ultimately supervised by the administrative commander. This approach will allow the Administrative Services Commander to be a contributing member of our admin team for future strategies and larger projects within the department, but also allows the personnel within records to have a more consistent day-to-day resource. So moving forward, I'd like to just address the two full-time additions, the first being the 6th sergeant. So I'm going to try and keep you with me on a very high level here, but I feel it's important to get into what some of their limitations are in regards to our police department. We're very fortunate, first, let me start by saying we're very fortunate to have 5 sergeants right now that appreciate having tasks that may be outside of their immediate responsibilities, and everybody's on the same team, and they're willing to do that. But here are some of our limitations at that level. Our sergeants are on a very unique scheduling system, having 5 police personnel. They're on a 5-person rotation, so obviously that's an odd number. Our sergeants are split between day and night shifts. They work 12-hour shifts, and they're split between two sergeant teams with 1 flex sergeant being the 5th. That flex sergeant, and I can speak to this as being a sergeant in this model, is that you could work 2 day shifts, be off for a couple days, and then return and have to work 3 night shifts or vice versa for 6 months at a time. As you can imagine, that not only affects your health, but also your professional life, and being sharp in this position is a necessity. The 6th sergeant allows us to go into 2-3 equally staffed sergeant teams. It allows for stability in their scheduling as well as a healthier lifestyle. This will also allow our sergeants to have something that is not currently available to them. Working alongside each other, allowing one to supervise an activity that we may have. For example, an arrest, we can have a supervisor in lockup, in custody, and managing and making sure that process is working correctly. Also allows them to equally manage their administrative responsibilities within the department. When they do administrative responsibilities for the department, they most likely have to be at their desk. They're not on the street, and vice versa. So if they're on the street, their administrative tasks fall behind. And finally, our patrol commander's in the room. I didn't bring him here to make you feel guilty, but the ability to focus on this model will allow our patrol commander to not have to fill in the gaps vacant that exist when a sergeant is on vacation, training, sick leave, or any other benefit time. Our patrol commander fills in that vacancy. The last position here that I'd like to talk about outside of the sergeant in the 2 new positions is the 3rd investigator. So although they have done an amazing job balancing the workload in investigations, we have seen a dramatic increase in the advancements in technology when it comes to investigating a case. I can speak to my time in investigation 17 years ago that we are miles apart from my responsibilities as a detective to what they are now. Technology advancements, cell phones, social media platforms are just some of the examples that they consider and look into on every case that they are assigned. So having 2 detectives now limits our ability to go out into the field, out on the street, and follow up on cases that are outstanding and subsequently make arrests. On top of all of that, we have had a recent case that was very impactful to the community on Sheridan Road on Memorial Day. It is important to us, I know it is important to you, and I know it is important to the community. And we are working very hard on that. But because of that case, it has consumed most of our staff's time since that incident on Memorial Day. To put it in perspective for you, here are just the last 3 years of some of our stats. In investigations, we have had, in 2022, we had 114 cases assigned to investigations for 2 people. We made 11 arrests. We had 57 remaining cases open in 2022, 57. In 2023, we went from 114 cases assigned to 132. We were consistent with 11 arrests that year, but then we increased our open cases to 71. That's each year. And in 2024, through the beginning of September this year, we had 82 cases assigned. So we're on track for higher numbers this year. We've only made 4 arrests, and we have 54 cases open to date. Why is that? I want to be very transparent here, is that our priority is the workload within our police department for the community. Yes, we have outstanding arrests. Yes, we want to go make those arrests. But the priority is the workload for the people in our community, and we just don't have the time or the people to do that. And to prove that point, I'm going to share that we have 22 pending arrests to date that we have not made because of the inability to go out on the street. And they range from identity theft, possession of stolen vehicles, burglary to vehicles, unlawful use of weapon, residential burglary, theft, and criminal defacement. And not to exhaust this point any further, but I do think it's important to show the value of our involvement in specialty assignments such as North Taft Major Crimes and North Taft Burglary Task Force. We could not do those things without that partnership. They are both assigned currently to those 2 teams, 1 on each. So when we get a major crime call out, activation, that detective could be out days or weeks on a homicide investigation. Every day that they are away from our police department is every day the workload does not get addressed. So I just want to show that bringing a 3rd detective could bring some stability to the seat, to this division. We would have a consistent person in there if there was a call out. We could team up with 2 people and go out to the field and make these arrests while we still have a 3rd in the building. The ability to go out and proactively address some of these issues is lacking in our police department right now. And that is what I'm asking for in a 3rd detective. And just to note, so with the assistance of HR, we are actively recruiting and in the process of trying to fill our patrol vacancies. We have record specialist interviews scheduled next week, and we are in the process of filtering through the police social worker applications now. So we are actively and aggressively trying to satisfy the boxes in red. So as we move off this slide, I'd like to touch on the accomplishments in '24. Yes, the HVAC system project is done. There's no clap for that? I guess not. We have implemented the landscaping licensing program and enforcement of the amended gasoline leaf blower ordinance. We have began the body-worn camera pilot program. We will be looking to come off that program in full effect per the mandate in January of '25. We've installed the remaining 3 automated license plate readers from the original contract agreement. We have upgraded our existing squad car camera system compatible with our officers' body-worn camera technology. I do want to just take a moment, thank you for this. This has been an incredible upgrade for our police department. We've modified procedures to comply with the Pretrial Fairness Act portion of the Safety Act, established a peer support program as part of our officer wellness initiative, and we have promoted and hired personnel in the sworn roles. So as we look to 25, our goals and objectives, we are looking to partner with the private security company for the community safety. We are looking to increase the number of the automated license plate readers throughout our village. I'd like to implement the wellness program initiatives, partner with the private crossing guard security company for school services, and as a note to this, we do anticipate a CSO vacancy in 2025, and we've had some other issues in this area of the organization with our staffing and with allocating our resources to initiatives such as the leaf blower ordinance and walk your bike. We are stretched very, very thin in crossing guard presence, and so we are looking into and trying to identify a private crossing guard vendor that could assist us with that and alleviate some of that for us so we could focus on other initiatives. Onboarding new patrol officers and community service officers is a goal. I want to implement or implementing the detective and the patrol sergeant positions that I discussed and fill the employment vacancies for both sworn and civilian positions. So some key drivers in the budget for 2025 is the agreement for the contractual security company at a $500,000 number, the replacement of 2 police vehicles this year at $125,000, the building renovation, department classroom at $75,000, as you can appreciate in some of your budget council meetings that were shifted over to that classroom, it's in need, and the agreement for the contractual crossing guard services that I discussed at $31,000. So as we look at this slide, the budget is just at $9.62 million and an increase of 16%. And as we navigate our way through this, if you can look at that, the salaries and benefits are about half of the $1.2 million increase that we're going to be talking about here today. And then the other big driver of this increase is the $500,000 for the security vendor. So just under $1.2 million is that are those drivers out of the $1.3 million increase. You will see a decrease in the, I note in here that the capital expense increase is $35,000, even though on the chart it shows a decrease. That $75,000 for the classroom is in the village facilities fund. So with all of that, I'm willing to take any questions that you may have of me.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? When you said that there's 22 outstanding arrests,
Correct.
does that mean you know who somebody is and have not arrested them, or it's outstanding because you have not figured out who a perpetrator may?
yeah,
So
I'm
you
sorry.
know who it is and have not arrested them?
That's correct.
Okay, so should we be, a couple questions I have on that. NORTAF, it seems like we get, on the weekly reports, we get a lot of references to that. Are we sending more resources to NORTAF than we receive back? Is part of the staffing issue is that people are getting called out for these major regional crime investigations?
So not necessarily.
Okay.
I would answer that question that we're very fortunate that those incidents are not happening here and we're sending our resources elsewhere.
Right.
I think
Well,
that-
my follow-up question is, are we getting NORTAF resources on the Memorial Day event to help solve that?
No, different programs, different expectations. NORTAF falls under certain criteria where they are activated under. Our resources for special events would not qualify for that.
Okay. And then, it's a small number, but I know some school districts take on the cost of crossing guards versus the village police departments. Is it just always historically been in our budget versus the school district budgeting for school crossing guards?
So many years ago, there was a private part-time crossing guard. When he retired and left, the police department took that responsibility. We are currently in discussions with District 36 about this issue.
Yeah, Because the only reason why I'm not trying to shift, but there are typically in school districts and, more part-time employees, whether it's lunchroom operators, our bus drivers are not employees, but there may be more flexibility for that shift type of work, right?
There is, and I don't want to talk about
Yeah.
District 36, but they are using those resources for all of their schools in the neighborhoods. I do see the position of why the police department is involved in this. We are talking about Willow Road. It is a major thoroughfare in our community, and Tower Road is also that. Even though it's a controlled intersection, we have done a really good job of maintaining the children's safety in those areas, and we would want to not lower that standard.
Fair. And then lastly, I know it's important to the community about the leaf blower and walk your bike enforcement, but and maybe it doesn't touch this, but with 22 outstanding arrests out there, not criticizing the police department because I know staffing is an issue, but should we be focused, kind of giving up on some of these programs that I know there is a vocal group of people who are concerned about, but, in the scheme of priorities, maybe a lower priority for, what our police are doing?
Sure, I appreciate that question. I think if I could take a second, the initiatives of Walk Your Bike and leaf blowers are primarily managed by our community service officers. They don't have arrest authority for this example of the 22 outstanding arrests. So it is something that we rely on them to address for us. You will see police officers in the business district from time to time, but primary education of these two initiatives are specific to CSOs that don't have the ability to go out and make those arrests anyway.
But if their time is freed up, I mean, is there anything that you would change? Like in terms of, I know we've put this burden on the police to do the licensing program and,
I don't necessarily think I would be looking to change anything. I think that if council is going to be considering of the additions in staffing here, it could provide us more opportunity to have that a little bit more equally distributed across our department.
and I'm not objecting to any adding staff resources, just to be clear. But anyway, I'll let others.
Just to add to Tina's question, who handles parking enforcement?
So primarily, the community service officers handle our parking enforcement. They are assigned to those incidents first. If the situation presents itself where our CSOs are down on crossings and a parking complaint comes in, a police officer would respond and handle that. But primarily, the CSOs are addressing all of the parking in town. It's overseen by the day shift supervisor and then ultimately by the patrol commander.
Do we track the amount of time or the percentage of time spent on these various activities?
Not on parking enforcement. It's one of their primary roles within the department. So the expectation is that when they're not down on crossing assignments or a call for service, their expectation is to patrol a heavy presence in the business district. We know that is a hot spot for people to continue to move through there and respect the time zones within those areas. We do track the amount of time that they are at crossings, though.
Do you, this is more of just high level, do you feel as though the way we do parking enforcement is efficient, or how do we compare to other communities that have parking enforcement and these other, crossing guard? Are there other ways that you would have thought about where we could improve how we're delivering the service or how the service is managed?
So I think respectfully for all municipalities regarding their community service officers, I think we do a really good job of trying to do that and balance the needs of the community. I would give a credit to Liz Deschent and Jim Bernal and the conversations that we've continued to be having within the village to make sure that the signage is appropriate, that it's consistent, that we are identifying areas in town where the 15-minute spots are most appropriate. I think when we have been able to work through those things, it has made these areas better. I think that we're in a good spot there. So
Kim, you had a question?
Yeah, Chief, when I look at the metrics here, one really pops out, and that's the increase in traffic citations and warnings. Is that due to just additional focus, or do we have an increasing issue?
So I think it's a little bit of both. I think that we have younger police officers that are wanting to be out there and doing that for the community. I think you saw a drop a little bit in what we were aggressively doing in enforcement during COVID. That was a drop from there. I think that it's a snowball effect. The Pretrial Fairness Act doesn't allow or is more written to release people from custody and not have the hours in processing and lockup for misdemeanors. So they are released, and so it frees up officers' time, and the officers are back on the street. There's more of that. We believe that all of that comes into play. I don't believe that there's a bigger problem in reckless driving through our community, but I believe that the opportunities are more present for us to be active in the community now as a part of all these trickle-down effects. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, thank you.
Two questions. First, are the LPRs, license plate readers, working as you had hoped? Are the early results from the money we've invested?
So we have had a few success stories. I know I mentioned them last time I was before you about, we believe that we intercepted 2 different incidents of a catalytic converter theft that were coming into town. We are now more into the system with information that is coming up on our alerts from other municipalities within NORTAF. So we agreed on 13 towns. What we set as our alert requirements, a high-level crime, have been alerting us of cars that are known to be involved in criminal activity and where they're hitting on our cameras. And having the cameras finally up, we're seeing more alerts. So when we get something that triggers a response from us, we begin heading that way proactively, which I think has been a big help.
That's great. The second one is, as long as we're talking about it, I know we do some services for other areas that aren't Winnetka, Woodley Road and other things, and I'm just, if it's A, financially beneficial, and B, doesn't overtax, I'm just trying to see, is this something we need to talk about, revisit, if you're strapped on personnel?
So I want to try to keep it at a very high level because I don't want to give away our tactics here. I don't think it's impactful to our police department. I think it's been a benefit to the residents of that community to see us. No disrespect to Cook County, but Cook County has a lot of area to patrol, and this is sometimes probably not the priority as it is for us. And we get the waves driving through there. Thankful that people are there, and it's very close to other things that we can
That's what I
easily
was trying to,
address.
okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that that's incorporated in what your overall benefit to it.
I don't see an issue with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Real quick here, Chief, and getting back to our firm support for your department, great, fantastic department. Anything in the capital? You don't have a ton in the capital budget for the 5-year period? Some cars, some new cameras, anything that we're leaving off of there that should be included or not?
Not as of right now.
Okay.
We do a good job, I think, of projecting that and having the conversations internally within the department, so I'm pretty confident where we are.
Okay, good. And you'll let us know if that changes. And then the second, if we were here 6 months from now, do you think that your positions will be filled and we will have this third-party service in place? If you had to
So let me
look out that
address
far?
the staffing issue first. Recruitment and retention is a real big challenge for law enforcement across the state and across the country. I would be standing here lying to you if I thought that we would be able to fill all these positions in 3 months or 6 months. we are aggressively trying, and a huge assistance to that is increasing our testing to 2 times a year. We're optimistic that we're going to have a couple people identified off of this list to send to the January Academy. We're optimistic about that. And those changes will help in the staffing levels. Regarding the security firm, we are in continuing conversations about this internally within our police department. And if it was successful in getting through, I would ideally like to see this in the first 2 months of the new year. There's many reasons for that. Our crime numbers somewhat drop when it's cold like that, and it would provide the private firm the ability to familiarize themselves with the neighborhood, familiarize themselves with us, just get established in the community, get a set rotation of people that we would be working alongside, and be in a really confident position for the warmer months starting in May.
Okay. And so, and I hope you can staff as soon as possible all these
Thank you.
positions.
Us too.
But just, Tim, just for the record here, in the budget, when we add FTEs, like the 2 here or whatever, we add them for the entire year. So January 1, so it's a conservative budgeting technique because we know we won't have them for the whole year.
Correct.
Okay.
So, and so that, when we come under budget, that again goes towards fund balance. But a lot of times too, what happens throughout the year is then, if there is a vacancy, that also gives us flexibility to get a consultant on board to temporarily fill a position for certain high-level positions. So we have budget capacity to do that as well.
Okay.
And some of these positions will, not necessarily law enforcement, because it's a different, you're under union contract, but not all positions come in at the entry-level salary. Some come in higher at the top of the range, depending upon their qualifications. And, sometimes it takes 3 to 4 months to get somebody in. Sometimes you can strike gold and get somebody within 30 to 60 days.
It's a pool of compensation that would be allocated.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, good.
Anybody else?
Just one follow-up question that you made me think of, Bob. Retention, is there anything that you think that we can do better as a village to retain the people that we're training and investing a lot? You guys, your whole team is fabulous, everyone that I come into contact with, and this will go for fire too. Is there anything we can do better on retention?
So we recently were really off and running with with our recruitment team. That was newly established. We are at universities and colleges, and we're even considering outside of colleges at other work fairs that we could try and get our foot in the door and identify who we are. We've worked with HR about that messaging. All of our information's on QR codes and everything that goes to what we're trying to recruit and retain. I think it's been successful to the people that we've been able to go out and see. We're also present in our testing vendor for the physical power tests of the police department. We're out we established a table there. I think that the pendulum's on one side for police, and I'm optimistic that we're going to see that swing back. It's just we have to get through this point in time.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Good report. All right, guys, we got decision matrix here. Do we plow through fire department now and then take a break for lunch?
Yep.
Okay. Chief Ripka, it's up to you.
I tend to talk fast, so I'll try to talk slow, but still get.
No, talk fast so we can eat.
Manner. Okay. Just to start today, obviously, I have to acknowledge my deputy chief and public safety analyst. Without these two, my job would be a whole lot harder. They bring a lot of assistance to me, to the fire department in general, and really the village as a whole. These two are phenomenal individuals that are a great help to us. And Andy's been in his position for 1 week now, so today's his 1 week anniversary. He was interim for the last 6 months. They're both extremely helpful in putting the budget together and this presentation as well. So start with our fire department organizational list. No changes here from last year. Still 24 sworn, 1 non-sworn, which is Stephanie, and 4 part-time fire inspectors. We'll talk a little bit about those inspectors in a bit, but our shift personnel are 7 members per each shift, made up of 3 shifts that work at 24 hours on, 48 hours off rotation, and they fill the captain, lieutenant, and 5 fire medics. Of those, we staff an engine, a truck, and an ambulance, and a battalion. Kind of unique to our department is we have an administrative lieutenant's position. That position is a floating position that is technically an admin spot, but if there's a shortage on shift for retirements or injuries or illness or whatever, we take that position, put him back on shift, and he covers that shift till that person's back, and it saves us a significant amount of overtime through the course of a year. Our response data for the last few years, very consistent, as we tend to be in the fire service, with the exception of this year where we're trending a little higher. I've reached out to my counterparts in the area. Similarly to when we were all down 10% during COVID time, we're all up about 10% this year. So we'll do some analysis at the end of 24, kind of see where those outliers are, but we're up a couple hundred calls this year. But for 21, 22, and 23, you can see pretty consistent across all lines with our responses. As I mentioned, our Fire Prevention Bureau, we staff with 4 part-time fire inspectors. They do inspections in Winnetka, but also in Kenilworth, and then through an intergovernmental agreement, they do inspections in Glencoe and Northfield as well. We have I'll talk about the revenue from those 2 in a minute, but you can see they do a lot of work, 820 activities in 23, 600 inspections. You can see they do plan reviews, consultations, and handle any complaints or legal issues. Those 820 activities are across all 4 municipalities. Our accomplishments for this year that we're pretty proud of, we recertified our Winnetka Annex of the Cook County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. We do our updates annually, and then every 5 years we have to do a recertification process. Pretty heavy lift to get that done. We do it with the assistance of all the department heads, but the main drivers are fire and engineering, who are a great help this year. Really important part of that plan is if we don't recertify, we're not eligible for grant funding, so there's a big important tie to that. So we are recertified. Council probably may remember approving that at a council meeting, so we remain eligible for federal grants. We created our regional training officer position this year. That was a combined arrangement between our new Chair townships, again, Wilmette, Winnetka, Glencoe, and Northfield. That position is being interviewed now, and we hope to have that person starting. It's really going to solidify our training programs and our recertification process that we have to go through for the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Also this year, we implemented ground emergency medical transport reimbursement for ambulance transports. That's if we transport a Medicaid patient, the federal reimbursement amount is less than $300. Under this program, we're able to request the actual cost of us to transport the person. So with that, we're anticipating bringing in about $125,000 to $150,000 additional revenue. You're very well aware we had the DNC in Chicago and the RNC in Milwaukee, so being right between both of those, we had a large role in our division and our fire department in us planning any necessary responses to those 2 big events. We actually did have, I staffed at the DNC, it was in the Communication Center for Chicago for a period representing Mavis. Like I mentioned, we have that fee for fire prevention services with Glencoe and Northfield. We renegotiated that fee for a 5% increase for both of those communities. And thank you, Council. We ordered our fire engine earlier this year. You gave us approval. We ordered it in February. Still 4 years for it to get here, but it's on its way. And then we updated our village building and fire codes earlier this year with community development. And next time you drive past the fire station, look at our overhead bay doors. They are all brand new and were finished yesterday. So we're very excited to have a nice, clean look with more natural light coming in. Some of our goals for next year, we're going to have all our paramedics go through pediatric advanced life support training. That's an in-depth course just focused on peds and treating medical emergencies in pediatric patients. We are going to be receiving our ambulance that we purchased in -- this year. We think we're online to get it May or June, so we should have that in service by the end of the year. Very excited about that as well. We have $45,000 in the budget to replace our extrication equipment. Currently, we're using hydraulic equipment so we have to be connected to the hydraulic pump and the generator, and it's limited. We have a 150-foot cord reel that we use to get to when we have to need the tools. Technology advanced where they're pretty much making tools that are stronger with battery operated. A lot of municipalities have those. We're looking to outfit those and put those on our engines this year. And last year we started the PFAS-free firefighting gear replacement, and we're continuing that next year as well. Our budget for '25, just over $7.4 million, increase of 6.5% or $452,000. You can see the big driver in that is our capital expense. We'll have to be paying for the ambulance this year, which was $350,000. And the other ones you can see increase in operating and salaries and benefits of $43,000. Very proud of this slide. Many of my counterparts are very jealous of the revenue that we can generate as a small single-station municipality. You can see we generate just about $1.2 million in revenue. Biggest driver in that is our Kenilworth agreement, just about $479,000, where Ray Dolan Network brings in $128,000. Unincorporated New Trier Township service fee, $259,000, and then that's the new negotiated rates with Northfield and Glencoe fire inspections. And like I mentioned, our GMT is adding about another $125,000 to our EMS billing. Our sole capital project for the fire department this year is our ambulance. Again, like I mentioned, that was approved in '22. A lot of work went into speccing that out, and we're excited to receive delivery and get that outfitted and get it on the road this year. And we've had this slide on here since we started this plan over 10 years ago, just to keep council abreast of when our large apparatus purchases. We had to tweak it last year with the delay in being able to receive our equipment, but just to know what's on the horizon, the '28, the engine was already approved, like I said earlier this year. Our next purchase would be an ambulance in 2031, and then the big purchase of the truck, it'll be 30 years old at that point, 25 years old in 2035. I put $2 million up there. We really have no idea what it's going to cost in 2035, but so you see we're back in line. We have a good space on our apparatus purchases, so I'd like to keep the slide up here just so we know what's on the horizon. That's all I have for the fire department. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to take those. Otherwise, I know everyone's anxious to.
Fire away, guys.
Is there any salvage value to the equipment that we get rid of, like to sell it to other?
We've explored that every time we've come across it, and there really just is, believe it or not, not a market for used fire equipment. We've donated equipment to, other departments down Southern Illinois, not apparatus, but our best bet seems to be on trade-in, and we trade them in when we get new.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do trade them in. We don't get a lot for them, but it's
That's
part of the
something.
process, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
On the fireboat, is there any like federal assistance or reimbursement? Because didn't they shut down or limit the Coast Guard work at Wilmette? And is there any intergovernmental cost reimbursement from the fireboat activities?
So we've applied for grants for costs for training, which we were successful. We got just under $300,000 for training reimbursement. We did try to get a grant to cover the cost of the boat. We tried 2 years consecutively. We were unsuccessful, so we're actually going to purchase the boat this year. We've explored those avenues. There just really isn't a lot out there other than trying to get grants, and we will continue to do so. We've applied for grants for our extrication equipment, for example, but a lot of that is need-based, and we just haven't been successful in a lot of those. We will continue to do so. Again, Wilmette and Evanston, who we share the boat with, have explored many opportunities to try to continue to get funding through port security grants or FEMA grants, and we've been successful in some cases and not others. So.
I was going to take to Bob's question, which is, I'll let you ask the question. You ask it as well. Is there something that in your wish list that we don't know yet, or that you think that would really help, whether it be on land or or on the shore? We've obviously had a few incidents on the shore.
Yeah.
Some are completely unpreventable, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think your support in the whole boat exploration, when we started that a few years ago, was very helpful, and it's proved extremely beneficial. Our call volume is, escalated on Lake Michigan a lot. Having trained members that can go and get on the boat and get out and make those rescues very quick has been great. Council's been supportive of efforts like that, and it's very appreciative from us. When things come up, we put them in the plan and let you guys see that. So anything that jumps out to me, nothing really
Good
right
to hear.
now. So
Thank you.
Not to beat a dead horse here, but can we go back for a second on the, because the ambulance, part of the ambulance was coming out of the sales tax proceeds, the $1.5 million. So the portion, the remainder, $227,000 was going to come out of that. So what?
Capital, and yeah, that wasn't identified.
Yeah, it was unidentified. So just, I want to make sure I understand this again. So we're going to not have the sales tax. We're going to have between the $550,000 not going to the revitalization fund and the $650,000 from the pension reduction. How are we making up the difference? What's going on with the difference between the 1.5 million and those two items?
We're going to reconcile here over the break.
Oh, you are? TBD. Okay. Okay. On the fly. I understand. Okay, thank you.
okay,
Thanks, Chief.
thank you.
All right, at this point, I think we'll take a breather for lunch.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be going over the community development budget as well as the business district revitalization fund budget. And with us this afternoon is also Ann Clausen, Assistant Community Development Director. So just as a reminder, I think you are all familiar with the functions of the department. I'm not going to go over those in detail, dealing with planning issues to building permit issues to code enforcement and food service compliance. In addition, we help the village manager's office with economic development issues. The department currently consists of 7 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee, plus some contractual staff. This year, 3 new staff members joined our team in the area of permit technician and code enforcement officer. 2 of the individuals filled existing positions, and the 3rd filled a new part-time position, which the council approved last year. Thank you very much. Regarding contractual services, we will continue such services with Safe Built, providing building code plan review and inspection services. Health inspection professionals, which provides our food safety inspections. And then also we've been contracting some additional help for zoning reviews related to building permit applications. Going over accomplishments for 2024, in cooperation with the villages of Kenilworth and Glencoe and with the assistance from the engineering department and the village manager's office, we led the village's community planning efforts regarding development of streetscape concept plans for Hubbard Woods Business District and the Indian Hill Business District. The community development staff facilitated, or in the process of facilitating, the final plan approvals for One Winnetka and the Chase Bank project, which will be on your agendas in the near future. The department, along with the village manager's office, the engineering department, and the village attorney, assisted the village council with the adoption of steep slope regulations for the bluffs along Lake Michigan. We assisted the Landmark Preservation Commission with its recommendation, which the council adopted, to change the name of the commission to the Historic Preservation Commission. And in partnership with the fire, engineering, and water and electric departments, we presented for council's adoption more current model building codes. In 2025, we plan to assist the engineering department in the village manager's office with further development of the design for the Hubbard Woods streetscape improvements. Further assist the council with consideration of the reuse option of the post office site as a community plaza and public gathering space. We have planned for working on updating development regulations and processes as recommended by the comprehensive plan. We will monitor the construction of development projects in the downtown. We will continue to assist property owners and developers interested in redevelopment possibilities in all of our commercial districts. And we will continue to provide our services in terms of building permits, as well as all the support we provide the boards and commissions that we staff. The 2025 budget has an increase in planned expenses of approximately $197,000 over the 2024 budgeted amount, or a 9.2% increase. And I'll go over the budget in more detail in the next couple of slides. Salaries and benefits continue to make up approximately 50% of the budget for the department. Services and supplies make up the rest of the budget and are broken down as follows. Legal services account for 14% of the overall budget, as was alluded to earlier. The retainer for legal services that Elrod Friedman provides for the entire village is included in the community development budget and is approximately $221,000. We have also budgeted an additional $100,000 for Elrod Friedman legal services not covered by the retainer, and the remainder is for legal notices and recording of approval documents. Third-party services account for nearly 30% of the budget, which I'll discuss more in the next slide, and other services and supplies make up 7% of the budget. So third-party services are broken down in this manner, as shown in the slide. The amount budgeted for Safe Built remains at $200,000. We have budgeted an additional $212,000 for Safe Built services related to the One Winnetka project, which includes, typical plan review and inspection services, as well as an inspector to regularly monitor the site for compliance with both the plan as well as construction site management issues. We've also budgeted $75,000 for comprehensive plan implementation, targeting starting work on a zoning code update based on the goals identified in the comprehensive plan. We have also budgeted for a part-time contractual assistance to help with zoning reviews related to building permits. When the 2024 budget was prepared, we projected that in 2024, estimated building permit revenue would be approximately $2 million, which would be $2 million. We're projecting that, let me start over. When the 2024 budget was prepared, we projected that 2024 estimated building permit revenue, what we expect to get this year, will be $2 million, which is about $300,000 less than budgeted. As the council will recall, for the 2024 budget, we projected about a $575,000 increase in building permit revenues from the 2023 budgeted amount. This was due to restructuring in permit fees that would lead to an increase in permit fees paid by new buildings, new residential homes, and addition projects. Through September of this year, the change in new home permit fees has generated an additional $320,000 in permit revenue from new home permits so far this year. We currently have new home permits in for review, if issued yet this year, could generate approximately $200,000 in additional permit revenue from new home permits due to the change in the permit fee structure. For the 2025 budget, we are projecting 3.44 million, 1.11 million increase in building permit revenues over the 2024 budgeted amount. This increase is due predominantly to anticipated permit revenue from the Chase Bank and One Winnetka projects. For 2024, we estimate that we will issue over 1,200 building permits and perform over 2,700 inspections. In addition, we will assist approximately 60 applicants through the zoning, subdivision, demolition, and design review processes that are considered by the boards and commissions that we provide staff assistance for. So the key budget summary is the overall budget will increase by nearly $197,000 or 9.2%. And then this slide shows the breakdown of that increase based on salaries and benefits versus services and supplies. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So the increase in services and supplies is theoretically offset by the additional permit revenues? Or are driven by the fact that you've actually got more activity?
Yes, it's from the additional permit revenues. So services and supplies is mainly, part of that increase is this is over budgeted amounts. So last year when we budgeted for the One Winnetka project, the timing of that when we were budgeting was going to be later into this year. When we were budgeting this year, we were anticipating that One Winnetka could start sooner. So part of that increase is related to more of that activity occurring within a calendar year than we had budgeted for last year. And then part of that also is an increase. We've increased the amount we're budgeting for non-retainer legal services from Elrod Freeman, because we're seeing being over our budgeted amount for this year in that area, and anticipate giving other things that have been occurring that we anticipate that to be higher again next year.
Gotcha.
The cost associated with One Winnetka, the safe built for $212,500, the permit revenue was adjusted above and beyond what I would have normally estimated by that amount as well, to account
Okay,
for
so
that
you-
permit fee. So
they're
that
both
part is a
baked
lot.
in? Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. Thanks.
I just had a quick question about the permit revenue. Obviously, a big jump, and you answered that it's Chase. Primarily, the new jump is Chase and One Winnetka. It's always a fine dance to me between covering our costs and being too high. And I've heard on some of the, and that weren't small homes, but on private homes, some numbers that actually surprised me. I've heard from homeowners who were building one I didn't know and knew I was on the council, and another one, somebody I knew that seemed very kind of not just surprised but shocked by the
Under the new structure?
yeah. And these are,
That's what I was going to ask, if we'd gotten any feedback on
and
that.
I've seen numbers of 350,000 combination of permit and fees, and so I don't know. It was high, but I wanted to say that would surprise me if I was building a home too. And we want to be fair. I don't think we're looking at this as a profit center, but I do think we need to cover our costs. But I'm just curious, when I'm getting feedback like that, when it's several $100,000 in permits and fees, that surprised me. Private
I
homes.
can't think of a permit we issued that was that much this year for a new single-family home. Often what people get surprised on, not surprised, is we have our own electric utility. And if people get a new three-phase service, that can be a significant sum. That's not the permit fee, that's for their service for the utility. So we have gotten some response regarding that. In terms of the question you asked, Kim, what sort of feedback have we received? We've issued a number of permits where we haven't received any response. We were anticipating some response. We did have a recent permit that was issued that was significantly higher than under the old system, and we did have an inquiry into it, but we still issued, asked about it, and we issued the permit under the new fee structure.
Developer or resident?
It's a resident.
So we could follow up just with
Yeah,
maybe
I don't expect the
a
answer
breakdown
now.
of just some of the costs of permits, as a follow-up item
That'd
from
be
this
great.
budget discussion,
I
just to show
appreciate
what
that.
permit costs are.
Okay.
And then showing what the electric utility, especially if they're changing services or upgrading services, that can be expensive.
Didn't we do this all last year?
We did.
That's what I thought.
And we can, also share how we benchmarked last year as well with our neighbors, which is, we're pretty darn consistent with the neighborhood.
Okay. I appreciate that. It'd be helpful.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
It could also be that people are now subject to the fire sprinkling and fire suppression, right? Or,
Well, that doesn't go into effect until Monday.
okay, yeah, I have heard, there's somebody who came up to me who must be subject to that. So they must not have pulled their building permit yet.
They haven't, if they submit it by today,
Your grandfather in it.
yes, starting
So if
Monday,
you're
any new
watching, get your
permits.
permits in.
We got 5
Rush right down
hours.
here. No, but I think that somebody mentioned it to me, so they must be, anticipating a project coming in for permitting in December and, to the new fee, so, but I think it's important to note that, the fee is tied to the value of the house, right?
It is tied to value of construction.
So, if people are going to build $5 or $10 million homes, those are going to be huge fees. I'm not saying that that's what that is,
Yeah,
but,
not that.
yeah.
One was larger, but the other one I'm not sure. But at some point, this is big numbers.
David? Do you know what the net gain is from the Chase and the One Winnetka permits in terms of the revenues generated less the costs to procure those permits?
You mean what they're going to generate or the difference?
What they're going to generate for the department,
They're going to generate,
the net, not gross.
So taking out Safe Built, because we asked the developers to pay
I don't have that
for.
number handy, and again, wouldn't know that until, we don't, let's say this, we don't charge expenses against a project. I would have to wait and see what the invoices we receive from Safe Built are for the actual expenses paid on it. Right now, the budget is estimating that.
That's
Let me
okay.
think about that and get back to you.
If those two projects were canceled, would we still have enough revenue to support the department?
Yes, because a good portion of it, as you talked about earlier, the idea was, well, I'll show you in the Business District Revitalization Fund presentation, so you'll see that number
Got it.
in
And
there.
he'll clarify, but we're treating those two specific commercial projects as one-time revenue sources. So it's not, all permit revenue goes into the general fund, which funds all general fund operations. It's not tied specifically to funding like David's department. But those two specific ones, since we're not anticipating a Chase Bank being built every single year, we're treating it as a one-time revenue source to fund capital items for the Chase. And then on the One Winnetka side, we don't have the full permit revenue budgeted. We only have a portion, associated with One Winnetka, or with the Safe Built project.
But
So
currently, in our projections, we are including those revenue sources in our total budget.
yes.
So if they, unfortunately, if they did go away, would that produce a gap in our budget?
Yeah, it would.
Well, I think, but they're dedicated to specific projects, so
Yeah,
those
so-
projects might be delayed as a result.
Yeah, the One Winnetka project, it's one-off. That's the big one. The Chase one, we do have a project that he's going to go over in the
Yeah.
Business District Fund that we directly tied a transfer from the general fund to the Business District to account for that project.
And if that
So that would, yeah,
The expenses would go away if the project goes away.
yeah. Or the project gets delayed,
Or-
we'd have to,
Or we refigure the project.
Yeah.
Because one of these projects we need to move forward with. The other thing to remember is One Winnetka's fees were grandfathered under the old rate structure, and Chase was not.
Any other questions? Then I'll move on to the Business District Revitalization Fund.
Which is $500,000 shorter than it was 4 hours ago.
So I just would like to note that the development of this budget is based upon input from the engineering, Public Works, Water Electric Department, the Village Manager's Office, and the Finance Department. We'll start by reviewing major streetscape projects we have planned for next year. So as you recall, earlier this year, the Village Council reviewed design concepts for the streetscape improvements in the Hubbard Wood District. The council directed staff to continue studying the concepts identified in the plan. Given Green Bay Road is an IDOT highway, IDOT will require a Phase 1 engineering report for any improvements proposed for Green Bay Road, whether it remains a state highway and we do improvements, or it becomes the villages through a jurisdictional transfer. Such a study is a significant in-depth study of existing conditions and impacts of the proposed improvements. The council recently approved a contract with Gaywalt Hamilton to perform the study, which will begin this year, and then the bulk of which will then be finished next year. The work on that report will also include assistance from Tesca Associates, our streetscape designer, when we need their assistance refining the concept related to this more detailed study. Also this year, the council discussed continuing to develop the concept for a public gathering space and plaza on the post office site. The fund includes identifying programming for such a space, and based upon that, further refinement of the concept physical design. During those discussions, the council also directed staff to pursuing demolition of the post office building once the post office moves. We have budgeted funds to do that, as well as to restore the site with lawn and parking lot refinements on the edges. So we put those improvements in place until the council decides on a final plaza design. In terms of other business district revitalization fund projects, the village is still in the process of finalizing its securement of a federal grant to assist with additional EV charging stations in our business district, which includes fast charging stations in the parking lot at Tower and Green Bay Roads. This anticipated grant amount is $555,000, which would mean the village would need to come up with a difference of $139,000 to fund the installation of these charging stations. Also, during the Hubbard Woods streetscape improvements discussion, the village council identified the need to make major repairs to the Hubbard Woods parking deck, as well as lighting and signage improvements. Corrective maintenance items include sealing the deck, joint sealants, bearing pads, shear connections, and miscellaneous aesthetic repairs. We have budgeted $900,000 for the design and construction of these improvements. This slide includes the 5-year CIP for the Business District Revitalization Fund. The items in black on this slide were previously discussed, so I'd like to briefly discuss the items in blue. The out years include estimated dollar amounts for streetscape improvements, including the preliminary cost estimates for construction design and construction implementation. For the Hubbard Woods streetscape improvements, as well as the post office plaza. It also includes preliminary cost estimate for construction design for Green Bay Road streetscape improvements that go through the Elm Street Business District. What I would note is the out years do not include estimated expenses for engineering, design, and construction of streetscape improvements on Green Bay Road in the Indian Hill Business District, or the actual construction of the improvements to Green Bay Road through the Elm Street Business District. These latter items are noted as to be determined, as we have yet to come up with reasonable estimates for those improvements, which also will require working with IDOT. The next slide talks about the funding for the fund. I'm going to just run through what it was going to be before your discussion this morning, and then we can have a little discussion about how that will be adjusted, and I will look to Rob and Tim to help me answer that. So in 2024 and previous years, the village has been transferring $1.1 million in recurring revenue from the general fund to the Business District Revitalization Fund. We had discussed previously about implementing a 1% home rule sales tax, which would eliminate the need for the 1.1 million fund transfer and would increase the recurring funding amount by $400,000. For 2025, we would plan to transfer an additional $550,000 from the general fund, as well as transfer a portion of permit revenue totaling $900,000 generated from the one-time private construction projects in the commercial districts. We also note that in 2025, we anticipate including in the Business District Revitalization Fund, $300,000 from a DCO grant that came through a state capital bill a couple of years ago. And then we also note the $555,000 in federal funding for the EV charging station. The CIP as currently proposed also indicates our plans to try to secure funding through grants for streetscape improvements, predominantly the Hubbard Woods Business District streetscape improvements, but also others. So as budgeted before this morning's discussion, the fund does show a positive ending cash balance through the 5 years. However, this does not take into consideration the design and construction of improvements in Indian Hill or on Green Bay Road within the Elm Street Business District. That's the end of my prepared remarks. Rob and Tim, how would you like to?
So obviously, this is going to get revised.
Yep.
So the first thing I think you would see is that the transfer from the general fund of 1.1 million would be restored, right? We would make the expenditure reductions with respect to the $550,000 transfer from the general fund would not be included next year, right? We'd make the adjustment on the pensions. That would net out. But the 1.1 million would go in 25, 550 removed. The $900,000 is the one-time revenue from Chase to repair the deck, which it definitely needs to be repaired. This is urgent. It needs to be done. I think Trustee Apatow had a question, like what would it cost to replace it? Tom, how much is that?
I spoke to two consultants. They estimated 9 to 10 million.
Yeah.
Can you say that in the microphone so
Yeah.
people at home hear the answer?
I don't want to hear that.
We spoke to two consultants, and they estimated, napkin level type estimate, $9 to $10 million to replace it in kind. Yeah. How many stalls is it?
Just a two-story?
Well, they're
It's
so expensive, yes.
So, given its age, putting this kind of investment seems to be the right thing to do.
They don't last forever.
Yeah, and there's been some water damage there from the membrane that failed up on top.
Yeah.
So, anyway, but that would be the the strategy for '25, and then if we're planning, as we get into planning on what level of sales tax support, we would have to adjust the out years with respect if there's going to be sales tax there or at what level. I think that hits. Did I miss anything, Tim?
No. So, yeah, I mean, if you look at just the bottom line in the cash, as of 2025 as laid out, ending cash was 3.6 million, and then after the 5-year run, assuming we can achieve the future funding sources that we've outlined, we'd have an ending cash of 1.5 million. But that also relied on, the increased funding from the proposed sales tax. So we can make it work with what we outlined for 2025, but we're going to need to figure something out, 26, 27, 28, 29, the future years, at the next go-around for this.
Yeah. So '25 would be a heavy lift on the planning, on the financing of the fund, which is fine. It's a good way to go in terms of engaging the rest of the community on this issue.
Could we ask staff, just to, on this specific slide, just to send out a revised slide of this based on this morning's discussion?
Yeah, we'll revise, I mean, when we will revise like the entire budget book so that it's up to date what's actually, passed, when the village council actually passes the budget, so.
And any revisions we've made in the past, those pages are replaced. So we'll send that, but we'll also update this slide as well.
Is the 900,000, is that a good firm number for that parking garage?
Yes, we enlisted Walker Consultants who did the last remedial repair on the garage in 2014. They did a structure inspection, and so that was their engineer's opinion based on an actual inspection of the structure.
And what do we end up with then, Tom? We end up with a 10-year life with lighting? We get new lighting, or what's the end product here?
They said the structure is structurally sound, but it does require maintenance, so, it's not going to be 1 million and you're done. They did recommend that we go in there actually a little bit more frequently than every 10 years to keep up with the structure. So if you keep maintaining it, it will last. A structure like that, depends on, how much use it gets and how well we maintain it, yeah.
Does this include new lighting in there?
So yeah, the lighting is based on some of the feedback from the streetscape meeting and how people don't use the lower deck because it's not inviting. So we spoke to some lighting consultants about what can we do to improve pedestrian scale lighting. So that was for column lighting along the edges of the structure to kind of brighten the space.
Okay. And is that revenue source primarily coming from the Chase permits?
Yeah.
So we can proceed with the parking deck knowing that permit revenue is coming in?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were putting cameras in there too, I think, we talked about. Safety.
The budget doesn't currently have cameras, but
We can look into
it.
Yeah, that's what I've heard from a safety standpoint.
Yeah. And I was just going to mention, back to Trustee Alvinson's point earlier about looking at projects where we might have grant opportunities. And we talked about the EV fast charging, that we know maybe one thing to think about is on this capital plan detail, maybe asterisking or noting items that could be subject to grant opportunities. Because I look at this kind of like what you are, I see 695 or whatever the number is for the fast charging, 694.5.
Yep.
But it might only be 590, or, it might only be 130,000 that were. And so I think it would be kind of good to know what projects where there might be opportunities.
Or what projects can only go forward with grant funding, because this would not go forward without the grant funding.
Correct, okay. Well, something like that would give us an idea of where, and there might be somewhere there's a 10% opportunity, there might be somewhere there's an 80% opportunity.
Or we can, sure.
Something like that.
Of course, just to recognize, you never know when these grant opportunities pop either. I mean, stuff just, my inbox every day, it's like, oh, here's something new. Never heard about it, didn't know it was coming, but yet it just pops up.
It just pops up. But to Rob's point on the EV charging, maybe without that grant,
That one just popped up, too.
it falls off the side, maybe, you know.
It all depends upon when the money gets released.
Could you go back to the Green Bay Road costs or projections? I'm trying to understand what the IDOT, what the latest with IDOT is on this. They're trying to cover as little as possible,
We're in due diligence still,
but we're forecasting $10
$10 million.
million.
That's for the streetscape, right? That's not the whole shoot, I mean, because the whole shooting match would be more like,
Doesn't include utilities.
no, I mean.
These initial concepts included roadway reconstruction and the streetscape element, so it was almost a one and done. That's ballpark,
But not water.
not water, except for the water, that's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, all hardscape items.
Not water main.
You're gonna get a state highway spec road that long, plus the streetscape for 10 million, that sounds awful cheap. That sounds real cheap, as a matter of fact.
That's how I was trying
Keep
to
in
look
mind
at,
too,
yeah.
though, that part of the initial conversations that we
Like
had
double.
with IDOT was about pursuing grants.
We're hopefully gonna get funds back from them, too,
Correct.
to offset, but we should probably know what have a little better handle. I know it's out there in the
Yeah,
future.
without the final design yet, that's what.
Next
that's
year,
the
these
piece of
numbers could come back and be double. I mean, easily.
Okay, that's what I was curious about.
Any other questions? Then I'll turn it over to Jim.
Thanks, David.
All right. Okay, so I'm pleased to present to you the 2025 budget for the engineering department. With me here today is the Assistant Village Engineer, Mr. Obed Khalid. I want to say thank you to him. He was very helpful in putting this budget together here, working with me. So the next few slides will provide an overview of the engineering department roles, our responsibilities, and the programs we'll be looking to undertake in 2025. So this slide shows the organizational chart for the engineering department. The engineering department is currently comprised of 5.5 full-time employees in both the engineering, forestry divisions, and a portion of a customer service representative. The department also includes 2 summer interns, contractual engineering and forestry services, and a part-time GIS operator who works 2 days a week. The next few slides are an overview of the department and some of the roles and responsibilities our team take on. And I'll highlight a few of these responsibilities for you, as most of you are familiar with these. One of the bigger things that we do each year is develop and implement, provide project management oversight for our capital projects and MFT improvements if we have any. We prepare engineering plans and specifications and coordinate the bidding for projects. Street rehab is one that we do, I'll be talking about in a little bit. Then, of course, the stormwater capital ones. We supervise and inspect our public improvements. We have in-house staff that does that for both public and private projects. We execute and manage our annual construction programs, including, again, street rehab, sidewalk replacement, pavement patching, and then we assist in seeking grant funding wherever we possibly can. We also oversee, participate in the community the community rating system, the CRS program that's done through FEMA. For those that you've heard me talk about this before, this is a voluntary program that the village participates in that helps reduce floodplain premiums for homeowners that have flood insurance. Next year in 2025, we will have a full audit with FEMA, so we'll be looking to take advantage of all the stormwater projects that we've completed here and look to reduce our rating number even more, hopefully getting 5 to 10% additional reduction for our residents. We receive and respond to resident inquiries throughout the year, concerns regarding construction planning, flooding, public and private development projects. The engineering department also manages the village's GIS program. And then, of course, included in engineering is our forestry division. This includes our annual tree planting, tree pruning, removals, commercial plantings, maintenance, and private inspections. So real quick, I'll go over some of our accomplishments here in 2024. So one that we're very proud of is we successfully completed the construction of the Hibbert Reserve Stormwater Wetland Project. That one is now substantially completed. We are in the landscaping maintenance for that. So over the next couple of years, we'll be working with Berger and McGinty to make sure that the wetland is restored. We've also successfully completed, or almost successfully completed, the Crow Island storage and conveyance. The infrastructure is all in place. The last piece is the pump station parts that are coming actually next week, and then that pump will be up and running, but everything is completed. We also successfully completed our annual street rehabilitation program. And again, I want to say thanks to Nick and his team. Working collaboratively, we were able to select our roadways and stay on board with their priority water main replacements. And then, of course, we completed our sidewalk program that we've done annually. One of the things that we also took on this year was we completed the annual sewer relining program to address the high and medium priority repairs. This was back from the RJN study. We have successfully completed all on the high and the medium and some of the low. So that work is the contributions that the village has been making towards the relining program has really paid off. In line with that, we successfully bid and then we awarded a contract for the village's final sewer evaluation study. Now, this is for the remainder of the sanitary sewer system in town. We just finished the smoke testing this week. Thank you to the fire department, who I'm sure is relieved that we're done with that. So we'll be working next on the rest of the investigation studies, which are less intrusive to residents. Once that study is completed, we anticipate sometime in spring, early summer, we'll be coming back to council and providing an update on the report with RJN, providing recommendations in that next discussion of funding for future relining. We've completed a little over 600 plan reviews and performed a little over 750 residential inspections. And we've pruned approximately 2,300 village-owned trees. We've also planted about 180 trees. So we remove and we replace and always try to put in more than we take out. So this slide is just a couple photos of some of those projects that we had talked about. The Hibbert Wetland Project, Sunset is the image in the top right. That's part of the Crow Island. Wilson Street was just resurfaced as part of our annual program, and of course, the sidewalk program here. So next, we'll talk about some of the goals and objectives of the engineering department in 2025. So we're looking to, again, design and construct the 2025 street rehabilitation program, again, in collaboration with the water department. We'll be looking to finalize the design for the future phases of the proposed stormwater improvements. This is for the rest of the conveyance. There's the Hibbert conveyance, Tree Street conveyance, and the south of Willow. So this is that last portion of our contract with Strand Associates. We'll be currently, right now, the plans are with staff. We're reviewing and revising those. Our intent here is to be presenting you updated cost estimates for all these projects as we move along. We'll continue our ongoing final landscaping restoration work on the Hibbert Reserve. Again, we're in our final maintenance year with them going into 2026. We'll be also looking to finalize the master program for the east side stormwater improvements. We have another meeting that will be coming up that we'll be doing a check-in with council for the rest of the watershed areas. We'll be giving you an update on that, and then we'll be coming to finalize the report. We'll also be looking to complete the final I&I investigation, which I touched base on a little bit earlier. We'll also be looking to complete the design for the reconstruction of Willow Road and finalize the jurisdictional transfer between IDOT and the village. We sent a request letter to them. Those discussions are currently underway. We'll be looking to continue to assist them obtaining more grant funding, not just for the north of Willow project, but also for the south. We'll be working with Tim on that. We'll be looking to continue our commitments to improving the roadway. This includes curb replacements, public sidewalks programs, continue our annual reviews and permit reviews. We need to complete a structural repair to the Elm Street Bridge. There's a bearing piece in there that has to get replaced. And then advance the phase 1 study for the Hubbard Woods streetscape project. Our initial focus here, again, will be on the traffic study. Once we have that information, we'll be able to come back to council and discuss about the final configuration for that. We'll continue to assist with the obtainment of state and regulatory permits as it relates to village projects or assisting applicants with obtaining. We're looking to continue to enhance and improve our forestry and landscaping initiatives throughout the village. Again, we'll be looking to continue our removal replacements, tree trimming programs, our annual perennial landscapings. We're looking to continue to enhance that in our commercial district areas and parkways. And then, of course, manage the annual commercial district floral program. So this slide here is focused primarily on our street rehabilitation program. This program is typically the largest annual capital project that the village takes on, with the exception of our other capitals. The proposed budget for this year is $1.72 million. Again, we evaluate the roadways utilizing a non-destructive testing service that's provided by IMS, which is Infrastructure Management Services. And then based on that, we prioritize our roadways. One of the things that we want to update you on is with the commitments that we have done, including the other roads we'll be having coming up. Our current rating, which is 75 shown on this slide, is anticipated to go up to about 77. So what that demonstrates is that the village's annual commitment to the street rehabilitation program and the dollars that we're committed to keep our roads resurfaced is paying off, and it's maintaining it in an infrastructure that we can manage without falling too far behind. Some of the complications, again, that we get into when we are involved with this program is coordination with other capital projects. A perfect example of this is the tree streets. Some of these streets, Cherry and Oak, have been high priorities for us to resurface and also replace some water main sections on, but we've been trying to coordinate it with the capital project of the stormwater. So there'll be a cost savings by coordinating all the work activities at once. Again, we would fiscally coordinate our total roadways. Sometimes when we have a road that we just need to resurface, but once we do the water main, it has to be reconstructed, we take that into consideration as well. And then we also think about other permits and projects that are taking place near us. So some of our cost projections, so that you're aware. So we use this based on our actual costs for various rehabilitation strategies, plus our estimated inflation. We talk to our surrounding communities as they get new projects in to check to make sure our numbers are in place. We look at potential procurement delays. We try to anticipate that, increases in materials that we're made aware of. And since we have so much capital projects taking place, we're pretty up to speed on where some costs are at. So this map here shows all the proposed roadway locations to be rehabilitated in 2025. As you can see, it's pretty well dispersed throughout. And we tried to, again, we prioritize it based on the current road conditions. So this slide here is the estimated cost for this program. Again, the budget is proposed at 1.72. This does not include the cost for improvements to utility structures or sewer repairs that we need to take, because as of right now, we're still developing that program for next year. But as you can see, we've got a pretty long list of roads that we're going to be looking to resurface on and again, coordinate the water main work. In total, we're looking at a little less than $4 million for the project for both roadway and water main costs. So next, this slide is the financial summary for the engineering department. Salaries and benefits in 2025 are proposed at a little over $944,000. There's a 5.9% increase, primarily due to anticipated employee annual performance steps and cost of living increases. Services and supplies are proposed at a little over $908,000, which is approximately $67,000 higher than the department budget last year. The biggest changes in that for this year are coming in the service and supplies, and that's related to the forestry division. The total operating expenses also include $647,800 for forestry department. That's their operating budget, which includes programs and services such as tree trimming, plantings, disease control, and supplies. There is a proposed $67,000 increase of the forestry operating budget from last year, with increases based on enhancements of existing programs, additional landscaping maintenance and support. This year, forestry is proposing a $30,000 increase for this supplemental support of the $67,000 due to the need for additional employee services. We have a contractual service company that we work with now. They offer 1 to 2 days a week. The workload is increasing for us as we take new roles and responsibilities, so that extra support's really needed. In addition, staff is anticipating price increases for material and labor costs for new multi-year contracts. We've got a lot of contracts that we had multi-years on that we have to go out to bid here in the beginning of the year. So we anticipate, since it's been a couple years, that we might get a little increase on materials and labor. And finally, the capital outlay for the engineering department is proposed at $2.1 million. This is an increase of $200,000 from the previous year. This increase is primarily due to three projects. There's a slight increase of $20,000 for the annual street rehabilitation program, again, due to cost and labors and material. An increase of $30,000 for our annual sidewalk program. Last year, there was a reduction. The village annually commits about $150,000 towards this program. We did a slight reduction last year. Staff is proposing to re-implement back to the $150 so we can make sure we stay on track with that program. And then finally, $150,000 for repairs to the Elm Street Bridge. This work is expected to take place in the spring of this year. And again, that repair is due to the beam. There's a center beam. The village in years past did a white topping, and there's a small crack and a leak, and it basically got underneath and rotted one of the pieces. We're just replacing it. The bridge is structurally sound. It's safe. You can still use it. It's just came up as part of a bridge inspection report, so we just need to do that repair. So with that, that includes my engineering department budget, if anybody has any questions.
Questions on the engineering department?
Question, Jim, on a topic near and dear to me is the Green Bay Trail.
Yes.
So we have a potential grant of almost $900,000, right? But we don't have anything in capital spending, placeholder even, for the Green Bay Trail. Should there, I mean, what's that going for? I mean, wouldn't,
So that grant is projected to hopefully get the chief funding in 2026. But we don't have a specific project built out yet for it.
The start of one that we saw
yeah,
last meeting.
but shouldn't there be some capital spending for the Green Bay Trail over the 5-year period?
Yeah, we could.
There should. I think next year we'll have to be spending more time on it in order to load in those out years.
So
We're just not
nothing
ready
for
yet.
this year?
We're just not ready yet.
Okay. Did we have to specify for that grant what it would be used for?
Yeah, we will. At some point, we'll have to go through like what they call the official application process for it. You have to say, here's what we're going to use it for, and then.
Okay.
Yeah. And one piece of that is we have to actually do the physical engineering design for it. So we have the project conceptual-wise, we still need to design it, though.
Yeah, I would have thought there would be some numbers in there just in anticipation of receiving the grant.
Sure.
You know, if we don't get the grant, then maybe it doesn't happen, but.
There was some delay in getting the message from the federal government as to how they were going to distribute those grants. And I believe, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to be distributed through IDOT.
That's correct.
Yeah, so IDOT takes their time. We thought we had a little bit more time to go and plan this with more detail.
Especially when it's not our money.
Yeah, and it was the concept that was submitted will need a lot of refinement. So we need next year to really work on what next year what 26 would look like, but even the out years, and the funding to support it.
And that was just, that will be just a village grant application, not in combination with the Park District?
It was only our grant.
Yeah.
But there are other grant opportunities for the trail, OSLIDE grants being one of them.
Yeah, okay.
I had, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, it's probably a very simple question, but for the street rehab program, Foxdale is significantly more expensive than everything else. And I'm just curious, is there a different project going on Foxdale?
Kirk's driveway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a long section for Foxdale, which.
Yeah, but it's like, I mean, it's a lot more. I'm looking at, I mean, maybe the map's not to scale, but it's almost $2 million.
Yeah.
And the next highest is almost 1 million. So it's already, it's not that much longer. Some of these are only 30,000.
Yeah, correct. And yes, that's correct.
And that's different.
And water main.
Okay, and some of the others don't have water main?
That's correct. Yeah, some of them are just straight resurfacing. Some of them, again, based on the amount of disturbance to the roadway, we may have to
Okay.
take it to a full reconstruction
Yeah.
Versus just milling and resurfacing the roadway. So
Okay.
that's where those costs.
So that
come into
answers
play.
it, the water main, okay.
Is Cherry reconstruction too?
I'm sorry? And water main.
And water main?
Yep.
Do they need water over there?
Okay, can I go back to the community rating system through FEMA?
The CRS program, sure.
Yeah, so currently, so this would be for, as part of the West Stormwater Project, they haven't amended the FEMA maps since we did the project.
Correct.
So do we have any estimate of the number of people who are in floodplain that I presume when we go through this community rating system, that it's like a Lomar F process where we are going to take this entire area out of floodplain? Is that's essentially what we're doing?
The floodplain limits will not change. So these
Okay.
programs, the reason why is because there is a levee that goes
Okay.
along the, it's a man-made levee. It's not
Okay.
a certified levee, and that goes along the western part of the golf course. In order to work with FEMA to try to make, or do a flood reduction and change the firm maps, you would have to certify that levee. We do not want that liability for that certification
Okay.
for that levee, which is why the village never undertook that. You keep in mind, too, the elevation of even south of that. The water, as it rises in that area from the lagoons, it'll still migrate around. The programs that we're doing are all about how do we manage it, capture it, and get it away from the homes. We've talked to FEMA in recent years about when they think they're going to be coming back to do
Yeah.
recertifications. We have not gotten a confirmed date. With the new rainfall data, though, the limits could change slightly from where they are now.
So, but as part of this CRS effort, would we be seeing a lot of people have the removal of, as part of their mortgage qualification or mortgage standard, that they will no longer need flood insurance?
No, because it's based on the firm maps. So
Okay.
the flood insurance rating maps, those are set limits, anticipating, again, that levee it's not certified, so the limits stay the same. So although the steps that the village are taking is about getting the water away and basically getting that safety, from that, it doesn't change the firm map limits. And so you would need that to remove those properties or change and say homes are elevated above that.
Okay,
So that's the firm maps that drive everything.
okay. And so right now, people will still potentially have to have flood insurance
That's
in some of the
correct.
tree streets.
It'll just be less.
It'll be less, that's
It'll be
correct. So,
less.
yeah, so we get a reduction. So every time you change your rating, it's a 5% reduction.
Okay.
So we're currently 6.
Yep.
Our goal is to be a 3 or 4. With the projects and the commitment the village has done, we're actually really reducing ours down. We're actually leading a lot of communities in that. We just have to go through the process of getting that reduction on it. So as soon as we do, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody from FEMA came here and did the presentation again and gave us a new plaque with our new rating system on it.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Quick question with the wetlands. I've been asked by several residents. I know we're talking about landscaping that. Is there anything we need to do other than that, from fencing or, okay. I just want to make sure.
Not our property,
Nope.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's
not
good.
our property, and we can only do what Army Corps permitted us to do.
Okay.
But it
which is
usually,
what you see.
but it usually takes a year or more to establish those wetlands.
Usually 5
So it's not going to look
Right.
like the way it looks now
Right.
in a couple of years.
Wildflowers are coming next spring a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while.
It's made good progress this year.
It's already looking better. Yeah.
Yeah, actually coming in, I would say by the end of next summer, you'll see a pretty big, heavy growth that'll start to go. Now, then it's just about killing back what we don't want, encouraging what we do want, and that's going to be
Great.
with the Army Corps and the Cook County Forest Reserve. Any other questions? All right. Okay, because the engineering department manages the village's stormwater vision program, I'll be providing you also with just a brief overview of the proposed stormwater capital projects for fiscal year '25. Once completed, Director of Public Works, Tom Powers, will come up, and then he'll continue on with the funding presentation for the operations of the stormwater fund, and then the rest of his. So I wanted to begin by taking a look at the current stormwater vision for Western Winnetka. Many of you will be familiar with this exhibit. We show it each time. This time we added names to it, so you can I can refer back to here if you think we need to during the rest of this presentation. This slide shows all the phases of the master stormwater program for Western Winnetka. In the coming years, the village will be redirecting its focus again from the storage to the residential roadway and those conveyance projects. This work will not only include the installation of new storm sewers and green infrastructure, but also water main replacement and roadway reconstruction, which I sort of just hit on before. Again, we're trying to coordinate those water main replacements program with this, so when we come into these neighborhoods, we only impact them once. It's been a lot, and we have a lot taking place. So as council is aware, recently the village received notification. It was selected to receive a $30 million grant, a cost-sharing grant from FEMA hazard mitigation for the conveyance projects north of Willow Road. The completion of the paperwork associated with this grant will take a majority of 2025 to complete. So although the village will not be commencing on any new stormwater construction projects in 2025, staff will instead be preparing an intense construction schedule of projects to begin in early 2026 and beyond until the completion of the vision program for Western Winnetka that you see here. The upcoming phases will include the installation of a new storm sewer on Willow Road east of Hibbard, the replacement of deteriorated water main, as well, reconstruction of the roadway, Willow Roadway from the village's western village limits to Provident Avenue, including the much-needed intersection and traffic signal improvement at the intersection of Willow and Hibbard Road, which I'm sure you'll all be happy of if you ever go past that intersection. We'll be looking to enhance that and make it run more like a traditional intersection. In 2026, the village will be awarding a contract for the commencement of conveyance projects within the Tree Street areas, starting first with Ash Street and then its adjoining roadways. So overall, 2026 will be an aggressive construction year, although you won't see shovels in the ground for stormwater in 2025. So the next 3 slides here will present the current 5-year stormwater program. There's a lot of detail here on the projects over the next 5 years, but I'm going to highlight those projects for 2025. Although we're hoping to complete the final payment for the Hibbard Preserve contract still this year, we've carried the remaining unpaid contract balance amount for next year. Again, if this gets completed this year, this would go away. Get to this one. Okay, so there's $220,000. This is on this next slide here. That's being programmed for the wetland mitigation project. This is also known as the RES project that you may all be familiar with. This project was undertaken to address wetland mitigation for the Hibbard Preserve projects. As a reminder, this mitigation project is being built at the Paul Douglas Reserve. This is located at the northeast corner of Central Road and Freeman Road and Hoffman Estates. We're budgeting the remaining balance of the agreement with Strand Associates for the design of the conveyance projects that I talked about earlier, and I anticipate providing a project funding update to the Village Council, again, as part of the finalization of that in 2025. There's $126,000 that's budgeted for the remaining work for the completion of the Crow Island and Hibbard Preserve project. This focuses mostly on project closeout and long-term maintenance and construction observation for Hibbard Preserve. We've allocated $100,000, in 2025 for the completion of the East Side Stormwater Study. And then finally, the village has allocated $915,000 for program contingency, which, as you can see, we do annually. This year, though, we're proposing an increase of $415,000. Now, this is being used for the purchase of a new Vector truck to assist with the Public Works Department in the long-term maintenance of the new stormwater infrastructure that we've installed today. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have about just the capital part for stormwater.
What's the Skokie Ditch project
The Skokie Ditch project,
in 2029?
I believe,
It starts around,
Is it just cleaning out what?
well, it's a little bit more engineered. It's weird the way that thing doesn't work.
it's this area back in here.
Oh, that's the Skokie Ditch, okay.
yeah.
Oh, got it.
Yep.
I didn't know,
Yeah.
yes,
That
okay.
exhibit actually has the name of each project, so if you ever want
okay.
to reference back, it's a good slide to have.
Got it, understand. I didn't know if it was in the Skokie Lagoons off.
Yeah. Needs a lot of rehabilitation through there.
Got it, thank you. Sorry about that.
So Jim, if you were modeling out 6 to 10 years, where would the east side construction begin, the east side stormwater? How would you, what years would we be seeing that?
Well, I think that's going to be based on how we complete the east side. And then we'll be working with council to set what those priority projects are. And then from there, I think we can start to implement what year we think it's going to fall. There is no funding sources for the east side right now, and as we continue to pursue grants, once we have a conceptual design of what we think we're going to have, I think that's really when we'll be able to determine specific projects.
We do have a funding source.
Well, we do, if we're doing larger phases.
So the east,
Stormwater utility.
yeah, the east side modeling,
Yes.
we do that next year, and then it sits for 4 years, or what are we doing?
No.
So let me walk through a similar process as we did on the west side. So you do the study, right? And that study is going to morph, right? It's all going to be impacted by community input. What the council members think, we're going to end up with a structure of a plan. Then we're going to put a financing model to match it, right? And then you have to move into design.
Yep.
So the first year of design, I would say, if we're moving at a good click, could happen in '26.
Maybe, yep.
Maybe start to construct between '27 and '28.
Yep.
So there'd be some overlap.
We don't start populating those years until we have this model.
The model's going to help us prepare what those cost estimates are. So we have some kind of a dollar figure of what we're looking at.
It won't count.
Yeah. I will say, though, one of the benefits that I think we saw that helped us with our grant applications was the fact that we committed to moving forward with the designs. So for the North of Willow project that we have, the fact that we've been moving forward with the designs and it's shovel-ready, that's what the federal agencies love to see. So,
And I would anticipate the council going through a prioritization exercise, what projects need to go first, right? And then you structure your work around that.
Bob, I think you're right. There should be placeholders in there.
Seems like it.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we also know what the cost
I
with
think
this big,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
with this big, beautiful stormwater project that's going to be done, the cost to maintain, just to upkeep this, are we expecting anything unusual? I mean, we really haven't this type of structure in this village before.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned earlier about the operations and maintenance section of the stormwater fund.
Yep.
I would anticipate it adjusting. The great news about new infrastructure is that for the first 5 to 10 years, you should be in pretty good shape.
Good.
But we'll start planning for that.
After that, great.
Yeah. But for example, the storm trap will be part of the maintenance to clean that out.
That's correct.
Right? The Vector truck will be doing a lot of that work, I would assume. But then a lot of it is going to be making sure the maintenance is going to be making sure the system isn't clogged and it works properly. But then there's a useful life for these investments, and then you start to say, okay, these manholes will need to be replaced because they're 20 years old and they're starting to fail.
yeah. The large storm trap systems that we have, we're actually working with Public Works now to periodically, a couple times a year, just check. Is there sediment buildup? How much is the sediment? When after rain events? So we can kind of get an idea of how soon do we hire those professional services, or what can we clean to make sure it stays at max capacity.
Now, if we had more pumps in the western side, your maintenance would be higher because those pumps don't last as long. So there's fewer pumps, less cost long-term.
Not that we're looking to have the finance department do more work here, because you guys do a ton of work, but again, I sort of feel like, I mentioned on the Green Bay Trail, on this project, some of these, items that we think might be out there, that we think might be subject to grant opportunities, I think we should, to the extent we can, even if we indicate they're really just estimates, we should kind of populate some of these projects so we kind of know what the scope is. We talk about East Side, we talk about the post office change, but we really don't
On
know what
this
that
one,
might involve.
I don't know, like the dollar, I would hate to put a dollar amount in there and set some sort of false expectations and it comes in significantly higher. I'm not really quite sure, and then we don't really have a time frame exactly, so I think we're going through that exercise now. We have it, the known, amount for the east side, the modeling in there. I mean, we could put, we've done other ones, to be determined in the out years is kind of a placeholder, but.
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't put a dollar amount in for budgeting, just a narrative, because, we'll have turnover between those years and now.
we tried to avoid TBD as much as possible.
Yeah.
But in terms of documenting the institutional memory of all this, then we can start to layer that in, I think. But we just didn't have, with respect to the trail and East Side, we just didn't feel comfortable dropping numbers in that we already thought we were shocking the system quite a bit this year, so.
I think the completion of the phase, the study that we've got going on now with Strand will help us kind of formulate to the project names. Is it a Winnetka Road one, just similar to we have Skokie Ditch North? It'll help prepare what those projects are and start to come up with some estimates. So we'll know how we want to prioritize it, and then what those dollars might be.
Doesn't hurt to dream, though.
Yeah. I mean, Chris, you've been dealing with this. From the modeling that would occur next year, from that, do you think that Strand could kind of put their arms around an
They
estimate?
better, yeah, I mean, the two go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's part of their scope.
Okay.
That's the scope.
So next budget year, we might see that populated best as possible.
Yep.
Okay.
That's part of that study that they're doing.
Got it.
That's the
Okay.
deliverable.
Good.
Any other questions for me?
Thanks, Jim.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Jim. You guys want to take 5 now, or you want to just keep on cranking? Okay. The story was going to go anyway. Sorry, Tom, you're talking to an empty room.
I can make it work. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I will now be talking about the stormwater operations. I do have about 30 slides, so maybe you want to rethink that break, but we do have 5 divisions, 5 funds that Public Works touches on, but we'll start here with the operations. Before I get going, I do want to thank Assistant Director Eric Jensen, who assisted with all facets of the Public Works budget. Operations Manager Mike Rivard and the 4 people also were involved, providing input that formed this budget. I'll try to go as quickly as possible, so just feel free to stop me along the way if I'm going too fast. So Public Works operates our stormwater system, about 65 miles of sewer and growing, thanks to Jim. We maintain some of the things we've accomplished in the past year. When we're just talking about maintenance, we are increasing our in-house capability of maintenance. We've brought some of that maintenance capability in-house where we previously relied on a contractor. We obviously respond to emergency callouts. We responded to approximately 20 post-storm event service calls. And one of our bigger efforts, again, along the lines of maintenance, following one event with some flooding on Green Bay Road, we went out, checked the sewer, found that there was quite a bit of roots in the system, did some heavy cleaning, and removed 7 cubic yards of root material from that sewer. For the next year, we'll continue to operate that system. One of our keys expenditures, as Jim mentioned, will be replacing a vacuum excavator and continuing to support the engineering department with the stormwater master plan. Here's the fund overview for both capital and operations. Due to the cadence of design grants and whatnot, we're seeing a huge decrease because we don't have that big capital project this year. With that, I'll see if there's any questions on stormwater operations. All right, we'll move on to Public Works. I want to take a moment just to pause here. So this section of the presentation focuses mainly on the general fund portion of Public Works. However, within Public Works, we're kind of split up. I have 2 individuals assist me, Eric Jensen, Assistant Director, Mike Rivard, Operations Manager. Mike is in charge of the street and sewer divisions. Eric leads our refuse and fleet divisions, and we all kind of work together on facilities. But the reason I'm pointing this out is previously both these individuals were billed against the general fund, and this year we've done some critical expense analysis, seeing where our labor costs are and making sure they get applied appropriately. So you'll hear a little bit more about that as I go along through all the funds and so on and so forth. I'm sure you're all familiar with our Public Works Department, but we perform the refuse operations, we maintain the roads, the right-of-way, we operate the stormwater systems, we operate our sanitary sewer system, we maintain the majority of the village facilities, with water and electric taking responsibility for the capital costs on their locations, and we also maintain our village fleet. This year, our budget from the general fund is $4.2 million. That represents a reduction of a little over $400,000 from last year. But before I pat myself on the back too much, as I mentioned, we took a critical look at our labor and where it's being allocated. We wanted to make sure that was allocated where people were actually performing the majority of their work. So a portion of that, I'd say about 80% of that reduction is related to getting people billed in the correct location. So like Mike Rivard working on sewers, some of his salary goes to sewers. Eric working on refuse and fleet, some of his salary's now been allocated under refuse and fleet. But we did do a critical analysis, kind of like zero-based budgeting as we talked about, not using last year's budget as a repeat, just making sure everything that was in there was required, and we were able to find some other reductions as compared to last year as well. Some of our accomplishments from the past year, we worked on 8 facility projects of varying sizes. We joined the Illinois Public Works Mutual Aid Network, which allows us to receive emergency assistance from communities across the state. Allows us to also be good neighbors and provide assistance if we are available and ready to help in the case of an emergency. We deployed a road weather information system, which provides critical parameters that we will use to be more proactive with our snow fight operation. And we'll be expanding our capabilities with that over the next year. As I talked about, we are proud of our budget for the general fund and how we're able to take a critical eye in partnership with the village manager's offices and HR in terms of looking at how people were allocated. And then one non-fiscal thing that I thought worth mentioning, we implemented a new onboarding ceremony for our employees when they complete the probationary period. We wanted to mark that occasion similar to the way police and fire have swearing-in ceremonies. So we present them with a Public Works First Responder flag, and we all get together to congratulate them and welcome them to the team.
No hazing.
No hazing.
A little bit.
One more just interesting thing I thought might be of interest to the board or public. We've been working hard as management to improve our communications with our frontline workers and make them comfortable talking about their needs and resource requirements. And as a result of that, they felt comfortable implementing a grinder that had been mothballed within the department. They pulled it out and decided to start using it and learned that it was improving their operation as compared to what they were doing before, which was digging the pavement out full depth. And once they started using that, they said, well, you know, it'd be nice if we didn't have to sweep up the grindings, can we get a sweeper box attachment? So we went ahead and did that, and they've greatly improved their efficiency for the small patch paving that they do in-house. I'm personally proud of this, that you know, they have that confidence to manage up, as I call it, and makes us a better team altogether. So as we talk about what we want to do for the next year, we will continue with the roadway striping program, sign replacement. The street department has indicated they plan to take a look at all the streets in a more methodical method for that small patch paving operation. And so they're expanding. Now they can just do small jobs, so we'll still leave the big jobs to Jim, but they're taking the ball and running with it. We are enhancing our leaf program, utilizing more of the mechanical pushing in addition to the vacuum operations. With regards to facilities, I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to the facility fund, but we continue those operations. And then last but not least, a new initiative for the next year. We're going to be working with an interdepartmental committee to research and implement a customer relationship management software. I call it, customer request tracker. And we'd like to tie that with GIS and some of our asset management stuff so that we can track trends and data and really have a better, workflow within our department. Some of our key budget items within the general fund, we're replacing 2 dump trucks, and a Bobcat. They range from 16 to 24 years old. I think it's important to note we are reducing our snow and ice control budget again this year based on 2 mild winters. Our salt dome is full, so we are reducing our salt purchase. However, if we have a more normal winter, we will have to increase that budget in the future. The Spruce Street, we'll be taking a look at the access there. It'll be a two-phase project. Well, first, we will do an alternative analysis to determine what level of access is possible and feasible. And once we have agreement on what the preferred alternate is, we will then move forward with a final design. We intend to make that as transparent as possible, including updates to the weekly report so everyone knows what's going on there. So again, here's the overview, but the highlight is we were able to reduce our ask this year by over $400,000. I'll pause for any questions on Public Works.
On the capital requests, Tom, over the next several years, is there anything, that you haven't requested that would be of interest or not in the capital plan?
For trucks and things of that nature, I mean, we're slowly replacing all our trucks. This year we're doing 2, because one was deferred from last year, but we're doing about 1 a year for the next few years. We're kind of reevaluating the sweeper. We may want to move that up because we've had some struggles with it this year, but it was kind of too late to change anything for the budget this year. But nothing too crazy.
So like the remote, what were they called? The mounts?
Oh, the lifts?
The lifts?
Oh, the mobile columns, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to touch on that with fleet, but I think we're doing okay there. I've gotten a lot of good feedback about how well those are working, and that managing up, I'm going to wait for them to say they need more before we move forward with more.
Okay.
And Tom, I will say, I'm really appreciative of the stuff you're doing, because I pay attention to a lot of that nerdy construction stuff, and I've noticed that your crews are doing more of the little small block sidewalk replacement that would normally fall to Jim's program.
Mm-hmm.
Your guys are getting in there and knocking it out so it doesn't sit forever in a day.
Yes.
And that pavement patching, that's awesome to have them actually pull something out of mothballs and make sure that they can reuse it. And it does for a better job, too. So the cool thing here is we're doing more with our own people, which gives us a lot more control, cost control as well as timing control, and it makes them more likely to stick around because they have broader job responsibilities and are learning more. So you're doing an excellent job. I'm really pleased to see how you've taken over that department and really
appreciate that.
They're not the sort of tweaks that would send the fireworks off, but if you look closely, they're all the things that make everything nice and shiny and tight.
Thank you.
Good effort, thank you.
I would say it was a very happy surprise when I found out they were willing to do Portland cement concrete work.
Yeah.
That was great.
I was
find that out
surprised
when I
too,
got
and
here.
it's like, yes. Because it's probably more cost efficient than if we would have paid Jim to do it anyway, right?
Depends on the volume. If you're talking big volumes, we can't compete, but.
Well, no, I mean, prevailing wage, union.
But small jobs, yeah.
I mean, now we're union here too, but for small jobs, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And the guys got to like that too, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll move on to the refuse fund if we're good to keep going. So as you know, we provide residential and commercial services for refuse in-house, yard waste collection in-house, and then we outsource for our compost and recycling services. And then we have a variety of special collections throughout the year. Our accomplishments for the past year, we provided those services, I think, you know, in my opinion, with a pretty high level of service. Some of the more interesting items, we purchased a refuse scooter. We were able to do that under budget. And then we've seen some operational improvements in terms of our misses. I'll dive into that on our next slide. And we tested there are some, I guess, dead zones, cellular dead zones in town. So we tested some new technology to reduce those dead zones, and that will allow us to increase our use of technology in this coming year. Here's a little bit more on the misses. The dark orange line is the number of misses in 2023. The more yellowish line is the number of misses this past year. And you can see visually that there's been quite a reduction. This is accountable to a couple different things. One is reduced turnover within the department, so the guys are learning the routes and they're sticking around. The workload is manageable, so they're hanging out and doing their jobs. We hired a 4-person to better manage the workload. We have better data management in terms of sharing maps and institutional knowledge, and we look to expand on that in the next year. And last but not least, we implemented processes for some of our special collections, yard waste, the special pickups, so that they don't interfere with our core service of refuse.
Tom, was that recycling and?
That is just refuse. So recycling, their line is actually, I did get their data, I don't show it here, and you know, we only get the data that people report to us. So if they call LRS directly, we don't necessarily get a notice of that. But based on what people report to us, it's very similar. They're a little bit above us. We're a little bit better. But I also feel like their data is incomplete, or our data of their data is incomplete, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Thanks.
So for next year, like I mentioned, we are going to increase our use of technology, implementing iPads within the trucks. And what we're going to implement is what I would call a one-stop shop mapping system, so that a refuse collector, when they arrive at a property, they can see, okay, what service is this property signed up for? Are there any special notes? Where are the garbage cans hidden in the backyard if they have backdoor service? Things of that nature. And this will be very beneficial when we have substitutions. People are out, someone's running a route they're not used to. They'll have all that data right there for them in the truck. Some of the things we'll be working with Swank on in the coming year, they have a Recycling Coach mobile application which provides information about what you can recycle, and we can add some communications as well, but that's completely funded by the state. We have the Orange Bag program for hard-to-recycle materials coming in the near future. I'm going to say late winter, early spring is what they're projecting right now.
What does that mean?
So you can purchase orange bags at the store. It's currently being implemented in Lake County, but you can recycle things that are ordinarily hard to recycle, like styrofoam. Yeah, so it's things that you might bring to our yard.
Yeah.
You can put in these orange bags. There'll be more information, obviously, as it gets closer, but our big interest is the styrofoam, getting that reduced at our yard. There will also be what I'm going to call limited hazardous household waste pickup at the door program. It's a fee program run by Swank in collaboration with Clean Harbors. But for a fee, if you don't want to drive to one of the regional hazardous household waste collection centers, you can schedule to have them come to your house and pick up that said waste. However, it's basically in a pilot program this year, so there will be limited slots available. And it's first come, first serve. We will continue our recycling events that we do in partnership with Swank and collection events we do with them. And then last but not least, we are having a renewed focus on cross-training, getting the refuse workers working in the other public works departments, so that, you know, some of them are on call, so they need to know those skills. And it just improves our flexibility and resiliency. We've already had the foreman spend a week in sewer, and we plan to have them go back and spend a few more weeks with the sewer department. Here's the fund overview. I would say this is our conservative estimate. It can be difficult to estimate the, the hauling volumes that we send to Swank, so we do budget conservatively to keep the fund healthy. What I would say is we monitor it throughout the year, and if we see our expenditures are higher than expected, then we use active administrative management to try to reduce expenses where we can. We were very successful with this the past year, where we were projecting to be 42,000 in the red, but now we're looking to be, well, at the beginning of the year, we were budgeting 42,000 in the red, but we're currently projecting to be 62,000 in the black. So while, the number doesn't look great, for next year, we expect we'll be able to get that as close to neutral as we can through active management of the operation. I'll pause here for any questions on refuse.
What kind of, say, participation are we seeing with the drop-off composting sites, and what thoughts, and because I hear this question a lot, we're thinking about expanding it through the house-to-house?
Yeah, so we've looked into that a little bit. Yeah, I guess I could get you numbers from LRS. I don't have them handy about how much they've hauled. Yeah, so LRS picks it up. I mean, we pay for the disposal, or wherever, the composting drop-off eventual location. I guess anecdotally, actually, I've been out checking the Elm Street every week to make sure it's ready for farmer's market. Some weeks it's full to the top. Some weeks it's half empty, It varies quite a bit. But in terms of the door-to-door, LRS, if say we went with the private option, LRS said they'd basically have to charge us for another truck. And that's quite expensive.
I mean, I'm just curious, I don't think we can really gather anything about how many, a lot of people talk about this, but I wonder how many people actually would collect
Yeah.
them.
There's
Put out once or twice a
Yeah.
week, so,
It's one of those where we could not do it in-house, just because of our facilities. But if we contracted it out, then you would end up with yet probably a third container at the curb.
Yeah.
So something to think about.
Curious about it too.
Yeah. Some towns have looked to combine it with, seasonally with yard waste. So.
Christmas trees, pumpkins, and yard waste.
Yeah, and then household compost. So there's a possibility there, but then that would be contracting out that service that we typically do in-house. So there's some analysis to do yet.
Yeah, currently our compost contractor, LRS, they serve us and a handful of other communities around us with that run when they come and get the compost. So it's kind of like we're sharing the cost a little bit. And if we have our own program, then we're paying for 100% of that operation.
I just have dogs. Who eat my compost.
Right now, on the mist, two things that came up at our block party. Will we get to a system where you can just, because in Forest Glen, there's a lot of misses that don't go reported,
Okay.
particularly on the north side of Forest Glen, like the way the route they go one way, and then somebody forgets to come back. So a couple of my neighbors wondered if there's a way to, and I was just looking at kind of the proposal with increased technology in the trucks. Will we get to the point where if you noticed, he didn't come back, it's 3 o'clock, not having to wait another day until it comes back the next day? Is there a way to maybe send a text message or have something on a portal? Is this like something we can work on in the future, where we can get real-time kind of misses?
So we don't know if there's a miss until it's reported. And there's two
Right.
ways you can primarily do that. You can call Public Works.
Right.
But there is a web form you can complete.
Yeah.
That goes to all the same people. And then we do have AVL in the trucks, which is something I'll talk about with the fleet, but we're going to be upgrading that system to be more accurate.
Okay.
And so what we tend to do is look at when the truck was there, and when we got the call, or, to get like a bulletproof system, we'd have to install cameras on the truck to kind of like see what they did
Yeah.
when they, right now it's just a dot on a map. So there's you're still missing that last piece, seeing the can on the street that they drove by.
Yeah.
So that would be, that's something we're interested in. And once we get this mapping program out, if we can layer in cameras, I think that's something we're definitely interested in, yeah.
Okay. And then the other suggestion, and I don't, to be fair, now I think about it, the person didn't specify to me who, the neighbor, whether it was recycling or refuse. I forgot to ask. But the other thing that somebody suggested is that in the summer months, when people go on vacation, and if they have signed up for the street pickup and they're not home, and to come back after a week or two and you've got your trash, is there a way, and maybe we already have this functionality, where people can call in a special backdoor pickup service? Yeah, this was just something that somebody asked me, so.
We can investigate it. I mean, it would be kind of along the lines of a
Well,
second out.
I mean,
Toilet
some,
form, too? I mean, at some point, people have to take responsibility
Yeah.
for.
no, it was just somebody's suggestion, it was somebody who moved from Connecticut, where they had the ability to call Public Works and say, hey, we're out of town, do you mind doing a backdoor pickup and charging us extra? And we could make money on it. That's all.
Yeah, it's definitely available. Well, something we could consider, certainly under a fee basis, but,
Your numbers are way down, which is good.
yeah.
The misses is way down, looks like.
Yeah, they've been
those,
doing it very.
those higher numbers were on the heels of a schedule change as well. So there was route adjustments as well.
Very cool.
And you're still using when you believe there's a miss, the photograph? Or no?
Yeah, well. it's
If they
not
don't
al-
see somebody if it's in your book that there's a curbside pickup and it's not there, you document it as a true miss, or not a true miss, as someone who didn't put it out.
Yeah, they'll generally text, I'm here, it's not here. Sometimes they'll take a photo, but they're also, depends on, are they running ahead of schedule or behind schedule? If
Well,
they're
that's the
behind
other
schedule, they're not going to get out of the truck and take a picture necessarily.
And then keep in mind, the way the schedule works now too, is that it's not everybody has the same level of service. So it's a mixed service route. Some are backdoor, some are curb.
Okay.
That adds to the complexity of the driver's work too. They got to remember where are the cans.
I just got an earful, and I think it's largely because, there'll go weeks where the driver comes by at 7 a.m., and then there'll be other times maybe when there's a different driver and it's at 3 p.m. And so, they're just as,
They'll
True.
get through their routes sooner.
True.
Yeah.
so I just thought, I'm happy with everything.
I'll mention it to the foreman and make sure there's not something else going on there.
Yeah.
In general, I think that the entire village is very pleased with how our refuse
Yes.
system works. I think it's top-notch, and when your complaint is, when I'm on vacation, can someone maybe come get it for me? And I'm with you, but I'm just saying, we're running a really nice operation when
yes,
that's like the
100%.
problem.
It was just a functionality as we upgrade technology,
Yeah, when I compare, I'll be honest, I don't have a refuse background before I came here, but when I compare our services to LRS for recycling, we are leaps and bounds above them.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
Go up to Glencoe and see full-blown outhouse contracting on trash.
Was that a outhouse?
There are days where it looks like that, because they just aren't as committed to the community, or the route, or the company they're working for, and we get a lot better service as a result of it.
And
It's nice to see the guys driving down the street and waving.
Totally.
I like my refuse, but yeah, it's.
Well, and
all the
also,
time.
to Chris's point before, the culture that you're developing there, everybody feels important and valued, and that they can be used for different things. They're part of a team, not just someone going out and, get this done, do it faster, or whatever. So,
And until local 150
It's going great.
The other aspect of having your own refuse division is that when you do have serious events, storm events in the community, you can pick up the material generally quicker than the contractors, but you can also deploy refuse collectors to help with other work that needs to be done. So there's a little bit of a bench there that's kind of built into the operations, which is nice to have.
Great.
All right,
Good. Fleet.
just a few more to go here. So we'll move on next to fleet services. Fleet services is an internal service fund where we provide vehicle service basically to all the departments in the village that have vehicles or equipment that require maintenance and repair. So in terms of 2024, we continued to provide that service. We implemented a new fleet management software, which we think will help us better analyze what they're working on and also improve our record keeping. As we talked about, we got those column lifts, which improved our flexibility. And the screenshot there is just, this new software, you can see what the mechanics are working on at any given time. So if the police department wants to call and say, when's that squad done? I can see whether they're even working on it or not. And it's a very useful tool that we'll be expanding our use of it over the next year. The fleet department has been doing a good job of keeping work in-house, and as of earlier this month, they had only used 40% of the outside repair budget, and we've adjusted our budget for this coming year based on that. So next year, we're going to continue to implement that software. The next implementation will be digital driver inspection reports, where the CDL drivers are required to do a pre-trip inspection, so we're going to digitize that. If there are issues noted, it will automatically generate a ticket for our fleet department to respond. And the nice thing about this, it keeps all the records within the database and with the vehicle instead of a paper copy in a book. It's much better operation with that. As I mentioned, we have the AVL program, as I call it. Fleetmatics is another word, but we'll be upgrading that system to a new vendor that's more accurate and also provides more data. So like if a check engine light comes out when someone's out in the field, we can, it actually will communicate what the code is back to us within reason. And we can see whether they can keep operating or not. So we'll be implementing that. We'll continue to help with vehicle purchases. We do have increased focus on training coming up. We're looking to get them more ASE certifications and EVT certifications. This will help us with keeping work in-house, particularly, the stuff for the fire department, their emergency vehicles, being able to complete that in-house, we see as a big benefit. And this is another department where we're going to focus on cross-training, getting these guys out of the shop, and getting some experience with some of the other departments. Here is the Fleet Service Fund overview. As I mentioned, some of this increase is due to the staff reallocation, but we are reducing our outside service budget. We'd reduce that by 20%. And this is the fund overview. I'll pause for any questions about fleet services.
Keep going.
All right, 2 more to go. Facilities fund. So last year, we completed a variety of facility projects. But what I'd like to most touch on when we talk about this fund is we budgeted this a little bit differently this year. Previously, this fund basically only covered capital projects at Village Hall. What we're doing now is collecting all the facilities projects from around the village and aggregating them within this fund. We think this gives us the most accurate way to track and manage what we're spending on our facilities. The other new thing that's happening is we completed we're putting the finishing touches on the facility assessment master plan, where we came in and looked at Village Hall, fire, and police. Next year, we're going to look at the yards, But at the end of that, we'll have basically a master plan that can help us plan for the future and what we're going to need to spend to keep our facilities in top-notch condition. Within the next year, some of the projects we're looking at is the mural, getting that refinished, accessibility improvements at police and fire. That classroom that the police department had mentioned is captured here in our facilities fund. We'll do some overhead door and HVAC projects at the yard. We're going to be replacing the benches in here in a phased process. We're going to do it over 2 years.
You want to do it over one night.
So the first, I think 3 rows will be completed this first year, and then the last rows will be completed the following year.
You do it over 2 years, it'll never happen.
And
Lazy
You'll have
boys.
people chaining yourself to these precious benches, not allowing you to take them out of the room.
I think there's a plan to make sure the benches don't go in a dumpster, so yes.
So we do have a plan to meet with the Historical Society and offer an opportunity to partner with them and allow community members who are really attached to the benches to own a piece of Winnetka history. And the concept is that any donations that would come in would help offset the cost of restoring the mural in the hallway. So we haven't had the conversation yet. Breaking news, you heard it here first.
Tom, you don't know what you're walking into. On that. Welcome to Winnetka.
Yeah, it's kind of like how the ivy got off the outside of the village hall. They're old.
100 years old.
Yeah, I think they're original.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been around. And then the one that broke with the reporter on it, they're just, they're starting to fall apart, so.
You feel 100 if you sit in them, too.
All right.
Stay very long.
Yeah, that's,
Church. Sorry, Tom.
Oh, no worries. So things that we have coming in the future, maybe not necessarily, well, some of this will be in the next year, but some will be over a longer time span. But something, like I mentioned earlier, facilities is kind of a shared responsibility within Public Works, so we may, over time, depending on our staff, you know, who we have and what skill sets we have, we may look to have someone who has that responsibility, because when you share a task, nobody owns it, so we may want someone to own that task. When we have this first phase of the facility assessment complete and fully vetted, we would like to present that to the council. We're hoping first quarter of next year, we'll be able to present some information on that first phase of it. And then over time, it will be implementing the repairs that are recommended by that report. Here's the fund overview. As I mentioned, since we are now aggregating costs that were spread between fire, police, village hall, public works in one location, you're seeing a large increase, but those are because those costs would have been spread around before. All right. Move on. Oh, yes, sir.
Just for my colleagues, now I feel comfortable opening my mouth on this. If you've been noticing on these small funds, we've been coming up with negatives that we're actually overspending for the fund. And it was bothering me because I kept saying the negative numbers, but there is a big positive number somewhere that fundamentally offsets this, right?
Yeah, the things are going
Right.
Okay, now, I'm sorry, I'm really slow. It took me this long to kind of put it together, but if anybody else was.
What was the positive number?
The staff realignment, the 400,000 in the.
So that's offsetting all these negatives, yeah.
Yep. The majority of them, not this one particularly. This one is, instead of the fund being drawn down in the police department budget, it is now in this budget for the renovations related to the police department.
What I was going to ask the question, you know, there is a facilities fund. It shows a negative at the end. But it seems to me, I mean, I don't even know why we have a facilities fund. We're just we're doing the projects and they get transferred from the water department, or they get transferred from Village Hall, whatever. I mean, it looks like the projects are being funded as we, why do we have a facilities fund as a result of that?
So it is a capital projects fund, and in theory, you would start accumulating some funds for major projects down the road.
That in
So
theory,
But it's
we
also.
have, and we haven't in the last several years really used it that way, but as we get this facility study on board, and we start really taking a look at what the costs are that we're not really accounting for, that are coming down the road, we're going to start utilizing the facilities fund to pay for those projects and accumulate funds for that.
and the funding would come from all the different departments?
It would come from, the different, the general fund, water and electric, the different funds, different departments.
I don't know.
It's a build back.
It's an
I
internal,
guess it is, but
it's going to serve partially as an internal service fund, but also think about it in terms of, and think about it as how you manage these projects. I think that some of the projects weren't necessarily being managed consistently. Accumulating them in one fund, having them assigned in one department, we're actually going to get we're going to, I think, do a better job taking care of our facilities, and we're going to have a funding source to take care of it. So it's operationally, it's easier to manage this
So
way.
you would expect that the fund balance will start to build, in some way we'll try to build that over time?
Yes.
I mean, as opposed to the last few years, we've just been.
It's in and out.
pay, do the project, get reimbursed by the department. Right. Okay. Close.
Okay,
Okay,
crank away.
Home stretch here with the sanitary sewer fund.
There's a fleet fund here.
We operate 45 miles of sanitary sewer and one fairly important lift station, which I'll be talking more about. Some of our accomplishments for the past year, we implemented a automated Julie ticketing system in concert with Water and Electric, moving away from a paper-based system and getting ready for some of the changes in the state law. Another big project that we've just started, but I think will last for a few years, is the Ravines Force Main Rehabilitation, Engineering Evaluation, and eventual construction project. It's 40-year-old force main. We've had a couple breaks on it in the past year, and whenever we have to go in there to repair it, we have to shut down Sheridan Road because of the site distance issues and the danger with our equipment on the road. So there is a big community impact when that happens. And then the other issue is that it is not a very redundant system, so when we shut that lift station down, we have about an hour to make a repair before it begins to surcharge, so it's not very resilient at all. So we want to look at if there's ways we can make it more resilient and make sure we don't impact the level of service that people receive. So we started an engineering study. What the repairs will be is kind of a known unknown at this point. We've put a number in there for the repair. We want to hopefully get that started this year, but as the engineering study and design gets completed, we'll kind of phase that over time so that we don't see spikes in the sewer rate. Some of our accomplishments for the past year, as Jim mentioned, under his leadership, there was a lining program. We had a root foaming program, and our in-house crews did quite a bit. They televised almost 39,000 feet of sewer, which matches what our contract televisor did. So they've been really evaluating the system. I've done quite a few repairs. There's four maintenance workers and a four-person for this department, and they spent most of the year shorthanded, but they were able to get quite a bit done. Within the next year, we'll be continuing with the lining program. We'll be working with engineering who are leading the I&I study. We will complete the Ravines rehabilitation engineering, and we hope to start construction. We'll have to see how that schedule plays out. We don't want to get ourselves in an adverse bidding situation, but if we can get good bids and time it correctly, we'd like to get that going just because it is a critical repair. We'll continue with our annual maintenance programs, and we'll continue to assist homeowners when they request assistance. Here's your fund overview. The increases here, a small portion of it is the staff reallocation, as I mentioned earlier, but the larger portions are the AMI project is being funded here, and the force main project, which is somewhat, I guess, a new expense for us.
When I drive south on Sheridan Road, you know, there's those big signs going up in Wilmette, I think, or Kenilworth, about the big MWRD project. Is that coming our way? Because I didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be coming our way. They are starting south of Winnetka because they're not owned and controlled streets by IDOT. MWD is working with IDOT right now and getting their permitting, so there will be some substantial work that will be coming our way. I would not say in 2025. We don't have their defined schedule. There may be some investigation and some cleaning. We do not have a schedule on the actual physical construction on that road yet, though, but it will be coming our way.
And is that the main MWR, and I'm sorry, I don't know this, the main
Interceptor.
MWRD, is that on Sheridan?
It's
or-
on Sheridan Road,
Okay.
correct, yeah. That's their main interceptor that goes all the way down to the plant in Skokie.
Okay, okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's the one that was backing up,
Yeah.
creating all the problems before.
I'm not aware of those problems. Oh, okay.
2011.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Remember that. That's great.
We don't have any cost responsibility. That's a federal, based on these enormous signs that are everywhere, right? Okay.
Are we taking
Is there
five?
any chance we could put that valve in that I was talking about before, the one way?
I will be working on the east side.
Turbo pump to really get it going.
Anything else?
I think we're good.
Thanks, Tom, good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Very nice.
Let's take a quick five.
Yeah, five.
There's snacks.
All right, you don't want to wait for Kirk?
Guess home.
Oh, did he? Okay. All right, well, good afternoon. I have until 4:30, so I'll just take it nice and slow.
How did we make up time like this?
See you, Nick. Bye,
Yeah.
Nick.
Well, we would have had the discussion at the end.
Yeah, I guess we would have, yeah.
So first of all, I want to introduce Sam Carrasco. He's our Assistant Director of Water and Electric. Sam
Sam.
took over in May. He was previously our substation manager. He's been with the village for about 6 years, so brings a ton of experience to the role, so thank you, Sam. And I want to thank Sam, my staff, and Brian Keys for all their help in preparing the budget. So shout out to Brian Keys.
Who? Exactly right.
So we'll start with the electric fund. So just as an overview, the electric fund provides the residents and businesses of Winnetka with reliable and economical service. We ensure that we have adequate power supply to meet our current and projected demand. We seek to improve our infrastructure to deliver power continuously. We provide uninterrupted service, and we provide service at a reliable and competitive price. We maintain about 241 miles of power lines, approximately 5,000 services, and we provide 24/7 operational coverage on the system. The electric fund is classified as an enterprise fund, and the budget for your consideration this year is about $22.5 million. So this is the structure of the water and electric department. It's approximately 34.5 FTEs. We operate essentially in two divisions. We have the water and electric plant down in the lakefront, then you have the distribution side out at the yards. So really the only changes you're going to see here from previous years, the number of plant operators was reduced from 8 to 7. This reduction was achieved through a promotional opportunity, so it was done through attrition. And this aligns with our long-term plan to wind down steam generation in 2027. On the other side of the chart, you'll see an increase in the amount of maintenance workers from 3 to 4. This increase reflects the added workload from capital investments and system maintenance. Prior to the passage of the Lead Service Line Replacement Act, since then we've about doubled the taps that we do every year. So a combination of new single-family construction, road rehab, and now the lead service line replacement program, our guys are busier than ever, so we're requesting an additional position to help them out. But overall, with the reduction in one and the increase in one, it's overall neutral in terms of FTEs. So 2024 accomplishments for the electric fund. We performed our preventative maintenance on the distribution system. Chances are you saw one of our contractors out in the field. We do thermography assessments on all the overhead power lines, the transformers. We have Asplund line clearance. They have white trucks now doing line clearance, clearing trees off the power lines. We do wood pole inspections. We inspect approximately 10% of our wood pole fleet every single year. We look for rotted poles to replace them preemptively so they don't cause an outage. We installed new service connections for D36 at Hubbard Woods and Greeley Elementary Schools. These were in coordination with their planned improvements to HVAC or additions. We also provided a new service to North Shore Country Day School as part of their major gymnasium upgrade. We also installed upgraded services to support the stormwater system. This included an upgraded service to the Winnetka Avenue pump station and the forthcoming Mount Pleasant pump station. We installed 35 electric services year to date. We've replaced aging underground 5 kV cable throughout the system. We responded to 11 dispatch requests from IMEA, our wholesale power provider, and we have responded to 35 electrical interruptions year to date. So our goals for 2025 and our objectives are, number one, to launch the automated metering infrastructure project, as was discussed by Director Sloth in coordination with their department. Continue to install new service connections for customer projects and planned developments. These will be continued District 36 service upgrades next year. Next summer, they plan to do Crow Island and Skokie School. So we'll likewise provide upgraded service at those locations. The Engel and Volkers building on Green Bay Road, Chase Bank, and One Winnetka. We're going to continue to perform our preventative maintenance on the system to make sure that it's reliable into the future. We're going to install underground switchgear throughout the system to replace overhead equipment to improve the reliability. And we're looking to complete a generation feasibility replacement study, which I'll speak to here in a moment. So key budget items for 2025, again, initiate the deployment of the automated metering infrastructure project. As Director Sloth mentioned, this is going to come to you this month in November for your approval. It's approximately a $4 million project split across multiple funds, with the goal being a 2-year deployment. So every water and electric meter on the system is going to get changed, and we're looking to seek numerous benefits from that deployment. Continue to replace aging cable infrastructure. We've replaced most of the 15 kV cable on the system. Now we're focusing on the 5 kV cable. Perform the generation feasibility study. So the rationale behind this is that between the design, permitting, procurement, and construction, it's approximately a 5-year cycle to replace the generators. So we have 2 diesel generators at the power plant. Their primary purpose is to support the water plant. We have no elevated storage. As you're aware, there's no water tower in the village limits. So when we don't have power, we don't have water. So we have to have backup power to run the pumps in the event that there were to be a widespread outage. But to replace those 2 diesel generators, which is in the 2029 year of the CIP that you have, we need to start now in order to achieve that 2029 installation. So we've already released an RFP. It was on the street this past Friday. Our proposals are due in January, and we'll conduct a review and eventually bring that recommendation to you to see what policy direction you want to provide. We're going to continue to budget for new service installations, as I mentioned, and continue our preventative maintenance programs. So this graph shows our electric sales historically from 2005 to 2025. You can see overall it's a downward trend. Since 2005, it's clear to everyone that there's been increases in efficiencies, shifts to LEDs away from incandescent, high-pressure sodium. Appliances are more efficient. Some small-scale solar penetration into the village, not wide-scale, but overall there's increases in efficiency that are driving down electric sales. We budgeted for 118 million kilowatt hours sold this year. We're estimating to come in at about 116 million kilowatt hours. That's mostly due to a mild year. Most water and electric sales are highly weather dependent, so we didn't have big swings, a lot of hot days in 2024 like in previous years. Our projection for 2025 is 117 million kilowatt hours, which is slightly above our estimate where we're going to finish, and this is based on a 3-year rolling average. So that reflects higher consumption in 2022. It is possible that we will see increased demand from added load from these planned developments that I've mentioned, D36, Chase Bank, One Winnetka, and that could contribute to an increased consumption. And as I mentioned, it is highly weather dependent. This is an overall view into the electric fund. Just some things I'd like to point out. We are projecting approximately an 8% increase in revenue. This is a combination of an increased amount of sales and also a rate increase that I'll touch on here momentarily. So that's going to combine to, we estimate, an 8% increase in revenue. Another thing I'd like to mention is a decrease in the cost of purchased power, which you'll see here at minus 12.5%. IMEA has done a very good job over the last 2 years of beating their projections on their cost, their sales to us, our purchases. About 18 out of the last 24 months, they've beat their projections in terms of cost of electricity. So we're projecting that cost to go down next year. And capital outlay, which I'll speak to, is about $4.8 million for 2025. Okay, so we went into this year planning to spend $3.8 million. We estimate that we're going to finish about $2.2 million in capital. If you recall, we went into 2024 planning to replace repair, rehabilitate Steam Turbine 4 and Boiler 4. Based on the input you provided in the spring, we elected not to perform that work. So that was about $1.5 million that came out of the capital work that was canceled. We're proposing for 2025 to spend $4.8 million, as I mentioned. And if you look at the unrestricted net assets, or what we call fund balance policy for the fund, we ended 2023 just shy of $6 million. We're estimating we're going to finish 2024 about $6.8 million, 6.5 of which is cash. And we're projecting for that number to increase to $7.8 million at the end of 2025. Our fund balance policy, which is 4 months of operating funds, is $5.8 million. So you can see both this year and next year, we're projected to be above fund balance policy. So this is our proposed rate increase for 2025. So it's an average rate adjustment of about 7.26% across all the rate classes. The table you have in front of you is all the classes within the village: residential, large residential, different types of heating, commercial, and then school and government is bifurcated by the D36 schools are all under 1,000 kW, and the New Trier campus is above 1,000 kW. So that's the distinction there. Overall, it averages out to about 7.25%. This kind of summarizes the effect of that 7.25% increase. You can see here the current charges for monthly charges and energy for 2024 versus what they will be in 2025. A typical Winnetka resident will pay an additional $225 per year, so it comes out to about $19 a month extra. We always compare ourselves to ComEd during this presentation. So the table you see here is based on a typical residential consumption in Winnetka, which is about 17,000 kilowatt hours in a year. And I'll walk you through what exactly is going on here. So Winnetka and ComEd both establish rates for their customers. They also both have mechanisms to do what's called a power cost adjustment. So if the cost of power is lower than we expected, we give money back. If it's higher than we expected, we ask for more money. So for the entirety of 2024, if you look closely at your utility bills, you've been getting $0.015 back as a credit per kilowatt hour for the entire entirety of 2024. And that's because, like I mentioned, IMEA has done a good job managing their costs, and we budgeted conservatively for power, and therefore we give part of that money back to you as a credit on your bill. So when you look at, and ComEd does a similar exercise for their customer base. So if you look at on the slide here, these two numbers, Winnetka 2024 with PCA and ComEd 2024 with PEA, that's their PCA equivalent, we're pretty much at parity, about $2,800 per year. For 2025, with the 7.25% increase, we're projecting that to go up to about $3,300 a year. Currently, the ComEd has not published their 2025 rate increases, so we can't do that comparison just yet. But as a point of clarity, the Citizens Utility Board, CUB, as a result of the PJM, which is the regional transmission operator, if you recall from your sessions with Brian, that operates this area in Northeast Illinois, they have to do what's called a capacity auction every single year. And the capacity auction results for next year came in about 800% higher than this year. That doesn't mean that ComEd customers are going to see that equivalent on their bill. It just means a portion of that increase is going to get passed down to ratepayers as a way for ComEd to recover that cost. So CUB is estimating that a typical ComEd customer will see a monthly increase of about $7.50 to $10 starting on June 1st. If you look at what that would scale to be for a typical Winnetka customer, based on our consumption, that would be about $20 to $30 extra per month from that capacity auction. So operating expense highlights for the electric fund. Again, purchase power, as I mentioned, if you were to look at this rate versus last year's rate, the 7.05 cents per kilowatt hour, we lowered that. We're still being conservative. We didn't lower it as much as we could because we don't want to shortchange the fund, but we did lower it to decrease the purchase power cost in the anticipation that IMEA is going to continue to do well managing the cost of service. Consulting services, as I mentioned, the RFP is already on the street. The proposal that comes back will spend up to $125,000 to perform that study next year. We've set aside $60,000 in consulting services to assist the village and you in making your decision on the future of the wholesale power contract. So there's money set aside for that. There's $45,000, $90,000 total split across both funds for the water and electric plant retaining wall slope stabilization project. This is something I'll speak to when I get to the capital. This is one of the projects that we are seeking grant funding from the RCPI initiative. We do set aside consulting dollars to help with that process. We set aside money to perform engineering and protective relaying, and also environmental permitting and regulatory submittals, which we have to do on an annual basis for the power plant. Maintenance program, so this is what I spoke to earlier, the line clearance, so the tree trimming of the power lines. We budget $250,000 for that. We're budgeting $45,000 to start a 4-year program of porcelain cutout replacement. So a cutout on the power system is essentially like a fuse in your home. It's an interrupting device. Older style ones are made out of literally porcelain. Newer style ones are made out of a rubber epoxy compound. The porcelain ones, with our environment here in Northern Illinois, over time they can degrade, and we've seen increased amount of failures, which leads to outages on the system. So we're going to be proactive and do a full system-wide replacement over 4 years starting next year. We also budget infrared windows for thermography. So in addition to doing thermography of the lines out on the street, we also look at the power lines in our substations, our buses, to make sure there's no signs of premature failure in the substations. So we're going to add windows on our switchgear to do that thermography. We also do dry ice cleaning of energized equipment. This is cleaning that we can do on the switchgear in the field that doesn't require an outage. So they use crushed dry ice to blast debris off the energized equipment. We can clean it without taking any outages. And likewise, we're going to continue to inspect about 10% of our wood poles every single year. Okay, so operating expenses for the electric plant. So even though you have provided direction to cease steam generation by 2027, we still intend to run the plant through 2025 and 2026. And that requires us to perform preventative maintenance, just like any other system. So we're going to do exhaust stack repair. This is actually on the stack that goes up out of the plant. This year we did a analysis. We had a contractor go up there and go in and look and see what needs to be repaired, and we'll take the results from that analysis to perform the repairs next year. Boiler refractory repair. These are actually the masonry work inside the boiler needs to occasionally be repaired because it cracks or degrades. So you actually have to send someone into the boiler to do masonry work. Likewise, you have to do tube repairs, valve replacement to support the boiler operations for the next 2 years. We also have to tune those 2 diesel engines that I mentioned to make sure they're running efficiently. We have to perform emissions testing to adhere to our IEPA air requirements. We have to do other testing on the boilers to adhere to regulatory requirements. So operating expenses for the buildings, we're projecting to spend about $40,000 in repairs to the electric plant roof, some cosmetic painting on the exhaust stack and the pipes leading out of the plant up the stack, $35,000. Replacing a large door at our South Load Center right across from President Rince's house, about $24,000 to replace that door. In addition, we're going to do substation maintenance, $65,000 for our transformer load tap changers. So the load tap changers are devices on our 2 large transformers that are at our Northfield substation that modulate the voltage. So we take the voltage that we get from ComEd's system, we can step it up or down to make sure that when you plug something in, you're getting 120 volts out of the outlet. So we have to make those changes on the system on the broad spectrum, and we use these devices to do that. We're going to look at the installation of our switchgear. So at our 3 substations, we're going to have a consultant come in and make sure there's no degradation of the switchgear installation, which could lead to a failure and widespread outages. So we're going to look at that. We're entering into a 3-year renewal of our SCADA software. We have been going year by year on our SCADA, but there is a slight savings to do a 3-year contract, so we're going to go with the 3-year option. And we're also going to make $16,000 in electrical protection relay improvements. The relays are what actually perform the protection on the circuits. Okay, so the capital plan for the electric fund, we project we're going to spend about $950,000 in directional boring for customer projects. The majority of this is fully covered by user fees from new services. So when someone builds a new single-family home, they're either going to get a 200 or 400 amp service, or in some cases a 3-phase service if it's a large resident. And those costs all those costs come back to the electric fund. So if we have to run a new pipe, a new wire to someone's house, all that revenue comes back into the fund. So for the most part, this customer project cost is fully reimbursed through fees. Distribution transformers, we're projected to spend about $618,000 on transformers. The majority of these transformer costs have already been approved by you. So this represents transformers that were ordered in 2022 and 2023. And if you recall, we've talked at length about the supply chain issues. So some of those transformer orders from 22, 23, 24 are not going to arrive until 25. So you've already approved these purchases. They're just not going to hit our books until 2025. $425,000 is the electric fund's portion of the AMI project. Underground system upgrades. These are those switchgear that I mentioned. So there's 3 or 4 points in town where there's overhead switches, overhead power lines that we'd like to make underground, improve aesthetics, improve reliability. So we're projected to spend $406,000 on those upgrades. And then we are asking to purchase a new pool vehicle for the water and electric plant, split 50-50 across the water and electric funds. Continuing on with the electric fund capital plan, there's $660,000 set aside for pond dredging. So the electric plant operates at 2 ponds in the lakefront, a cooling intake pond and an outtake pond. These are cleaned periodically. The last full clean of both ponds was in 2012, so it's been over 10 years. As you can imagine, like any lakefront issue you've been tackling, there's sand that accumulates over time from wave action, wind action. The ponds essentially have gotten full of sand. So the $660,000 will help us remove that sand and haul it away, and that will allow both plants to operate more efficiently. These next two items, the slope stabilization, which is $750,000 split across the two funds, as well as the pier repair of $300,000, that comes out to that $1.5 million that Director Sloth mentioned, for which we're trying to seek the RCPI grant funding. So we've already had, I think, 4 meetings with RCPI to talk about these projects. We're running through that process. The budget is constructed on a pay-as-you-go basis for these projects. Were we to receive grant funding, it would help offset that cost. But based on the condition of the slope on the west side of the plant, we feel like we need to perform this work. It's a pressing need. But if we were to get grant funding to help offset that cost, that would be quite a benefit. We're projecting to spend $100,000 on continued brick repairs at the power plant. So the power plant, as you know, is also the water plant. They're all one combined entity. So we have to maintain the building envelope in perpetuity. So we're going to continue to make repairs onto the windows, the brick, whatever is necessary to help maintain the envelope. The plant load center transformer, this is one of our transformers down in the lakefront that changes 4 kV to 12 kV. So it allows us to push power regenerate out into the system. We're projected to replace that in 2026. A portion of that cost is going to show up in 2025. And then we have a long-term plan to replace all of our 15 kV circuit breakers. Based on their age, it's deemed necessary to replace them. So every year for the next 10 years, we're going to replace one of those. We currently have one that's going to show up shortly that we ordered in 2023, and then we're going to buy another one in 2025. That's all I have for the electric fund, so I take any questions you have.
Nick, the 2 generators that are in the capital plan for 2029, $4 million apiece, those are the diesel?
Yes, so there's 2.5 megawatt diesel units
You want to
at the
replace them
plant.
the same year? Would it make any sense to stagger those replacements or not?
The reason we're asking for both in 1 year is for redundancy. So the 2 that we have now just got their air permit renewal. It's a 5-year permit renewal. And based on the increased, let's say, stringent nature of Illinois EPA, we're not sure if they're going to make it to another permit cycle. So our planning assumption is that they're not going to get permitted again. So we want to replace both at the same time in the event that the 2 that we have now do not make it through the next permit.
Okay, and you would replace them with diesel generators?
We're not sure at this point. It could be diesel or natural gas. That's the purpose of the study, is to have someone tell us what's the best solution for us. But it needs to be able to start quickly, because like I said, if the power goes out, there's no water.
And the $4 million, that's a figure based on today's dollars, or is that just an estimate for 5 years from now?
That's an estimate for 5 years from now.
Okay. And then the other question I had was on the rates that Tim in his cover memo said, the electric rates for residents would be, we've kind of peaked the increases, and now they're going to start coming down. Do those levels take into account the diminution of capacity credits?
Yes, so we have planned in our 5-year planning, we plan for the loss of the credits in 2027 through 2029.
Okay.
Yep.
And those figures are?
Yep.
That is
Yep.
inclusive? Okay.
So we've already factored in the loss of number 4 turbine. That's in this year's fund and next year, in the next 2 years. And then starting in 27, we're planning to lose the remaining credits for steam.
Do the figures, the rates and so on, the business up until 2029, will those cover the generators, the new generators? The $8 million?
So we get to the end of the 5-year month, that includes the 2 generators.
Okay.
sorry, if all goes to plan, we would be, in line with our fund balance targets.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're going to continue to get credits for the diesels. It's just the steam credits are going to go away.
Right.
Yep.
Right, correct. A couple things. This dredge, $660,000 for dredging for the pond. Wow, that's kind of shocking. Also, the sand that comes out of there, is that contaminated in any way? I see this village paying to bring in sand. I know it's a different body, but can we use that sand in Winnetka so we don't have to, we don't know where we're hauling it to, but it seems like I've seen how much sand they've been putting in the lakefront.
Right. It's hard to say. It's in Lake Michigan, so without doing testing what exactly is in it, I can tell you from experience that the preference is not to use that sand on the beach because once you get deep enough, there is organic material in it. So I know that was an exercise that used to be done. It has not been done in quite a few years. We typically pay to have it hauled away. It's not suitable.
I knew it had to be clean, but I didn't know.
It's generally not suitable for beach sand.
Okay. We're going to talk about lead in the next section, lead pipe.
Yep, in the water fund, yep.
Water fund. So I was looking at, I'm just curious, in the number of electric sales kind of going down, the usage, and you factor in, I guess there's an EV cars suck up a lot of electricity. I guess I'm curious, are you factoring that in, or is there just not enough adoption of EVs anywhere? Up for any
I mean, the data that you
also,
see.
And also data.
Yeah, the data you see in the chart is coming from utility billing. So whatever's out there in the system, we're capturing.
We're still just going down, okay.
We're still trending down. Like I said, there's potential for increased revenue streams next year. As you can imagine, the One Winnetka site has sat vacant for quite a few years. So when that demand comes onto our system, we expect to see that revenue. Chase Bank, likewise, other developments.
No,
yeah.
I got that.
Yep.
Thank you.
But a couple other things is that, as Nick mentioned, very, water and electric, very weather dependent, right? So if you don't have a super hot summer,
right,
you'll see electric consumption not be where it was traditionally. And you also got to look at, so for example, New Trier is looking at a solar project. What's the total solar?
It's about 800 kilowatts of solar.
Yeah.
And
So that reduces our sales.
Sure.
Yep. And that has also been factored into the 5-year plan. New Trier shared with us the size of their system and an estimate output. And we took that as an offset on their bill, and that's been factored in as a loss starting in 2026.
Nick, what about the worldwide shift from fossil fuel generated utilities to electric generated? Particularly in, let's say, in the residential, we're already seeing that there's, large municipalities are demanding that cooking appliances and laundry appliances and the like, heating appliances, all need to be going to electric. You see this downward trend. From where you sit, can you see it rebounding and starting to?
I could see it if there was an effort, well, particularly in the state of Illinois, to move away from gas towards electrification, especially electrification of vehicles, like Trustee Epitoff mentioned. We could see that rebound, certainly.
Well, the good news, I won't say it's the good news, but since the infrastructure for natural gas is in such a horrible and deplorable condition, it may be just a natural shift because that becomes, a technology that's less reliable in Illinois, at least. Thank you, People's Gas. But you don't see, I'm sorry, you don't see a trend outside of that would indicate that we're going to be on the.
No, I mean, we're a bedroom community. There's not a lot of large-scale industrial or commercial, so we're pretty well built out, with the exception of One Winnetka and maybe the post office. I don't know what other large driver of demand is going to show up in the village. Yep.
It'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
Thanks.
On page 156,
Okay.
there's a window repair for $10,000. Where's this window?
That is, so that is at the power plant.
Oh,
And it's on the
One
second.
of the big windows.
It's one of the large windows, and it requires a cherry picker to get to.
Oh,
And it
okay.
most likely will require masonry or lintel replacement too. So unfortunately, it's not just one of these windows.
I was just like,
yeah.
wow.
Yep. And that's multiple windows too. They're,
I have, actually. I work on those contracts almost on a weekly basis.
the reason we're investing so much in the envelope of the power plant, one is we want to obviously maintain it long into the future, but the way it is now is under certain weather conditions, the wind and the water will actually almost go through the walls of the plant. So it's to a point where we really need to address these repairs. Okay. Seeing no more on electric, I will move to water. All right, so we also operate the water fund. So we supply potable water for the health and safety of Winnetka, as well as Northfield residents, our wholesale customer, as well as the unincorporated areas of Indian Hill, Woodley Woods, and Long Meadow Road in unincorporated Cook County. We're responsible for the installation and repair of the water distribution system. We maintain approximately 72 miles of water main, 4,500 water services, and we provide 24/7 continued operation of the water plant. The water fund, similar to the electric fund, is an enterprise fund, and the budget for your consideration today is approximately $10.5 million. So our accomplishments for 2024, we continue to perform preventative maintenance on our water distribution system. We maintain our valves, our fire hydrants. We do multiple cycles of leak detection. Again, you've probably seen the contractor out there in your neighborhood with their lights on. They're actually doing an acoustic testing of the system, looking for small leaks. Small leaks turn into big leaks over time. So we do that twice a year to make sure that we're controlling our unaccounted water loss. We also, even though we're in the midst or on the cusp of an AMI deployment, we still replace water meters. As I mentioned earlier, a newer plastic meter is more accurate than an older metallic meter. So we still do that regardless. And the meters that we've been installing are compatible with our AMI deployment, so there's not any inefficiencies there. We've completed our preventative maintenance work at the water plant, which includes having a diver go down and inspect our intake, where we get raw water out of Lake Michigan, inspecting our wet wells where we initially bring water into the system, and cleaning our basins, which we do twice a year to clean the sediment out of the water plant. We've completed 144 water service connections year to date. This is a significant increase over prior years, which is precipitating the request for an additional maintenance worker. Just through all the programs we're operating, it's to our benefit to replace lead service lines, but that increased workload is really causing a strain on the department. We responded to 15 main breaks at the close of September. We've replaced 80 lead service lines at the close of September, and we completed 2 water main replacement projects. We did Cherry Street from Birch to Locust and Spruce Street from Birch to Locust in coordination with the road rehabilitation program.
Is the lead service line number on track with where we wanted to be?
Yep, I have a slide on that. I'll speak to that. Yep. Our 2025 goals and objectives, number 1, adherence to regulatory requirements. As I'm sure you're aware, the EPA, both Illinois and federal EPA, it's an ever-changing environment. Staff tries to keep a close eye on the rules as they change and enact policy to make sure that we're staying on top of our responsibilities. We perform preventative maintenance on the system. We can look to continue to do that. Continue removing lead service lines as a part of our planned and emergent work. Adhere to the 2016-17 water main replacement plan that Director Sloth mentioned earlier, and invest in maintenance and improvements at our water plant. So key budget items for 2025, similar to the electric fund, launched the AMI program, performed 2 water main projects. This year it's going to be Foxdale and Cherry. I'll show you some diagrams later. Perform a water rate study. As Director Sloth mentioned, we're in the last year of our initial study, for which we justified those rate increases to get to that $2.6 million. Towards the end of my presentation, I'll show you that the costs that we're projecting into the future exceed the money for which we believe we're going to collect through revenue, just based on the increased cost, inflationary pressures. So we're recommending, based on increased cost, unfunded mandates, that we perform another water rate study to see what the next 5 years, 5-10 years looks like for the water fund. We're going to continue to budget for planned and emergent replacements of lead service lines, and we're going to continue to budget for repair of the water distribution system. So this graph shows, similar to the electric fund, the water sales. Again, this is true data based on what we've billed through utility billing. Again, you're seeing, similar to electric, an overall decrease. This is, increased efficiencies in fixtures, low flow fixtures, just in general, overall efficiency increases from 2020 to 2025. We budgeted for 128 million cubic feet of water sales. We're projecting to come in at 123 million cubic feet. Again, it was a mild year overall. And the 2025 projection is 129 million cubic feet, which is a three-year rolling average. New this year, there's another layer on this graph for precipitation, and that's just to show you that precipitation and water sales is almost entirely an inverse relationship. The majority of the water that's sold through Winnetka, through our water plant, goes towards irrigation. So when it rains more, people water their lawns less, and we sell less water. So it's almost a one-to-one relationship, as you can see from here. So years where we had a ton of rain, 50-plus inches of rain was one of our worst years for water sales. So again, seasonally dependent. That's why we use averages to try to smooth this out to do the best we can. Here you see the financial summary for the water fund. Just a few things I'd like to call out. Just a 9% increase in salaries and benefits. This is from that added position that we're seeking this year is driving that increase. You'll see our capital outlay is significant. It's about $5.6 million of capital, which is a 48% increase year over year. This reflects our continued efforts to replace our water mains and our lead service lines on a pay-as-you-go basis, so only through capturing revenue with the rates, and as well as beginning to invest significant capital into our water plants. Over the next 5 years, I believe we're projected to spend about $3 or $4 million in capital at the water plant for some necessary improvements. This is a graph we show every year to kind of demonstrate where we are in comparison to our neighbors. So this is the cost per month for a 1-inch meter and a 1,500 cubic feet of water. This is a typical Winnetka customer. At the bottom of the graph, you'll see our neighbors, some of which have not yet published their 2025 rates because they're on a May to May fiscal year, so they're still operating on their 2024 rates. But to the best of our ability, this is what we think our neighbors are going to propose for 2025. You could see in 2024, we were just shy of $100 for a typical customer, and for 2025, it'll be just shy of $110 per month. And either way, we're sort of in the middle of the pack compared to our neighbors. So the capital plan, we went into 2024 projecting to spend $3.76 million. We're estimating that we're only going to spend about $2.66 million. A lot of this difference comes from a cancellation of a portion of our water main replacement programs, and likewise a cancellation of a part of road rehabilitation. When we got the bids back in January of this year, the cost for water main alone went up 30% year over year, which I'll speak to at the end of my presentation. But that cost meant that we couldn't justify paying for all of Cherry Street water main replacement, so we cut it in half. So the remaining portion of Cherry is in next year's budget. So that's what's driving that difference there in terms of capital spending. And we've incorporated those. We've taken a conservative look at what we expect water main to cost in 2025 to try to avoid a situation next year where we're going to have to cancel another project. And then $5.6 million is our proposed capital spend for 2025. Similar to the electric fund, we operate on a fund balance policy. For the water fund, it was $6.4 million at the end of 23. We're projecting to finish 24 at $5.7 million, and we're projecting to finish 25 at $3.3 million, the drawdown being that capital spending that I mentioned. But we're still above our fund balance policy, which is 4 months of operating funds, which comes out to $1.6 million. So the 2025 financials are based on the following. It's approximately a 10% rate increase for water, 8.5 of which is from the 2016-17 water main replacement study to fund that $2.6 million in water main replacement, which equates to 1% of the system per year for the next 100 years. And the other 1.5% is to capture revenue to adequately fund rebates towards our lead service line replacement, which again is an unfunded mandate from the state of Illinois. So in this table, you'll see our 2024 rates and our 2025 rates. For a typical Winnetka resident with a 1-inch meter and 1,500 cubic feet of consumption, it comes out to about $118 extra per year, so about $10 per month. So getting into the operating expense highlights for the water fund, we plan to spend money on our distribution maintenance and repair. So like I mentioned, we do multiple cycles of leak detection to find leaks on the system before they become major issues and help avoid unaccounted water. We have contracted resources on retainer in the event that our staff is overwhelmed with water main breaks. There have been situations in the past where you have 5 or 6 simultaneous main breaks and our staff just cannot keep up with that. So we set aside money just in case we need to have a crew come in. There is an MPI contract that has services set aside for someone to come in and help you do main breaks if you need to. We budget to replace fire hydrants, replace water meters, as I mentioned, and install insertion valves on the system. So an insertion valve is a valve that you can install midway between a long segment. So we try to have our system set up where if you have to isolate a section of water main, you're only taking out about 20 customers. There's parts of town where there's valves are few and far between. So if we had an interruption, we'd be taking out 40, 50 customers. So we strategically install valves on the system to help limit those interruptions. So on the water plant side, we're budgeting $170,000 for purification chemicals. So these are the chemicals that help us take raw lake water from Lake Michigan, turn it into water that's suitable for you to drink out of the tap. We're budgeting $50,000 for remote terminal unit RTU upgrades. So these RTUs are what are sort of the brains behind the system that take the signals back from the filters, the pumps, the chemical feeds. All that goes into essentially a brain that helps the system run automatically and doesn't require constant human intervention. So we're budgeting to upgrade the brains of the system. Likewise, we're budgeting $41,900 to replace some high lift pump VFDs. VFD is a variable frequency drive. So that allows the pump to ramp up and ramp down. Instead of just fixed steps, it runs at various frequencies, and that's what runs the pumps that actually pressurize the system. So when you turn on the tap and there's water pressure, it's because of those pumps. So we're going to invest in those as well. Low lift pump repair. So the low lift pumps are what actually take the water from the lake level and bring it into the plant. We set aside money for that in the event that one of those pumps repairs. That's a critical piece of the chain. So we always set aside funding for that. Intake inspection and cleaning. This is a portion of the overall funding, the rest of which is in capital. We have 2 intakes that go out into Lake Michigan, a primary and an auxiliary. We have to have divers go out there, inspect it, make sure there's no holes where sand or debris could get in. And then if there's rocks that are missing, they'll put big boulders back on the intake to protect it from wave action. We're also going to spend $35,000 to do some concrete restoration at the water plant and replacing a door at one of the facilities of $6,000 split with the electric fund. So further operating expenses for the water fund are in consulting services. We're budgeting $90,000 for zebra mussel control. So zebra mussels are an invasive species that tend to live in places where there's continuous water flow. So on intakes for water plants or electric plants where the water is constantly flowing, They're bivalves, so that water flow brings them their food. The way that we control them now is through steam generation. So every year, we generate steam to heat up the water to a point where it mitigates the zebra mussels. We push that hot water back out into Lake Michigan, which we're permitted for. But with knowing that we're going to shut down steam in 2027, we need to start planning now to have another solution to control the zebra mussels. So most water plants use a chemical solution to mitigate the zebra mussels. So we're going to engage a consultant to help us develop the best solution for the village, knowing that steam is going to be going away in 2027. We're budgeting $51,000 to help with the replacement plan for the water plant mains. You previously approved this contract with Strand to help us look at the 3 arterial mains that leave the water plant, 2 16-inch mains and 1 20-inch main. I call them the arteries of the system. We know from our records that they're almost as old as the water plant itself. So you're talking turn of the century, 1900s. So we want to get ahead of that and make sure that we're replacing them before it becomes a major issue for us. $50,000 is going to go towards that water rate study that I mentioned to look at the long-term health of the fund with all the capital and expenses that we're planning, and what does the rates look like going forward. The other half of the consulting for the water and electric plant, steep slope mitigation retaining wall, is here in this fund. We've budgeted $38,000 for hydraulic modeling on Willow Road. So as part of the work that Jim is planning with the stormwater fund on Willow from the village limits all the way to Provident, we have some pretty sizable mains on that street, especially ones that go in and out of our reservoir, which is right across from our village yards. So we're going to engage a consultant to look at the best configuration of those mains so that we're ready when Jim comes with that project to replace the water main. $25,000 in AMI consulting to continue that, the management of that project, and then $23,000 in regulatory reporting. Similar to the air permit, we have requirements for our water permit that we have to submit every single year. So on the capital plan of the water fund, there's just over $1 million towards the AMI project, $400,000 towards that rehabilitation of the mains that I mentioned coming out of the water plant. The other half of the $750,000 in slope stabilization at the water and electric plant. Again, this is the project, one of the projects for which we're seeking RCPI grant funding. Maintaining our raw water intake, this is the diving and the rock placement I mentioned, that's $200,000. We're budgeting $150,000 to upgrade the pump controls for our high lift pumps. So these are the pumps that take the treated, clean drinking water and send it to your taps. That system is of a vintage that we've deemed it necessary for replacement so that we can make sure it runs long into the future. So that contract's already been issued, it's already in flight. So the remaining part of that contract is planning to be spent next year. One of the 2 water plant transformers, so we have to supply the water plant with electricity to run those pumps and to treat the water. So one of the 2 transformers that feeds the water plant is getting replaced next year. Again, that purchase was executed in 2023, but the transformer is actually showing up in 2025. So you'll see it hit the books there. And again, we're requesting to provide a new plant vehicle for the water and electric plant. Continuing on with the capital plan, so the water main replacement projects we have budgeted for next year are Foxdale Avenue, which is $1.6 million, and then Cherry Street, which is the half that got cut this year. We're going to aim to finish that next year from Glendale to Locust, $800,000. We always budget in coordination with Jim's department for professional services to design the next year's project. So this year we budgeted to design 2025's projects. Next year we'll budget to design 2026's projects. So we set aside money for professional services to help us do the surveying, create the base sheets so that we can submit those plans to the IEPA for approval. I will mention that the projects, like Jim mentioned, these projects are highly coordinated with the engineering department. We both have our distinguished models for what's a high priority road replacement for us, what's a high priority water main replacement. And every year we align those models and try to find efficiencies. So these two projects happen to be high on both of our lists, and we're going to continue to do that into the future to find financial efficiencies for the village. For lead service line replacement, we're projected to spend about $590,000 in lead service line replacement next year, again, on a pay-as-you-go basis. $300,000 of which will be on the water main projects. We're going to continue the voluntary program for residents that are interested in receiving up to $5,000 back as a rebate for replacing their service. That amounts to $250,000. And then we always budget for emergent replacements next year in the amount of $40,000. The state mandate now is such that if there is a leak on someone's lead service, you can no longer leave it in place. You can do a spot repair, but it's mandated you have to replace it within 30 days. So back in the day, we could do a repair, leave it in the ground. Those rules have changed. So we expect about 8 services a year to fail, and we budget accordingly that they're going to be replaced. So overall, if you add up all this money and divide it by 5,000, it comes out to about 118 replacements. So Trustee Handler, to your point, we need to average about 80 or 90 per year to meet our goals. So at 118, we're above our planned replacement goals.
What is our obligation on that, though? I mean, I know that it's being pushed on us by the state. What do we have legal obligations on this as far as, like, if Bob Dearborn doesn't care enough about his family to switch to lead, does he have to do it?
There are, I'll let Nick weigh in as well, but there are waivers for individuals that can be signed, but even then that gets to be difficult with the state. If you want to weigh in.
Yeah, so as an option, either for financial reasons or your personal beliefs about lead, you can elect to sign a waiver. But by doing so, there's pretty strict language in there from the IDNR, Illinois Department of Public Health, IDPH, saying that you're taking on all the liability for mitigation and any health effects that come from lead. So it's essentially removing all liability for lead from the village, and that's something that the homeowner's taking on themselves.
And they recorded on the,
People go to sell their home.
yeah, they recorded on the title.
Yeah. And how many total are left?
I'll speak to that. There's about 1,400 left.
1,400 left.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm not aware of whether or not it's being done as part of any real estate transactions. I imagine that eventually it will be done, where you'll have to disclose similar to lead paint. So that I imagine that'll come
And averaging about $5,000 per home?
So the policy that you guys enacted,
That
yep.
the homeowner pays?
No, so they pay the full amount, and then when they send us their receipts, we give them back up to $5,000 as an offset. So typically, they're running about $15,000, so they're getting about a third of the cost back as a rebate, as an incentive.
So Nick, the 300,000, that's when we're doing a water main, we'll go from the main to the homeowner's service line.
Correct.
That's what we're replacing.
Yep.
The homeowner then have they all replaced their lines from there, or do you have some people that opt out?
Based on what we're seeing from the past 2 years, we're probably at about a 90% adoption rate. There have been some holdouts, and it's a mix, financial reasons, not caring about lead, so it just depends. But the majority of people have followed through with it.
And you're at 250,000 on the volunteer. It used to be 400,000. So is this just kind of trending to how many people are opting to do it?
Yeah, so community development helps us maintain the list of everyone that's on, wants to do the program. So we look at how many we did this year versus how many have signed up this year going to next year, and we think that 50 is a reasonable number. If we see increased demand in 2025, we could consider raising that into 2026, but we feel like 50 is a good number for next year.
So you must have had roughly 30 that opted, were on the wait list, and opted not to do it.
We've seen that, yeah. People have requested to remove themselves from the wait list.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Batteries.
All right.
That's why.
We're not going to stop the meeting for this. Let's just keep rolling.
So, I guess, are there, it's only 15,000 seems high. I guess my son-in-law did this. I think, are there vendors that refer contractors or, that'll do it for a certain amount of money, so hopefully more people do this?
Not really, no. So one thing to keep in mind is that they're not all the same cost. Some could be less, some could be more. And that depends upon where their services, where the main is actually located.
Yep.
So if it's a longer run, it'd be more expensive. I haven't seen that the marketplace would provide that kind of scale of a discount. Sure.
I think also, depending on who's elected, the criteria for one of the candidates for potential federal funding.
It's for disadvantaged communities. We'll never see that money.
This is an area we
Talk to Snyder about it.
Yeah, this is an area we'd want to chase, but the first tranche of that is going to go to disadvantaged communities.
The other thing, from personal experience, there are costs associated. The village charges the homeowners for whatever it's called. So there's roughly $3,000 of costs that the homeowner has to pay to the village on top of this. So the rebate is not the full 5,000. It might be 2,000 or something like that. So, and again, from experience, it's, in some cases, it's a fair amount more than 15,000.
Yeah, 15,000 is the average.
Yeah.
So that's, if you have a lot with not a lot of frontage, it's only 20 feet from the sidewalk to your home versus some houses are set way far back on the property. So it's really dependent on distance. And then what they have to do when they get into your home makes a difference too. If you've got a finished basement that's 2 stories deep, that's different than going right into a crawl space. So it's all, every job is unique, but the average we're seeing is about 15,000.
I recall last year, I thought we sent out an email at first, and within days, the list was filled.
Yeah, we do that every year. We advertise, yep. Yep, so every spring we advertise it, and then people are welcome throughout the year, but we always do one blast at the start of the year. Yep.
Well, the truth is, Kim, you're better off, and I've talked to Nick about this, you're better off waiting for your street to be, I don't know if we work on your street or not. I'm not worried about your street, but for us public street owners, you wait for your street to come, and then part of that is covered.
Sure.
So.
Yep.
Okay, let's let Jim finish up, or I'm sorry.
You don't want me to keep
Nick.
It's like,
He's got more slides, guys.
I just have a few more slides, so just bear with me. So kind of to speak to earlier, what I mentioned is this is a graph of the red line is the cost of replacement per foot of water main that we've seen in the road rehab contract from 2020 to 2025. So if you look at in 2020, it was about $300 a foot to replace water main, and this year's contract was just shy of $600 a foot. Just between 2024 and 2025 alone, we saw a 30% jump. So this is really what's driving our request to perform that water rate study, because we have a feeling that with these increased cost inflationary pressures within the marketplace, that $2.6 million that we intended to set aside in 2016 might not be enough in today's dollars. And also something we have to consider is that our goal when we performed that study was to do 1% of the system per year. If you look at the blue line on this graph, this is the percent of the system that we've replaced every single year. So 2021, 2022, 2023, we're chugging along, more than 1% of the system, which is about 3,800 feet of water main per year. This year it fell off. We didn't meet our goals because we had to cancel the project due to that increased cost that you see here. So we factored that in. Like I said, we took a more conservative approach to next year's budget with the hopes that when we release the road rehab contract, we get favorable numbers and we can hit that 1% goal. Again, this is all, the whole fund is based on pay-as-you-go financing. So yes, there are grant opportunities out there, but we're structuring the budget around accumulating funds and pay-as-you-go to hit that 1% replacement. In a similar vein, this is our plan for lead service line replacement. The initial plan calls for full removal by 2035. This plan was published to the IPA in April of this year. It's also been posted on the village website since April, so we're compliant with state law. The average annual cost to the village for the remaining years until 2035 is $585,000 at our current policy, which amounts to a $5,000 rebate for the village's portion of the service. And again, similar to water main, the budget and the long-term CIP are built around full removal of all lead services with pay-as-you-go financing. You may have heard recently that the federal EPA mandated that all lead service lines be removed within 10 years. So we are compliant with that under our current plan. This is a pretty aggressive approach. Again, we need to average about 80 or 90 per year. As we get into the out years, right now, I'd characterize it as we have a lot of volunteers. As we get into the out years, it may be more of a force. We'll have to see how things shape when we get closer to the end of the program, and maybe change the structure of the program to accommodate that. But right now, our plans call for full lead removal by 2035. So just these last two slides, this is the scope of the projects in coordination with road rehabilitation. So Cherry Street from Locust to Glendale, replacing all the water main with new 8-inch water main and all the new services with copper up to the B-box, and then encouraging the residents to replace their portion of lead with copper into their homes. And this is a similar project on Foxdale. So Trustee Orsic, to your point earlier, the reason it seems like so much more is it's actually probably twice the distance. So this is about 2 blocks. Cherry's about 2 blocks, is about 4 blocks. So it's twice the size of the project, and it's a significant amount more lead services. So that's driving up the project cost. So we're proposing to do Foxdale from Tower to Humboldt, new water main, new services for the entirety of the block. Yeah, there's.
It's more densely populated.
Yeah, it's smaller plats, more highly densely populated.
Any other questions for Nick?
I still have half an hour.
And I guess, it isn't really for Nick, but it's a discussion about this, I kind of laugh when we talk about, inflation's down to 2%. Look at these numbers. It's staggering. Cumulative effect is staggering. It isn't going down, whether it's groceries, and was my initial concern when he talked about this, about stacking. I get it, but I think our dialogue with the public, with the residents, has to be very clear on these types of projects, and at what point do we stop these water main, can we see some relief? And is it going to be 4 or 5 years? Is it going to be 20 years? They're going to see these types of increases. But I know it's 10 a month here and 20 a month here, and it's the stacking effect that I'm concerned this year.
No, understood. We've been implementing the plan, the water rate plan, to sustain the replacement. But here's what we got hit with: 30% cost of replacement increase.
Incredible.
Right? Then you have on top of that, the unfunded mandate of lead line services that also has added roughly $500,000 to the project each year. So those taken together have really had an impact. I think in looking at a study isn't just necessarily recalculating rates, but it's maybe looking at some financing options so that you can secure your financing and then lock yourself in. It might cost longer in the long term, but it might be more manageable payments along the way. We have to run the data. There are some low-interest loan opportunities, but there's also a lot of requirements through the state for that, too. So we have to weigh all of that together and come back with a recommendation for you.
It's going to be a real communication to the residents more than before.
And I think you guys will really find the rate study to be stimulating. You guys will just really, really enjoy that exercise. So,
All right.
forward to it.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
So Bridget,
I take an
because
early exit.
you're a broker in the market, do you see this lead issue come up on transit? Because one of the things I'm starting to think of for the people, if we exhaust the volunteers, that is part of a transfer that people will have to, because that's where the cash.
It has not shown up in the paperwork yet, but it's starting to show up in a lot of the transactions, and it depends when the lead is, when the connection is discovered, and then it may be a question of who's going to pay for it or if you waive it, but I do think that it will ultimately either make its way to disclosures or people will start asking routinely, and I think Chris said something about there might be something on the deed. What did you, that,
Ultimately, it's going to get.
I mean, it's going to have to, because it's the whole state of Illinois, so.
Well, it's now national.
Yeah.
So this
So
is.
it will show up. It's starting to show up in individual transactions. There's not a paperwork to reflect it yet, but there will be.
Well, because this is what I was thinking. I mean, we talked about this a couple years ago. If we adopted an ordinance that one required people to disclose it as part of the transactions, right? And then, because I think what happens, and maybe it's, it's an education thing, but, as part of a transaction, it's where somebody could, argue, a purchaser, they find out, they check the village database, they see that there's a lead service line, say it's a $10,000, negotiated credit at closing, reduce the purchase price, or they get a credit back at closing, then they suddenly have funding to pay for within 30 or 60 days after closing to get their lead service line replaced. I think what we're seeing, and what I kind of anecdotally have heard, people who are older, who have been in their houses longer, have no interest, right? But younger people moving into the community are very concerned about it. And so, I don't know.
I think when we get there, we can figure out if we need an ordinance. Like, I don't think that we need that yet, do we?
I mean, so we're required by state law to publish the inventory on our website. So every single year, till 2035, the inventory is going to be on the website. So if someone's savvy enough to look for it, they'll be able to find it. But we may have to get to the point
I talked to Nick, because I had a question, and nobody's looking yet, but it's starting because more people are starting to have this come up in the middle of their transaction. So point being, if it doesn't, it might make its way into just the general real estate transaction before we're even close to the end of this. I imagine it would sometime soon, and then we don't need to do anything because it'll already be part of it. Or we can get any non-volunteers at that time.
Yeah.
Now that it's being forced on the national level, I think we're going to see, so that'll probably assist us in not having to go through the effort of doing our own ordinances. I think it'll be taken care of higher up the food chain.
Yeah.
So my gut feeling.
No, I think you're right.
With all the talk on a national scale now, I think there's going to be such a heightened understanding of what this is.
I'm surprised it's not part of the residential, like the brokers are just asking.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we've known about it for a few years, and
Have you
it's
ever known a
starting to be.
broker to do anything to complicate a transaction?
Look, I get asked about radon on a daily basis. I mean, and it has a tenth of a chance of being in your house in northern Illinois versus this, right?
My daughter and son-in-law was on my radar at the time about lead, and sure enough, I said, get them now.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks, Nick.
Yep.
Thank you, Nick.
Yep.
Okay, back at the table here. Where are we at, Rob?
What questions do you have at this point?
So my understanding is that we don't have a sales tax. We're going to find that $1.5 million somewhere, and we have identified two sources. And I don't know how other people feel about this, but back to the public comment that was made. If there was a way, there was just a way to find a little bit extra where we didn't have to have the levy the inflation rate of 3.4%. Each tenth of 1% is $15,000. If there was a way to not only get, we on the heavy lift, you're gonna do the heavy lift on the sales tax. But if there was a way to find something where the levy was increased 3% or something like that, below the inflation rate, I think that would make Josie's life easier in the narrative when she writes it. And so I would just, from my perspective, I don't know about the others, but I just see if you can.
I can jump in on that too. I kind of agree, and I'm a person. My little story. I'm happy to pay my taxes because I've been spending a lot of time in Austin, and the infrastructure is weird and wrong because they don't have taxes. So I'm always happy to pay, but it feels like we keep saying so proudly, "Oh, for the last 10 years, we're so far below, so far below." But what our neighbors are doing. But the last 2 years, we haven't been as far below. So I just wonder if in 3 years, if we're inching up like we are, then we have less to.
The question for you guys to resolve going forward is being below everybody else a standard that we just blindly follow, or do we make, I mean, that's the problem is, we're being pulled by the fact that, 10 years, last year was miserable for staff because the expectation after 9 years was, they're going to do it again.
I thought that was, last year I wasn't necessarily on board with keeping it flat, I shouldn't say just to have a sound bite, it's a nice sound bite, but
Yeah,
that doesn't necessarily.
exactly. I mean,
we have, I'm just throwing this out there, we had the whole discussion on sales tax before we saw the whole budget. We haven't asked ourselves the question of, well, if we have to have an increase, would we rather have a sales tax that's paid by
everybody.
many versus starting to bake in a higher property tax for all of our residents? Is there some mixture?
Well, last year we did half the inflation rate, 1.45%. Is that what we did last year?
1.45, yeah.
Now we're bumping up to inflation, and that's what we committed, the 5% or inflation, whichever is lower, so we committed to that. So we're not doing anything especially different here than what we committed to. I think that, the sales tax is still on the table looking forward. I mean, we've asked Tim and his department to flesh that out a little bit more, so that might be a source of revenue in the future. But I just, I think from a communication standpoint, it would be, and I appreciate what the public comment was. I mean, we have been a good standard bearer, I believe, when compared to other taxing bodies in this town. And it'd be nice to continue that message.
Yeah, but, okay, I mean.
I got to push back on that one, Bob, because for goodness sake, you think they sit over at the library, they sit at the Park District and say, for 9 years, they didn't say, the village is not increasing taxes. We better not increase taxes.
Haven't done that.
No, and they didn't even bat an eye for 9 years. Max rate, 9 years running.
Okay.
So I don't think what we do in this room
Impacts those decisions.
So I don't think what we do in this room has any impact on what other taxing bodies are, because we're all very selfish and concerned with our own thing.
Well, not to mention, we get blamed for all that anyway because everybody thinks it's us.
Right.
So
Yeah.
there's that.
So I guess I ignore that comment that somehow what we do influences everybody else. I don't think that's fair. I do worry that we have, decades worth of failing to properly reserve for capital improvements. So that's why we've had to adopt all these funds. And so I worry about if not that I know everybody is going to look at their taxes, and I'm not arguing for just blindly increasing the levy, but or the sales tax. I think these are all really good conversations. I do worry about being the cheapest option because it feels like we're robbing the future a bit. But maybe not. Maybe there are efficiencies.
Well, I don't know if I see that table that says we're the cheapest option. What we don't have is what our property taxes are relative to X house value compared to all the other communities.
But I guess
I think we are higher than other communities per house.
Cumulatively, cumulatively as a total tax bill with all the districts, but as a municipality, the track record is we've been significantly lower on the property tax compared to Wilmette. And you had a.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
and that certainly is a valid point here. I'm speaking sort of the way the public.
Sure, and they're going to look at the total. They're not going to necessarily look at the
Yeah, and we
breakout.
also provide a higher level of service
Yeah, they
than
are.
other.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I feel like, I mean, I know the property tax is what everybody's going to look at. A good portion of it is outside of our control because a good portion of it goes to the schools. So and if you can't even compare us to Wilmette. I mean, we provide a much higher level of service. And so I guess it's the question of, do we think there's efficiencies versus one person's comment, which probably is representative of a lot of people out there. But
Well, it
Can
seems,
can
I
I
don't
ask
know
a
that.
clarifying question? Someone said that last year was miserable for the staff. I don't want our staff to be miserable. Can you elaborate?
No, well, I mean, it was the pressure of 9 years of not raising taxes. And I will tell you, the 9th year was a real struggle to get to that zero level again. It was really, really, really tough. So when we hit the year where we couldn't hold the floodgates back anymore, these guys really had to deal with.
I mean, we above all else
expectations.
want to maintain our service level, which means we have to have a reasonably content staff.
we
So
do.
I don't like
Not
that.
an easy expectation to.
I agree. It is an easy expectation. But I, with the exception of certain households, most people are looking and making those same cuts in their household and how they're going to cut back. And I want them to, and I don't, I can't.
Wage growth.
I'm with you, but I can't help what the other taxing bodies do. To me, it's 9 years in a row max is just incomprehensible and irresponsible. And I think, I just look at, as a council, when I look in the mirror of, have we done everything we can? Not to cheap out, we have maintain a level of service, but to look in the mirror and say, when they come to us, we can look back in the audience and say, we are doing everything we can to keep your taxes lower.
So a couple things. In terms of efficiencies, as discussed here earlier today, we start at zero, and we have multiple meetings where we go through, and there were really 2 rounds of cuts. There was the first that it's like, okay, don't even think about it, not going to happen. It's not feasible. It's more of a want than a need. And then there was another roughly $750,000 that was removed from the budget to get it to this point, even with the increases that we loaded in. There's not a lot left in here. When you think about a municipal budget, what are the 2 biggest drivers? Your staff and your capital projects. And then the rest of it is, commodities and things like that. So we've had to add staff. This is the first time we've really proposed an addition of staff, primarily public safety and then another department, to reflect what, we all want to do. So when there's addition of staff and you have built-in wage increases, the pension and the labor costs, you want that funded by your sustainable revenue stream, which unfortunately for us is the property tax. And that's what supports it. So last year, it was tricky. It was tricky to pull it off. And like I said, some years are easier than others. These last 2 have been really, really, really tricky. So maybe you can sum up where we are, right? So we're not going to do the transfer to the business district fund of $550,000. We're going to use the 7.25% discount rate, right? And that frees up roughly $1.17 million. We'll still go ahead, we'll reprogram the 1.1 million transfer to the business district fund because it needs it to be able to do the work. But because we've reduced expenditures, that reduction of expenditures that we just mentioned, the no transfer and the discount rate, that will pay for the security services, the 2 FTEs and PD, and the capital. That'll wash out almost to the penny.
That'll cover the-
That'll cover it. Yeah, that'll cover it. Now, to reduce the levy, can we go and look for some easy tweaks? We could.
That's all I was saying.
I mean, I guess the question is by what factor? I mean, if we're looking maybe at a half a point, is
If
there
you said
something we could?
4/10, it's $60,000 bucks.
I don't know, do you have the math, what half a point would be?
Didn't you say 15?
Yeah, I think it's about 150,000 per 1%.
Exact number.
So $100,000 reduction.
50.
For 1% change in the levy.
Where'd the 15 come from?
The 15 would be 0.1%.
Oh,
Yeah,
now I got it.
yeah. And again, you know,
I want to try to make this a simple exercise
So
without it
if
being
we-
too.
So if you go to, so if you knock 4/10 off, that's 60 grand.
right. I'm, you know, I wasn't, hang on one second. No, is that not right?
I just want to make sure the math is right.
But,
Math matters.
but look, while Tim's doing the math, which I think is right, you know, I agree that none of the other taxing bodies are saying they're doing this. But I will tell you, I think that this village, at least what I've heard, and I think others, knows that this group has been very strong stewards of the government fisc. And so I think there is a feeling that we've done a good job on that. And if we can't get lower, then we just go to inflation. I mean, but, you know, we are increasing water rates and electric rates and refuse rates and this and that. So anyway,
A 0.5% is 78,700.
yeah, so if you did,
Go to 2.9 then,
So
You would take
so if it was a
4/10?
2.9% increase instead of the 3.4% increase.
You'd still have new growth, which would net out to only to the new growth people.
I'm talking the existing taxpayer.
Gotcha.
income.
yeah, you're not, it shouldn't come out of compensation or anything like that. I mean, it's just,
Let us go back and sharpen our pencil.
Sharpen the pencil,
We'll report back to you on the November 12th meeting, but I think we can do
Well,
that.
even the FTE assumption, we already know there's a little.
Right,
in there. I
right.
mean, that they're not
Right,
on board
right.
the full year.
And we've looked at, you know, do you only budget 75% or whatever, but one of the things we've realized, especially since COVID, is that we need more flexibility in the salary accounts rather than less, because you might need to bring in contractual staff because you can't find somebody in the labor market. So I'm really reluctant to try to scale that back. So let us look between the 50 and the 100, and we'll come back and we'll see what we can do on the levy so that we feel a little bit better about our ask.
That'd be great.
and I don't, back to you, Tina, I really don't feel, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I don't feel like we have underinvested in the
Well,
future in this village.
Bob, I will say, I didn't see any sort of investment in the 4 years I served with Woodbury
Okay.
and Tucker.
Okay, well, that's a.
I did not see any investment. I saw a lot of hopes and dreams, but nothing came with Gene.
But the last 8 years, there's been a
Last
lot of
8 years,
investment.
We've turned it around.
Yeah.
And I
We
mean, I
have.
even look at, when I look at the list, like of
But-
these projects, I even go the staff capacity to manage.
Yeah.
Even the list of projects we have here is got to be quite daunting.
Can be.
And Chris, but to your
It
point,
had some fun, challenge, that's for sure.
we turned it around, but kept fiscal responsibility. That's
Right.
the amazing part.
So,
There's always a confusion in my mind when people talk about this, that being cheap is being responsible.
Right.
And we have to walk that fine line.
Yes.
This is not a town that deserves or expects
Yeah.
cheap.
Yep.
So we've got to find that place where we deliver the high level.
right.
And I think we're being smart because we just spent 8 hours at this table looking at 567 pages of documents. And we still send them back with homework.
Yeah, that's
so-
okay. That's what
Right,
that's
and
what we do.
my whole point is that, you know, I think we have made very prudent investments in our future and improving this village that have paid multiple dividends,
Oh, yeah.
right? All the new people who are coming in and buying houses that, you know, some of it's the economy, a lot of it's the pandemic, but they've been really wise investments. And I just don't want to go back to that time period where we're trying to manage to people's unrealistic expectations of tax, holding firm on taxes, just, which I know we're not, but I get nervous.
But to your point, I think maybe you were speaking about how much had to be done. When I first got here, I was shocked that we didn't have a water main replacement program. I was like, given the age of our system, we had invested in the plant really well, but the water main system was just in rough shape. Our IT system was teetering, right? Stormwater didn't exist. there wasn't an economic development program. There wasn't a reinvestment in the infrastructure in the downtown. All these are smart investments that are, I think, going to improve the quality of life for people for a long time. Yeah, it costs money. But to your point, Trustee Apatow, try to do it with some fiscal strategy.
And the
right?
residents
So
will
that it's
appreciate it.
manageable.
But,
And plan.
but again, Greg, we, I've been through a lot of these books in my day. This is, you guys really step up and take it seriously. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I
Really
didn't get a chance to thank Tim, Dell, and the department head team. They were terrific during this process. Sometimes in other towns, you'll see, they fight for their fiefdoms a little bit. You just don't see that here. People are very cooperative, and they really work towards the big picture so that we can bring a budget that is integrated and everybody's on board. So
Well,
kudos to them.
relatedly, yes, it shows in the budget presentation's phenomenal, but really hearing everyone speak today,
Yeah.
we're reminded just how well every department is run and the environment that you all are creating is really a positive thing for our community.
Thank you.
For sure.
No
Okay, so
question.
let us come back, and we'll have some revisions to the pages and things like that, but I think we can, given some of the other increases we're looking at, we can make some movement on the levy. Okay.
Okay, moving forward, I will open up the microphone one more time for public comment. Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to adjourn. That's a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Good job today, guys. We stand
And you're 7 minutes early.